Incorrect code.
Designed to do. The computer is quick to point out any breakdown in their logic. The computer is quick to point out any breakdown. The computer is quick, breakdown. The design is complete. This condition is called critical.
incorrect code.
Hello and welcome to the Empire State Maker Faire. I'm your host, Arlo, the spunky blue maker monkey. Now, get ready for a whole day of virtual fun. Here we go.
Good morning, everyone. Let me just get my talk fired up for you here. I'm so excited to be here for the 2020 Empire State Maker Faire. Wish I were seeing your lovely faces, but still, I couldn't be more glad than to share our story with you. So what I'll be talking about today is what we've learned from 12,000 masks, the 12,000 masks that we've made since we began in April of 2020. My name is Michael Kelly.
Welcome back. Thanks for sticking around. There's a lot.
Oh, the Maker Monkey, I think, jumped in for a second there. Hopefully I'm starting on time. My name is Michael Kelly. I am the principal and co-founder. Let me just double check here. I'm the principal and co-founder of Rochester Refugee Sewing and Repair, and I'm also an adjunct professor of industrial design and graphic design at the Rochester Institute of Technology here in Rochester, New York. I have kind of a broad background as a maker. My training or my education are in human factors and ergonomics, design research, product development, but also I have some broader experience, industrial sewing, fine woodworking, pottery, embroidery, glass blowing, soldering, but only the one time, the first time that I ever soldered anything or played with electronics at all was actually at my first Maker Faire. So to all of you who are watching this and experiencing your first Maker Faire and for the first time getting to hear and see all the interesting things that people do, that is so wonderful. And to your families and friends that brought you here, you should thank them, and I thank them for making this experience broader and letting everyone experience how wonderful it is to understand how things work and why they work and how things come together. Now, I'm sure that many of you in the audience can identify with this. People who are creative, we tend to want to start and try all sorts of different things. And for the most part, I think that's absolutely fine and that's absolutely wonderful. Organizations like Maker Faire and the events that they put on are these fantastic opportunities to stretch ourselves and to grow. I will say, though, that there are times in your life when you need to focus more. And what you're going to hear about now is the result of my sort of focusing in, and my organization sort of focusing in for the past 6 or 7 months to really get something done. I will have for you, I think, 15 different ideas that we've learned from these 12,000, I still can't believe the number, masks over the past 6 or 7 months. And the first one that I'd like to start you on is this. For many creatives, focus oscillates, narrowing in the long run and also broadening in the short run are both growth. I think when people get interested in a lot of things and they try and do a lot of things, it can be kind of a hair-pulling experience to understand where you are when you're trying something new, but also trying to develop an older skill set. And I like to think of focus in your life like this. There are times when it's going to be broad, when you're going to be learning and taking stuff in. And there are also going to be points where things really come together and you focus and you make progress in your life. And I think over the long run, those things tend to narrow. We tend to specialize and really start to care about what we discover matters most to us. And I just want to say that no matter where you are on your making journey and your making path, know that you are making progress. And I think, again, for many creative people, it can be a scary thing to think about making progress, especially when you have a really daunting task in front of you, or you're trying to do something really big. But just know that broadening in the short term and narrowing in the long term, both of those things are growth. So more broadly for a second, who are we? So I mentioned Rochester Refugee Sewing and Repair. That's my organization. We're part of Rochester Refugee Resettlement Services. Rochester Refugee Resettlement Services is an affordable housing provider, and we actually do quite a lot more than that for refugees who are resettled in Rochester, New York. Rochester is the third largest resettlement city in New York State, and New York State is the third largest resettlement state after California and New York. And our goal at Rochester Refugee, broadly speaking, is to help some of the newest and most vulnerable Americans thrive and adapt to life here in our community. What we found is that these people who come from some of the worst and most violent places, the most difficult to live places in the world, they also have the most to give when it comes to making the community an amazing place to live. There are barriers, though. There are barriers to success that refugees come up against. The two main issues that Rochester Refugee Sewing and Repair hopes to solve are the barriers to employment, which are transportation and English and cultural sensitivity. So for the most part, when refugees come to the US, it's difficult for them to have reliable access to transportation. So it's really important that we create good jobs that are walkable for these folks. The second thing that's rather difficult is the English and cultural sensitivity, the English language training, I should say, and the cultural sensitivity that refugees need. When they come to this country, they're not familiar with a lot of the systems and a lot of the things that we take for granted. And that can make it difficult for people to get proper healthcare. It can make it difficult for people to get real strong access to education. So what we decided is that we could make a business focused on making things that would serve as a vehicle to provide the type of service and the type of access that refugees and their families need in order to thrive. What we've become is a really interesting thing. As I mentioned, over the last 7 months, we've made about 12,000 masks. We started in April. Before that time, the most we had ever made of any one thing was about 800 scrunchies when we tried to launch it. And I'll tell you, scrunchies are a little bit simpler than most masks. We've shipped our masks to about 49 different states. I think we have only missed Alaska. I may be wrong about that. We've gone from 5 SKUs, or 5 different objects in stock, 5 objects that we make, to more than 20 objects that we make. We've grown our little tiny shop from 500 square feet to 1,500 square feet. And we've gone from 3 industrial machines and a lot of home machines, but 3 industrial machines to 13 industrial machines. So what I'm going to talk to you today about is what we've learned as a result of that growth, and what we've learned as a result of the intensity that is, trying to make 12,000 of the same or similar object and trying to get them out during a really critical time when people really need them. This is not a business talk. I want you to think about this from the perspective of a maker. What I'm going to tell you about today is a lot about design, about sewing, and about community, about why making matters to me, about why making matters to the people who are in my life, and about why I like to share that with my community. If you're a maker who's thinking about turning something smaller into a business, or even somebody who's really interested in sewing and wants to grow that interest or develop that interest, this is also a really great talk for you, because I'm going to be giving some great advice, especially towards the end, about the where, what, when, how, and why of sewing in particular. So the second thing that I'll give you, and this might be kind of obvious after the beginning of the talk, is that making matters more with friends. Community takes many forms, and work in service of community is always better. Community can be your friends. Community can be your family. It can be your high school, your college. Community is any of the people who are around you. And if you've grown up or spent a lot of time enjoying understanding how and why things are made, you may kind of take that for granted. And you'll be surprised to know that a lot of people don't know how things are made. And a lot of people have, maybe never made something in their life. And they don't know what it's like to experience the joy of creation and the joy of understanding something new, something physical, something electronic. Sharing that joy is what really matters. And any form of sharing that joy, I think, is service to the community. But a bit of an interesting question as well, like, what is service? I think a lot of people have different ideas about what service can be. So the third thing that I'll say, and I really want to put this specifically in the terms of being a maker, service means helping others identify and achieve their own goals, both by listening and sharing your knowledge and experience. So especially as an adjunct professor at RIT, what I often find is that students really want a roadmap. But what we know as makers and as designers is that often when you want to achieve a goal, the roadmap isn't quite that obvious. So one thing that I think really matters when you think about service is helping people to understand what their goals are, and then helping them break down the path and the way to get there. I think it leads to a really fulfilling experience for both you and for the person who you're working with. I will also say that service of this kind, of course, you will learn more than you ever thought possible by teaching. And also it really is a very joyful thing to do. So I really encourage you, and again, I think the rest of this talk is going to be a little bit more practical, a little bit more focused on design and our experience, but I encourage you to think about service and think about your community when you are working on making whatever it is, whatever wonderful project you're cooking up. And just understand that service and community could be as simple as, sharing your project with a friend, sharing it on YouTube, sharing it on Discord, or sharing it in person, you know, as time and safety allow. I will talk about masks. I do want to focus on masks. One thing that I didn't put in the talk, so this is maybe, there are probably about 200 masks in this photograph. This is our V3 mask. This is the third version of the mask that we designed. And they're bundled in groups of 10. Now, these bundles were very convenient when it came to counting, but I'm just gonna add in a little bonus point here, which is don't ever have your packaging become an extra step or a barrier for your customer. The packaging in this case, while it was very convenient for us, it's tied with offcut strips of fabric, which is a fantastic use of offcut strips for fabric. Always keep them around. Use them to tie, use them to bundle. It's like tape in an industrial sewing shop. But the issue here is that, of course, they became very wrinkled, not as presentable as they should be, and maybe a little bit more of a headache for the customer. So this wasn't quite in there, but I did want to add that in. So the title of the talk, again, what we've learned from 12,000 masks, and specifically, I want to talk to you about what we've learned from making those masks. But there's a lot more that we've been thinking about over the course of the last 7 months. Of course, there's selling them, there's shipping them. That was absolutely insane. Ordering fabric, trimming them. You wouldn't think that trimming takes time. Of course, trimming takes time. Quality controlling, purchasing new machines, fixing the machines when they go down, teaching people how to make them, designing them and redesigning them. I told you that was version 3. I think we've gone through about 7 different versions, not counting prototypes and changing seam allowances, which is, we'll probably bring it up to 30 or 40 different masks that we've made, worrying about them, obsessing over them, and it turns into one very big oof. It is more than anyone can handle. I think 12,000 masks is more than any one person can handle. So the question is, you know, if you're trying to achieve something large, how do you take that big oof and turn it into a slightly smaller oof? And this will bring me to my next point, which is to ask for help. Throughout this presentation, you'll see that my contact information is going to be across the bottom of every single slide. And I mean it genuinely when I say that the email that's down there goes directly to me. It actually goes to everyone in the shop, but I see every single one of them. And if you have any questions about sewing, design, best places to eat in Rochester, please feel free to shoot me an email. So why do I say ask for help? Well, you can tell that I'm very passionate about what I'm talking about today, or at least I hope you can. I'll add that passion is one that I've learned, not only from my own experience, but from the experiences of the people who taught me how to love this thing that I now do every day. So point number 4 is ask for help. Most people want to help, especially if they share your interests. Sometimes people will gladly help just because they like you or because they're your friends or all sorts of other stuff, or because you help them become interested in things. Everyone wants to see their passion live on. Sewing in the United States is a really interesting thing. In the late 80s, early 90s, most of the knowledge that we had grown in this country, starting in the 20s with some of the first industrial machines, and even slightly earlier than that in Europe, America really had a wealth, an incredible wealth of sewing knowledge. And then in the pursuit of profit, we sent a lot of those jobs overseas and taught a lot of folks how to sew across the world. And what does that mean? That means the folks that did stick around, they've seen their profession and the knowledge of their profession slowly become drained from their community. So especially when it comes to sewing, people are so happy to share the information that helps this tradition, this set of tools, this profession live on. And it's been a truly inspiring thing for me. Three of our biggest helps have been field techs, Hickey Freeman and Adrian Jules. I've also met with a number of retired professionals who've worked for all of these companies and more. I can't thank these folks enough. The number of times that I've asked for a cone of thread, the number of times that I have asked how to design something, how to change a machine attachment, what should I buy, where should I go, who's a good supplier, all of these things. You know, when I first started, I thought, wow, like, I know that sewing manufacturing is pretty competitive. Like, it's going to be very, very hard for us to talk to all these people who are right in our backyard. I could not have been more wrong. So one thing that I'll recommend is for making 12,000 masks, if you're trying to do something such as that, ask for help. If you're interested, particularly if you're interested in starting a business, consider the professions which are smaller. Consider the professions and trades which don't get all of the attention. I found that because of that fact being applicable to sewing, this community is really welcoming. As opinionated as we all are about what machines are the best and what is the right way to do things. It has been a lovely and welcoming community. So to make 12,000 masks, definitely ask for help. The rest of today, I'm going to break down into kind of three sections. I'm going to be talking about the design, tools, and processes that we used. Design principles, tools, and processes that we used to make these 12,000 masks. First question I get from students a lot, or at least one of the things that I ask on the first day, is what is design? And I love this definition, and I'll always use this definition. It's something that I've worked out over the past 10 years or so. It's the process of finding out what decisions you can make, and through iteration and prototyping, very important, understanding the best answers to those questions. This is the squiggle, the Newman squiggle. It's a graphic that many people have used to describe design. Design is a gradual narrowing from an incredible period of exploration and not quite understanding. And then as you build the thing more, as you start to understand what decisions you can make, you end up at that final line. You end up with a focused point. What that means in terms of masks is after you sew for the first time, you realize, oh, like maybe my line is a little wavy. What happens if that's straighter? What happens if it's more curved? What happens if I change the distance between that line and the edge of the fabric? What happens if I make the ties out of this or out of that, or et cetera, et cetera? What happens if I add a pocket? What happens if this hem is a little bit bigger? The way that you'll get there is through making. 6, make a bad one out of bad materials first. Get over the hump and start learning quickly. My first mask that I made back in April is the one on the left of your screen. The proportions are all wrong. The fabric is hideous. It really doesn't work for a number of issues. You'll see that I'm boiling the heck out of it in my kitchen to see how to sterilize it or what will happen. Gradually, these masks improved as we learned what we could do with different machines, how that might matter. But the key thing when it comes to design is just always make a bad one first. Fight as hard as you can to get that thing into space as quickly as possible. Use cardboard, use muslin, use whatever is inexpensive and available. Use pipe cleaners just to start to understand the object, to understand the decisions that you can make. 7, I don't know where this quote comes from, but I think it's a really great idea. Every prototype is a question given a physical form. Now that I know what parameters I can change, what happens when I change them? So when we make different prototypes, we want to think about what it is that we can learn from that thing. I mean, of course, when we're making these masks in the beginning, I could have just started making from different patterns until I was blue in the face, although in the beginning there weren't that many patterns available. But that type of scattershot approach really doesn't help. When you're making a prototype, you want to come at it with a specific question and you want to isolate your variables. So if I'm trying to understand the difference between one fabric and another, I would probably use the same materials for the ties, use the different fabric for the mask, and keep the same pattern. And then I can really start to understand, oh, okay, what does changing that one parameter do? What does changing that one thing do? Prototypes should have a purpose and they should be pointed. A little bit of sewing information for you. Point number 8, let the machine do the work. If you've ever crashed a sewing machine, this is probably how you crashed it. Your hands are for turning from left to right. They're never for pushing or pulling, but sometimes they're for pushing and pulling, only in very, very specific circumstances. So for the most part, the feed system of the sewing machine is what pulls the fabric through the machine. Most of what you'll encounter is what's called a drop feed. It's the little feed dogs that come up from the bottom and kind of like pull the material forward. The machine is really good at pulling the material forward. What the machine can't do is turn the material unless it's some super cool automated industrial. So your hands will only ever move from left to right. You're only ever putting pressure from left to right. As you're sewing, you essentially want to move at the same speed as the machine, or even let the machine pull your hands just a little tiny bit. When you get really advanced or have a lot of knowledge, sometimes, like if you're trying to sew something that's too heavy for your machine, you might pull tension on the fabric and help the machine push it through. But for the most part, when I was teaching all of these new people to help us make masks, I found that the way that they crashed their machines was by trying to push and pull the fabric. It bends the needle, and then once the needle bends, it hits the needle plate, and then it breaks. Sometimes if it breaks really horrifically, it can bend your needle bar, and that's a relatively expensive fix. This is no-nah sewing on one of our industrial machines. What you'll notice, so she's sewing this hem here, and that hem is kind of loose, like it's folded over and there's a gap between the edge of the fabric and the fabric that's on the bed of the machine. That's because she's not pulling, she's not pushing, she's just holding the fabric in place and moving with the machine. Let the machine do the work. I'd say that's pretty good advice for any sort of machining. Goes for woodworking very much so as well. Always set the machine up for success. Sewing machines in particular are very finicky. People tend to be intimidated because they don't understand. Sewing machines aren't that finicky, you just have to do it the right way. And then if you do it the right way, it'll work every time. The most important thing is threading it correctly. Whenever I see people crash a sewing machine, yes, it definitely has to do with how they're handling the fabric, but also often it's because they've threaded it incorrectly. Second, use the right needle and make sure it's pointing in the right direction. Easier with home machines, but if you get an industrial machine, it's very easy to turn the needle around or have it slightly out of position. It's something that can go from like 1 in 10 skipped stitches to no skipped stitches just by a slight tweak. Oil your machine. For the most part, if you're not using your machine every day, and especially if you're in a cold climate or your shop tends to be a little bit cold, I actually recommend WD-40. I know many people who are watching this may be screaming, saying WD-40 is not a lubricant, but it has just enough oil to keep just enough very fine oil to keep a sewing machine going, especially if it's one that you don't use all the time. Of course, if you have an industrial machine or use your machine all the time, definitely use a sewing machine oil and frequently use WD-40 to clean it out, especially down in the bobbin area. Check for burrs. Anywhere where the thread runs over, there cannot be any burrs, and use the right attachments for your machine. Make sure you're using the right foot for the job. Make sure you're using the right foot for your machine. Make sure you have the right feed dogs and they're in the right place. Generally speaking, go with what's in the manual or shoot me an email. I'll be happy to help you out. This is the machine that I recommend. It's a Kenmore. It's a Kenmore from like the mid 80s. The serial numbers will always start with 158 or 148. All of the gears inside of it are metal. They sew straight, zigzag, pretty fast. You could attempt some leather work with this. It would be pretty questionable. Maybe okay if you use a leather needle, but can definitely sew canvas and can definitely sew sailcloth. If you're looking at an industrial machine, this is what I would go for. I will say you don't necessarily need to have a reverse, but any good used straight stitch machine, especially from a tailor shop, will do you very well. Number 10, and I just have 5 more after this, is think like the thread. Thread likes smooth, straight, clean paths. So if your tension is way out of whack, check the thread path. The guy who taught me how to work on machines, he always thought of machine maintenance and fixing machines as if it were a chess match. And the board for that chess match is usually the thread path. So you need to try and understand what is getting in the way of the machine putting that stitch together properly. So if something's going really wrong, check the thread path, especially up near the cone. Open up your machine. I think this is a common love of many people who are makers. Open up machine or buy a cheaper one and open that up. If you don't know what the inside of your machine is supposed to look like, it's really hard to know what's wrong. Download the manual, download the engineering manual, start to take it apart and put it back together. If you're looking for an inexpensive machine, go to Goodwill, buy anything, take it apart, put it back together. Bring WD-40, it's your best friend. Number 12, if you're gonna take it apart, make a video. Take pictures and make a video. Try to understand exactly what should be adjusted how and where all the parts go. While you're at it, make sure that you put all of the pieces into a cookie container. What we say is don't dance around with the screw. Every screw that you take off of the sewing machine is important. And if you drop it, you may never find it again. This is one of the most important screws on the sewing machine. It controls the tension for a bobbin case. So it essentially makes your stitch work. And that's actual size. It's about the size of 2 sesame seeds put together. 13, always batch your processes. Make your life easier. Like, you shouldn't have to pick up your scissors time after time after time. Hopefully what you're doing is you sew, and then pick everything out and trim. These are the best snips that you can buy. They're called Golden Eagle. They're about 89 cents, maybe up to $1.50. You buy them in a pack of 12 on eBay. Use them until they're gone. They sit right there. On many older industrial sewing machines, you will see that area of the bed rubbed away. That's why. I'll also highly recommend a 4-inch round knife or rotary cutter. They're all pretty much the same. We like the ones from Reliable, and the ones with the ones that are painted white, have a white casting. Those are usually what's best. This can cut up to 1 inch of fabric, but it's really useful for anyone. It's slightly dangerous. Wear a chainmail glove. Keep your fingers well away from the blade. Why? Quality starts at cutting. Make accurate patterns and cut accurately in steps. Cut pieces hold the information about the garment, or they hold most of the information about putting together whatever it is you're trying to make. They are your pattern. They're, when you're sewing, everything that the sewing machine operator knows, I mean, besides being in their hands, is in the pattern that's in front of them. So if you don't cut well, those errors will compound and they will get worse as the sewing process goes on. 15, quality is the degree to which a product achieves the qualitative essence of its category, thereby meeting users' expectations. When we started to make these masks, I really wondered a lot, what is it that makes a quality mask? What does that mean? There are so many different ways to make it. What is it that makes the most quality mask? I asked my friend Darren Beeman over at Adrian Jewels. And he's someone who's made tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of suits in his life and has run factories. And what he explained to me is that the quality of a suit is the degree to which the suit feels like a suit. Does the fabric feel right? Does it meet what the user expects of that suit? Does it fit right? Are the armholes on the front of the chest, or are they on the side where they're supposed to be? Do you understand it? Does it make the person feel like they're wearing a suit? For a mask, of course, it's a technical piece. There are quantitative things as well. For every piece, there are quantitative. But specifically when we're talking about quality, you can meet all sorts of quantitative goals in terms of durability, weight, et cetera, but the qualitative experience is what matters when a user is trying to understand quality. And basically, you know, is it a duck? Does it quack like a duck? Does it walk like a duck? Then it's a quality duck. Some good tool suppliers for you. Cutex, Gold Star, fantastic for attachments and machine parts. Wawak is probably where just about everyone in the world should buy their thread. eBay is a great place, especially to get those snips. Good place to find used machines. Just make sure that you can get a picture of that machine sewing. Dr. Carl is local to Rochester. If you're interested in buying an industrial machine, search Dr. Carl's Sewing Machine Repair. He'll help you out. Central Penn is in the southern tier. Fantastic place to find high quality used machines. I also recommend Reliable Factory Supply, especially if you're looking for a cutting table, and Penso if you're looking for machine parts. Good fabric suppliers. Some of these are industrial, but most industrial fabric suppliers will send you short yardage for a roll down fee. All of these are fantastic. In particular, I'll shout out to So Green Rochester, fantastic supporter of the maker community, and an amazing place to find inexpensive, quality, sustainable fabrics. 18, just back to the tools for a second. Get or build the biggest table that you can. A big table is big help when it comes to sewing. Keep it clean, make it about 40 inches high, and don't put your drinks on it. Power should come from the ceiling. Having something like this will really facilitate every step of the sewing process. It allows you to lay things out. Everything when it comes to making should be enjoyable. And having good organization is a key to making sure that that is the case. Organization starts with a clean workspace. The big table is a big part of that. Last but not least, I just want to go back to this idea. Making matters more with friends. Community takes many forms, but work in service of community is always better. I spent a lot of my time kind of making whatever I wanted to make. And I always enjoyed sharing that with people. But what I've chosen to do now is to work on this organization that specifically focused on making and also making a living and sharing that and sharing what the things are that I love about my community and what the things are that I love about my profession and design and all those things. And what I found is that though the work is hard, 12,000 masks, that amount of production, especially when people need them yesterday and they need them to be perfect, that amount of work is extremely difficult. But sharing it with people can be difficult sometimes as well, but it's mostly easy and it's extremely rewarding to see people really come alive and enjoy the things that you enjoy. I'll come back to say, ask for help as well. You can email me at any time through contact@rochesterrefugee.org. You can find us at rochesterrefugee.org. We can help you with any technical design, small batch production, consumer goods, sewing questions, whatever you need help with, especially if you tell me that you came via the Maker Faire, I'll be more than happy to help you with. And also, we need your help. There are many things that we know how to do, but we definitely need help when it comes to market research, business planning, marketing, and advertising. So if you're seeing this and you have expertise in any of those fields, and you took any value from the talk that we're giving today, I would greatly appreciate you reaching out and lending us a helping hand so we can continue to do this great work. That being said, thank you very much for listening to me via Zoom. I know it's not always easy to be in front of your computer, but I hope that this was inspiring and engaging. Thank you to Dan Schneiderman and the team over at Maker Faire. The work that you do is fantastic. It's been a huge impact on my life, and I know it has on the lives of the people who are enjoying the 2020 Maker Faire as well. So thank you all very much. I really appreciate it, and I believe we may have some time for questions. Just want to see where those are coming in from. Checking over on YouTube. While I still have about 5 minutes, I would love to plug sewing, as always, as someone who has been interested in a very wide variety of making activities. Sewing is one of the deeper ones. Every single piece of it is something that you could spend years and years learning about, from the yarns in the fabric to the fiber content of the thread, to the way needles work, machines work, even different classes of machines. You could spend your entire life just working on buttonhole machines, or just working on overlock, or just working on interlock. For those of you who haven't tried sewing yet, do. Definitely do. And we at Rochester Refugee and also at So Green Rochester are very passionate about helping people become engaged in those activities. So still no questions yet. That's good. I'm glad you've learned. And this really, so what I'm getting from the panelists is that people are saying that they've learned a ton from this. I'm very glad to hear that. There is so much there, this is something that I could talk about all day and for weeks, of course, if need be. And that's part of the reason I love it so much. As someone who's tried so many different things, who's gone to Maker Faire and seen all the beautiful things that people can do with their tools and their mind and their hands. I found that sewing, again, is something that just there's so much to learn and there's so much to do. There's electronics, there's building jigs. You can use computer vision. You can start to understand how automated sewing works. You can also, as I've done many times, open up machines from the 50s and 60s, and you can see things that were machined before we had CAD and before we had really reliable CAM, when everything was made off of. You're welcome, Sandy. I'm very happy to pass this skill on. But opening up machines from the 50s and just wondering, how did they make that complex curve without, SolidWorks or Fusion? Like, it's absolutely unbelievable the way things were engineered in the 50s and 60s. And one of the best and fastest sewing machines, I have two of them in my shop, are from 1956. 56, 57. They're two Singer 107s. If you're interested in working on a machine, go buy a Singer 107 machine head that's not sewing, or one that is sewing. You should be able to get it for less than $300. Ideally, you can find those for $50. If you call an industrial sewing machine supplier, most of them are throwing them out. But it's a Singer 107 W1 or W2, preferably a W1. Singer 107 W1, take it apart and you'll learn everything about how a lock stitch, especially a lock stitch zigzag machine works. And everything in there is it's all handmade, hand polished, and it's just a truly beautiful thing. I got an old machine that I inherited. What should I do to get it in good shape? Hit it with a bunch of WD-40. Start turning the hand wheel. Everything that moves, spray it down, take it outside. Don't start it too soon after that because the machine might spark. So hit it with some WD-40, get it moving. Most old machines are just seized. Then see if you can get it sewing. Make sure that you download the manual. Make sure that you have wound your bobbin correctly. Always make sure that your bobbin is going in the right way. There's so much to say about how to get a machine like that running. Honestly, just email me, tell me what it is. We can set up a Zoom call and I'll show you how to get into it. The basic idea is like, get it moving and thread it properly. Get the right needles for it. And then you can pretty easily bring it back to life. Every once in a while, you'll have to clean the brushes on the motor. That can be very, very helpful, especially if it's not too powerful. That's a great way to get a machine. These days, you should really only pay $50 to $100 for a home sewing machine. Get one from Goodwill. Basic sewing machine. Oh, that's all the time we have. Yes, buy a serger. Buy a serger. And goodbye. Take care, everybody. Enjoy your day.
Incorrect code.
programming what they want the design to do, the computer is quick to point out any breakdown in their logic. The computer is quick to point out any breakdown. The computer is quick breakdown. The design is complete.
One, two, three, 7.
This condition is called critical.
Welcome back. Thanks for sticking around. There's a lot more makers coming right up.
Hi, everyone. Let's just make sure you guys can hear me. If you could let me know maybe in the awesome. Perfect. Hi. So thanks for joining in today. Really great hearing about that Rochester Refugee Sewing event or program there, organization. So if you have not watched the video on the Makerspace here in Fayetteville, just outside of Syracuse, please go ahead and watch that after. But I'm going to talk a little bit about what we're doing just down the road from Rochester. And we'll mention a little bit about sewing and kind of what our space kind of currently looks like, what it looked like pre-COVID, and what our kind of goals are with it. So kind of, my name's Mike. My name's Mike Semino. I've been working here with the Fayetteville Library since 2013. And I kind of came on actually mostly as IT help. And that was while the Fab Lab in its kind of current location was being developed. And that then kind of grew into a larger role into a STEM educator. My background was also in education. So that's kind of how I got here. And we've been kind of changing and evolving and trying to meet the needs of our community since really in this space since 2013, but as an organization since about 2011. So we're going to talk about that as we kind of flip around here. So we have, we'll talk a little bit about how we try to be a informal learning environment here in our community. And let's see if we could advance that here. Ooh. There we go. So we started focusing, you could see a picture right there. That was pretty current as, well, it was just before like a major change we did in the Fab Lab around 2020, January 2020. But we began focusing on STEM in 2011, and that was really through really just an idea through one of our SU, Syracuse University library students as to breaking down barriers to STEM education. And that, in that case at the time, really 3D printing. 3D printing was the main kind of barrier. She thought that it was something that the library could easily incorporate, and it would be something that would be really educational and upcoming. And we've moved way beyond just a 3D printer, but that's kind of how our space looks. We do a lot of classes with adults, and really, we really think of STEM education in every program that we do at the library. We really try to focus on making, we think of ourselves as like a programming library, STEM library. So while everything traditional in a library is still here, we do focus a lot on programs and interactive participation, which obviously with everything going on is a little tough now. So we've had to kind of evolve. And I think we've been doing pretty well at it. But you can see here, this was a fun like craft activity we had going on in that main picture there. Top left, we have a laser cutter in the back corner of this picture. You'll see in further slides what the space kind of looked like prior to us having to move everything. That was so that we can remember where everything went. So you'll see a newer version, but the laser cutter is still there. And all along the right-hand side of that picture, that's where the 3D printers are. That's changed a little bit. We'll show you what that looks like. Far corner, straight back, so like diagonally center of that picture, that's our sewing area. And we have about 8 sewing machines. We have more that we pull out from programs and for like big organizations that come in and want to do like a big like sew-a-thon. But for the most part, 8 are available, and we do that. So we have those classes. A lot of it is self-directed, and then we do training opportunities and programs. And so we try to make it so that everything is kind of accessible at all times, even if there is a program going on. That's why we'll change and we'll pull out more sewing machines. The other thing that you'll see there, that's our old, that's our teen creation space or creation lab. And then we used to have a separate Little Makers area. We've incorporated that into our Fab Lab. So we try to have an entire family can be in this one space, and they all can have something to do. They're all something going on. So we had originally had the Little Makerspace in a different room off of our children's room, and we've incorporated that in because a lot of parents ended up wanting to be in the Fab Lab. They didn't feel like their kids could be in there. So we wanted to, we modified some things around here. We made it so that we could safely have young kids in here. And it's been working out great. So we work with school districts too. We want to support our educators in our community as well as homeschool students and their parents. So we try to work with all local groups, advocates groups, which are special needs individuals. We work with nursing home individuals, retirement homes. We try to run the whole community in terms of demographics. So, and it's always something that we're working on, always trying to get a broader reach. Let's see, sorry, there we go. So this is what our space kind of looked like pre-COVID. It's a little tough because in the top picture there, you're going to be seeing our far wall. This space was developed in 2013, and it's the old Stickley furniture factory. So it's really neat to see an area that was a factory. Back this portion of the building that you're looking at here was built around 1880. I could be a little off on the date. It's like either 1880, 1883 or something like that. But it was where most of the, from my understanding, where the chair patterns were, this chair seat back and like upholstery section was. Along that outside wall, that's where we have our 3D printers. We'll see 3D printers and actually our Cricut and vinyl cutter. So we provide training virtually online, and you can come in, you could use, well, you used to be able to come in and use them, but the kind of looking at the top left picture there is right here, there is a vinyl decal or vinyl graphic machine. We have a Cricut maker here, and those are really great to use. So people bring in their own materials, their own consumables, or they can go and purchase some of the stuff that we have. We don't have a ton, but it's very, like I said, self-directed. So they could come in, they could bring in their materials, and they could use those machines there. Then following that, we have one of our printer bays. And just hidden behind here, this is right while we were taking these home to make some PPE stuff when we couldn't be in the building. But just behind here, we have a Mojo printer that runs an ABS plastic. That one's, so we try to educate people on, this is something that if you have a, almost like the last step for us, but being the first step in a true prototype for somebody, that would be to use that Mojo machine, which uses ABS plastic, where the rest of the stuff is all using PLA. And we have flash forge machines there. These red machines here run a size of a 5.5 inch cube. And then the larger machines can run, it's almost like a foot cube, a 12 by 12 cube. And then the machines that go along with it. And then we have a second printer bay. So total, we have these 7 PLA machines. We have one more ABS machine. and that's open for people to use. Now, what we do currently is have the ability to have patrons submit their files through our webpage. So you can submit your file through the webpage, and then what we do is we try to print those out. I think on our webpage we talk about like up to like five days, like a week, and then we have them available for pickup, and you just pay at the porch. So we're still providing that. We're doing actually a decent amount of those per week. We end up doing about, I think right now, I think we're doing like 3 to 4 prints usually a week. So it's not terrible. It's a new program that we've kind of started just recently. Now, kind of, if you imagine you're in this space here, we're in the, if you're looking at the top right photo and you're standing here, if you turned around, you would be seeing the bottom left photo there. It's a little bigger. We're missing the classroom area. There's a classroom area with a screen, and that's where we invite classrooms to come in, and we do our own programs and tech related instruction right there. But if you turn around, kind of passing through that, then we have like kind of our dirtier work area, our tool area where we have these high top tables. You can see there we have a Zing Epilog laser. That works with, there's no cost on that for patrons. What they do is they bring in their materials, and then that way they could sit down at the machine. They have a 2-hour time window on that. So it would just try to keep things equitable that way. So nobody's monopolizing the time on it. You could reserve the machine for a 2-hour stint at the last 4 hours of us being open typically. We're working on a way to kind of bring access back to that machine right now because it is so far into our fab lab. It is something that's not portable, and it's something that's very unique and individual to that patron, that it's tough for somebody, a staff member like myself, to end up having to run a project for them, and of course making it the way that they want to, as if they were in person. But we're working on that. Tool wall, we have different electronic, we got a oscilloscope over here, and a bunch of tools, and people can use that. We've had kids come in if they their Razor scooter, like their wheel fell off, and we had kids work on that. We also host a first team here, actually 2 first teams. They kind of use that area, especially the first tech challenge kids. They use that area, but it's open to everybody. We also have robotics clubs, electronics clubs that come in that are just local groups that come in. And then kind of bottom right section there, middle kind of to the right here, this is our sewing area. Again, we had started moving some stuff around, and then I was like, I need to take some pictures before I forget where all this goes. So there's some machines missing and everything, and they're packaged up. But this was how our arrangement was. We had these true daylight lights there to try and provide as much light for our sewers. That's probably, as an area, as for staff, that is probably our biggest gap in our knowledge and skill set, but our community is just packed with people that have that skill set. So we're very fortunate. And that's one thing as we kind of go through here is that we kind of see Makerspaces really unique to their community. There's not a one size kind of fits all model. We really think that Makerspaces should be reflective of the skill sets and interests in your community. So for us, that's why you'll see 3D printing takes up about half of our space, I guess you could kind of say, or like a quarter of our space, and then another quarter of our space is sewing. Those are the main ones. And then we have larger, in the center there, that's like the instructional area and stuff. And then in the back corner, kind of like kind of full circle, if you're kind of standing in one spot taking a picture, just over to the side, that was our little makers area. And that was really in development and installation at the time, in January and February. So that was with interactive wall units, smaller tables for everybody, no no tools. They were as far away from the kind of tools, and they're up higher anyways, but as far away as possible with those tool sets. And it was really just for, we kind of thought of it as our pre-K to like maybe first or second grade area. Then the rest of the space would be kind of third grade to adult. And, but again, like I said, that was just as we were kind of coming out. We got a big Lego table that's just off. It's actually in between these two pictures. And again, some wall installations that we just had not gotten to yet. Just see a question. Are there any needs you see in your community that the space could try to meet in the future? That's really ever changing. That's a great question. This space has looked very different along the way from 2013. Actually, one thing that's not in any of these pictures was because we took delivery on it probably March 10th, was a Shapeoku XL. And we always had a small mill, CNC mill, but one of the things that we keep seeing people's interest in, and they kind of the evolution of at least our community in making and all that, is to have a CNC mill. So that is something that we are ready to offer as soon as possible. Painting classes really kind of took off for us. We had a lot of instructors come in. So we've actually, we've finally got a sink in here. One of the things with being an old part of the building is that there really wasn't a ton of plumbing, and bringing plumbing to this corner of the building was very, very tough. This area that we're in right now is about 2,500 square feet. And we are as far from the kind of the main library floor as you can get, just about. And then behind me, you start to go forward towards, this is about 5,000 to 6,000 square feet behind us, unfinished. It's still the old factory floor and everything. So that area starts to go towards the parking lot. So we are in the back corner of the building, but we do have now a wash sink for people. And so we're constantly trying to stay with that. And we get that information coming from trying to work as much as we can with our community. We are constantly working with school districts, having volunteers come in to staff our space. And that's where we get that kind of feedback and instruction. So that's a good question. It's constantly evolving, and we try to keep things on wheels, or at least on light tables as possible, albeit the printer bays there. Those are kind of heavy. But everything else you can see are like a step up from a party table, but we do that on purpose. It's because they're wood top, but they're still flexible. We don't, and even the work tables here, you can see they all have wheels on them, because we're constantly, this room is like modular, and we're constantly adjusting that. Our current space, though, has changed. What we've really been focusing on a lot is virtual programming, take and make series. We do like cooking series programs. We do escape rooms. All you can see here, this is like Microwave Mondays, and here's a teen project here. This is our take and make videos. We've been trying to virtualize everything that we do here, and we are kind of created a mini studio, and that's what we've been running here with different cameras and stuff. So utilizing webcams that we've been using off-site and everything, so we bring them back in and hook them back up. That's kind of where we are currently. Memberships, if you have, do you have, so we don't do memberships. Our membership is, we are just, we provide this as a service to our community, to the patrons in Onondaga community as a larger group, but we focus really what we have here. We try to keep it as reflective of our Fayetteville community, and that's why we work with the Fayetteville Manlius School District, the East Syracuse Manoa School District, the school districts that reside within the town that we're in. But there's not a membership, but you do need to have a Onondaga County Public Library card. So let's go back over to, and so how we're constantly evolving, kind of piggybacking off of that. We have a lot of community member-led programs. We have like sew-a-thons, fine art clubs for kids, Boy Scouts, Girl Scout groups that come in a lot, electronics club and robotics club. These are all volunteer led. This is all stuff that staff here at the library doesn't necessarily partake in. It's some of us attend these clubs because of our own interests, but these are all things that are being led by our community, and they're constantly changing. We have had like the fine arts for kids, that's evolved into a couple different paint classes before COVID. And we have throughout the summer, well, we'll talk a little bit about it, but throughout the summer, we had teachers come in to do almost like practice runs of different science experiments and things for our STEM camps. But then they also offer that as an opportunity just for people that even outside of that school district or outside of that grade level. So this is constantly changing too. And we have our marketing person that works with hearing that stuff from our community and reaching out. And then we work on getting them in to share those skills and share their knowledge with people. We do library-led stuff, like Learn to Build are very popular. Our home repair classes are popular. First Tech Challenge team and first Lego League, those we've actually changed how we've organized these. These are something now that are more community-led than before. Before, we used to lead them as the coaches. Now we have community coaches. We look to, especially in the next coming weeks, have our team, that's our sponsored team, come into our space, at least for practice sessions as they're building their robots. So we're trying to put more and more onto our community to make it as community driven. So even though it's on library led right now, it's shifting over to community led. And then patron led stuff. It's just stuff that comes in informally, just organically. But you could always come in for 3D printing, laser engraving, school projects all the time, virtual reality stuff. We do tons with early literacy. Special needs population is we're so happy because we get such a good turnout from that population here, and they're really great. It's a great organization that we have locally just down the street from us, and we miss seeing them in person right now, but they are great patrons of our Fab Lab and our library as a whole, and we get to do so much with them. And they provide us a lot of feedback into things that they could offer or they would like to see as well. And sewing is all patron led. You can see it was not part of the library led at all. That is an area that we have great sewing volunteers. They help out groups of students. We've had our sewing volunteers help out in our community, help out with SU students. We had a group from a high school that was working on a project, and then they help out Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts for all different things. It's really great. So the equipment that you can use, we took out one of the FlashForge printers here. That will go down to 7. But we have a bunch here that you can use. The CNC mill, that is what it will look like. It is almost together. Oh, and then other equipment here. Button makers really, that's the other thing too, is like, excuse me, if you have a Makerspace, or if you're looking at like what to include in your Makerspace, there's a lot of things you could put a lot of money into, and it's terrible if that does not catch on, or it's not something that you even have the skill sets in your community to have people latch onto and create with and instruct and like teach others with. So low tech is always good too, and we kind of feel that Can you guys hear me now? Okay, all right, sorry, I don't know what happened, my little microphone turned off right here. So anyways, what I was saying was the Geek Girl Camp started in 2014. That's our main focus there, is to try and keep girls interested in STEM careers as they go on into middle school and high school and college. And then we broadened that out to our STEAM camp, which is co-ed for middle school and high school, because the Geek Girl is only for 3rd through 5th grade. And then we've rounded it out so we have Geek Guy. So we have Geek Girl, that's like our flagship one, Geek Guy, and then they feed into our STEAM camp program. And we've had so much fun with them, but we get to get feedback from the parents. We get to have engagement of their younger siblings and older siblings, because then they get to see the Fab Lab and the Makerspace, maybe something that they hadn't before. So that's kind of why we have utilized this space for that, and it's been a great reciprocal kind of relationship with that. All right, let's see. Sorry, we lost audio there for a little bit. So we support our local school districts. We accept 3D print jobs for schools. We offer training on all different tech resources, so we try to help them out. But here's some examples of some local things. I don't want to stay too long on some of this because I want to be able to answer any questions. Yeah, we work with, if it's outside of our town or our kind of area served, if a school district contacts us, then we'll help out in whatever way. But we try to keep it as local as possible, and that's why most of our stuff works with the Fayetteville Manley School District and East Syracuse Manoa School District. We do lesson plans and all that to try and let the teachers know, let the teachers be able to bring it to their principals and school administrators and board members if they need to. This is why that field trip is something that's important for them to, educational for them to include as part of their curriculum. And we work with schools to try and fill whatever, that content area or need might be. So they kind of, we'll modify that. We've even done like history walks and stuff. So, but on the STEM side, we will usually have them come right into our Makerspace. We're within walking distance to one of the elementary schools and one of the middle schools. So that's been great too. We work with our community in all sorts of different ways here, whether it be like prototyping and like helping them realize what 3D printing can do, because while we don't really have the capabilities for that, a lot of times just people don't understand what 3D printing is still. Or if they do, it's one of those things where it's like, can I actually take a look at one before they go on and purchase an actual industrial machine? So we work with, where is it on here? CAD Dimensions, right in the center. That's a local company that is a great supporter of the library, and they assist us with, they support us with the 3D printers and the software. And so that's where we kind of get these connections. But we work with SUNY, Upstate Medical. We've worked with Syracuse University. We work with the New York State Parks Department locally, so that we have had building, not competitions, but building programs where we build little free libraries in our space here. Then we go and install them. So we have 2 in Green Lakes State Park, and we have 1 locally, or very close to the library, in a local park that's just like across the street from what's called Canal Landings. And those are kind of maintained by the library. And yeah, we've worked with a lot of like startups. If you kind of go back to, I think right here, this is an SU student that ended up going through it. This is called Bike Rules, I think it was called. And they were GPS modules that were 3D printed to go onto the end of your handlebars. And just like how when you're in your car, you have turn left, turn right, they would actually turn on a turn signal on the bikes. We work with those students because a lot of times as they graduate, they lose access to some of those resources, and that's where we try to fill in that gap too. So future, we're always trying to look through, it's ever changing, it's evolving. Entrepreneurship through making, of course, and really knowledge sharing, that's huge for us. That's what we like to have happen. So we're working on that and trying to do as much as we can with that virtually and seeing how we can continue that dialogue and that knowledge sharing virtually with everything going on. We like to try and fill that technology gap also between age demographics and generations there. So that again is kind of where sewing really shines. Our sewing volunteers, they bridge that generational gap, and they are it's really cool to see how many people kind of can come together across all different ages in one thing, and sewing really does fit that. So that's why we always say, like, keep things as unique and individual to your community. It might be like canning, or maybe like looms, or something big in your community. Like then that your makerspace should kind of reflect that. And we're always looking with partnerships with clubs and organizations, which will help to guide us into the future too. So while it looks like how it looks right now, we don't know, it's constantly changing. So we don't necessarily have a, this is not finite in any way, it's constantly evolving. All right, so I think I have a question. Let's see if I can switch back to it. I'll leave that up for a little bit. It's tough to manage all of the scheduling volunteers access since so many programs and groups are in the space. Yes, it is, to be completely honest. It is. So one of the things that we have through our, and again, I guess I can't really speak too much of it because during all this we had a planned switch over of our event system. However, what we typically do is we try to have some redundancies in some of the equipment here. So, all except for really the laser cutter. But the laser cutter, it usually sorts itself out because mostly adults will use that, and they usually register for that. We break it up so that even though we're in one fab lab, one makerspace here, we have the laser cutter as like a room that can be reserved. So that's something that you could reserve that time. It's usually the last portion of the day so that people don't back up into it. And then they can use that space there, so that's reservable. 2 3D printers are reservable each day. Again, so we'll put a tag on them right away in the morning if they have a reservation. And then the space typically is manned by, we always want it to be manned by volunteers, but that's tough. We get student volunteers, and then as they go on to careers or their school schedule changes, those are tough to keep going. So I am like the Makerspace manager, so I'm generally in this space, but then all staff is trained on the basics of the machines too. So while the space itself will stay open as because it's just part of the library, so it's going to stay open from when the library opens to when the library closes. I guess the information provided by the staff can fluctuate a little bit, but everybody has a basic understanding of it, basic knowledge of it, which everybody else should. We also check, you usually know right away whether or not they've done any training. We do a virtual, it's through like an online quiz creator thing that they watch a video, a training video, then they have to answer some questions.
We keep a maker agreement on file. And those are things that we kind of, you usually can tell when somebody's new. So we just let them, we kind of do a short intro and introduce them to the area or the makerspace. But yeah, that's how we kind of, so while equipment is a room in the makerspace, like virtual room, it's actually broken up into 3 other parts too. There's a classroom section. There's the like a dirty workspace. So classroom workspace, and then a sewing room. So then that's the other thing. So it can get kind of loud in here. And we tell anybody that wants to like do a program, and we work with them, you know, like, what's the intended attendance outcome? You know, what are you looking for? Is it like 30 people or is it 12? If it's 30 people, we might book up 2 spaces in our room. So we try to do that, you know, one-on-one with those programs that aren't led by us. And when they're led by us, then we know how much space to do. But that's why the space is as modular as it is, because we do have to modify it throughout the day as well. So that's a good question. Thank you. Any other questions? Oh yeah, so we just did a talk for the Ohio, Northeast Ohio, like Regional Library Council. I forget the name. It was something close to that. About this exact thing. It was called "We Built It. Why Don't They Come?" or something like that. And so this is a popular thing. One of I would say probably the areas that, you know, and maybe you've done this, but talk to your school districts, talk to your teachers. The teachers, and the teachers are going to have that firsthand knowledge of the curriculum. And we started off, really, it was with the tech department here, and then it got into the science, and then elementary, because those teachers are filling so many different content areas. That's where a lot of kind of growth came from. The other thing too is homeschool groups. It depends on your area. Around here, homeschool groups are actually pretty big. So we try to figure out where we can do programs that they can come to and what age group that they're looking for. We also, through Meetup, so Meetup, that's where we started to have a Meetup group, and that got us some connections. We also have worked with like Syracuse Co-works and the Tech Garden to try and see, you know, try and network what our capabilities were, to try and for access to technology and to get people in. So those two, like I said before, for us it's called advocates, the adult special needs organizations. They are oftentimes looking for activities and educational things to do with their adults, and marketing to them and letting them know that you're doing these things, that has really like broadened our scope of patrons coming into the programs. And then really kind of, we have I think a very different structure as a library. I say I'm not a librarian myself. I know that as I've been doing this, though, it seems that it's somewhat unique, and it takes some organizational kind of maybe changes. But we have we have forums, so we all take time to all meet, and then we kind of discuss where we're going with different programs, whether it be adult programs, but everybody's sitting at the table. We're not in departments, and that helps us to kind of identify. It might be like our local historian or our local history librarian, Maya. She does craft programs as well. So it's something that if we work more in a department, we may not be able to tap into that. And then that group of people has provided us with a lot of sewers, So those like weird like synergy within ourselves here. But that's a group that really I don't interact with as much because I'm more on the youth services side. Yet Maya is working with adults, yet brings in all these other people, and then their kids come in. So then like our take and makes that are out on our porch, we can see who's registered for those. And it's interesting to see how there are adults that used to come to our like craft and learn to build programs, and now there are kids that are homeschooled that can come and grab those take and make bags. So there's that synergy there. But it's tough. It's constantly evolving. And honestly, like we see a very different crowd now that's virtual. So it's like it took a lot of time. We took a lot of effort to build up that community, and I'm sure they're still there, but now we don't see the same people come to our virtual programs as we do. And in fact, for whatever reason, we have a range that's kind of outside of our geographic area. Just the other day, we had 2 people from Texas and 1 from Brazil. The person from Brazil, the kid had been with us on programs all throughout the summer. We didn't realize that he was in Brazil. So it's weird how you'll get something as far away as that, and then you're just trying to get locally that struggle of trying to get people to know what is offered to them. It's a constant struggle. So you're not alone in that. If you have any, like, I'd love to talk further. Please, like, email me. And I don't know where you are geographically, but I'd be happy to discuss that further. Any other? Great. Okay. And again, yeah, I'll put that up over here if I could make that the main screen. I just put up my info there if you need to contact us here at Fayetteville. But yeah, please check out our YouTube channel too. That kind of, you'll find on our, if you type in Faye3, on YouTube there, you'll find that we have some stuff in playlists. And you'll see a whole bunch of current stuff that we're doing. And again, it's not that like, there's a lot of trial and error. So I don't want to come off like, oh, this is going to work for everybody. And we're constantly assessing what we're doing in our programs to be like, is this worth it? Or do we have to change something? Is the time wrong, or is the whole idea wrong? So don't feel like it's something unique. I think we all struggle with that. Sometimes it's just, I think there's almost like nobody wants to talk about that, but it happens and you're not alone. Let's see. Awesome, in New Jersey. Yeah, please connect with us. I'd love to talk. All right. Well, thank you. I will go ahead and see if I think we'll say bye there. All right. Thank you. And you'll take over control on there, or?
Stop right there! Don't touch that button! The Empire State Maker Faire isn't over yet! We still have a ton more makers left! Stick around!
Good morning and welcome to the Tech Valley Center of Gravity in beautiful downtown Troy, New York. My name is Dan Falkenstrom. I am the Facilities and Incubator Director here. So we're going to go on a little bit of a tour today. If you have any questions along the way, please put them in the chat and I will get to them at the end. I'm on my phone today, so it's going to be a little hard to see it while we are en route. So the Center of Gravity, we have been in existence since 2013. Started out as a meetup group, and it was pretty well attended on a regular basis, maybe 15 to 20 people sharing what they do and their projects. And they said, you know what, we can probably get ourselves a building and start one of these newfangled makerspaces that are popping up all over the place. So they got themselves into a 2,000 square foot former off-track betting location. And on the first day of opening, they signed up 100 members. And they realized, hey, I think we got something here. So fast forward 2 more years and $5 million to 2 blocks away, renovation of the GVS Quackenbush building. It was a department store built in the 1850s. The landlord had the building for a couple years, wasn't really sure what to do with it, was thinking about office spaces, but then when we saw the success of the Makerspace, realized, oh, hey, I think we have a good anchor tenant here. So the Makerspace occupies the first floor and the basement. So where once were hats, scarves, undergarments, are now laser cutters, 3D printers, and all sorts of different things. And the second, third, and fourth floors are occupied by modular office spaces, so spaces with like shared meeting rooms and kitchenettes in the center, with all different sizes. So it's a huge mix of startups and established companies. Some of them started out right here in the Makerspace and moved up to office spaces upstairs. Some took office space just because they could access a Makerspace on the ground floor. So in the before times, we were sitting at about 250 members. We have about 200 or so now. And it's a pretty good mix of people from all walks of life. We're pretty much back up and running to how we were before, just masks at all times, sign in at the check-in station with your temperature, and away you go. So we are a Makerspace, open to the public, anyone can join. Getting a membership gives you access to our building. So we're about 13,000 square feet, 81 major tools worth a total of about $180,000. We're broken up into several different zones. So we got woodworking, machining, welding, fiber arts and crafting, electronics, glass fusing and enameling, 3D printing, laser cutting. We've got a Thinkubator, so that is our children's makerspace where we do all of our STEAM and family programming. And you can also rent space, because when you're making stuff, you need a place to put it. So we rent out square footage by the foot, no lease or long-term commitment. We also have bins, shelves, all sorts of storage space. We put on classes and events, slowly trying to get those back up and running. So we're doing a lot of small attendance classes, pretty much capped at 3 people. We're doing a lot of one-on-one classes. So anything that you don't already know how to do, we'll be able to teach you. And third and finally, we have a manufacturing incubator. So the whole point of this is to help startups navigate the hardware world. So it's a lot of incubators and accelerators focused on helping the business side succeed. But when it comes to navigating design for manufacturing, building a actual productive prototype that will get you some useful information, and working with contract manufacturers or setting up your own manufacturing line, hardware startups need a lot of help with that. So most of our members in general are just hobbyists, people looking to do fun things, but we have about like 25 to 30 active businesses who are running their operations out of here. Well, I just lost my stabilization. Let's see if that comes back. If not, we'll just do it handheld. There we are. So we, couple different membership levels. So Maker and Super Maker are our most popular. So $60 a month gives you access to the building weeknights and weekends. $100 a month gives you access 24/7 to space rental by the square foot. A couple other different options. We have co-working, which is no tool access, family memberships, corporate memberships. So a whole bunch of different ways to get involved with the organization. We have 3 employees, our full-time executive director, Cheryl Kennedy, and myself, the facilities director, and our program specialist, Elizabeth, and everything else is volunteer run. So let's start off with the first half of the building. So on this side is our open workbench space. First come, first serve, whole bunch of different seating options, some public computers, office equipment. So we have a large format plotter, standard copier, scanner, photocopier, office equipment, paper cutters, staplers, that sort of thing. one thing I really like about this space, and so do a lot of other people, is our giant windows. So we have a ridiculous amount of natural light that filters into this space. And they go all along the north and west walls. So our first zone in this corner is our 3D printing zone. So each zone is run by a volunteer zone coordinator. For the 3D printing zone, his name is Dylan. We got an email address there. So every zone has a whiteboard where people can communicate, and the zone coordinator is responsible for doing safety orientations and for making sure the zone meets the needs of the membership. So once you join as a member, you go through there's a 20-minute orientation video, and that just covers the basics of where the restrooms are and how to not get a parking ticket, how the organization works, the major safety rules, that sort of thing. Then after that, each zone has its own safety orientation. That goes over all the safety rules of the zone. And after that, if you are comfortable and you have the knowledge to operate the equipment, you're more than welcome to do so. And if you don't, that's where the classes come in, and then we'll teach you everything you need to know. So all that safety information, we have a wiki that has all that information there. All the outline of all the major safety rules are posted in each zone, and we have a binder with all of those safety rules as well. So 3D printing zone, bunch of entry-level FDM machines, a whole bunch of prints in process at the moment. So we got a nice Halloween skull there, what looks like a failed skull. Familiar to anyone who 3D prints things, are the fun failures. We have a gentleman who has a grant from the local art center. He's actually doing a mural made of 3D printed parts. So he is printing out a couple hundred of these Troy bricks between our machines and his machines at home. And so that'll be an interesting project to see come together. But we have a slicer program kind of all set with all the parameters necessary to just print right off the bat. So people can just come in with their 3D models, select the printer that they want to use, and then they're all set to go. And then if they want to go deeper into the weeds of playing with settings and the like, then they're more than welcome to. Moving along in the back, this is our SEFQ community room. So the large classroom, any member is allowed to use this space. We'll also rent it out to local organizations or groups that need a meeting space. This is where we are currently streaming the Empire State Maker Faire. Dare I look at the screen? Will it explode the feed? No, it's delayed enough, so we're not gonna see any craziness. Woo, there we are. Connected to the large meeting room is the smaller conference room with a dinosaur. So, small meeting room, boardroom. This table was made by one of our members, Sean Desiree, South End Palette Works. So she's someone who came in here. She just kind of walked past the Makerspace and was like, wow, what is this place? Was kind of interested in woodworking, wasn't too sure. Started playing around with recycled materials and pallets and started making furniture, selling stuff on Etsy. Now she is doing woodwork and art full time. She's got a grant for a project down in Brooklyn. So really cool that we were able to provide some low cost access to stuff, to tools, to space, so that she was able to explore her interests. And we had commissioned her to make this nice pallet wood conference table. Leaving the meeting rooms, we have our community kitchen. Socializing over food was a big part of the first Makerspace. So we realized that, hey, we got to make sure we include a cooking food socialization spot in the new space. So we've got a pretty nice kitchen. When we were doing group events, we would have our Tuesday night social nights here. It was always the busiest night of the week, 50 to 60 people on a really good day. People cooking food, sharing stuff, sharing ideas. Really, really fun. And we've held a couple cooking classes. or if someone's doing an event in one of the rooms, they can have it catered and use this as meal prep. So it's been a really useful space for us. Outside the kitchen, some lounge areas, couches. Robotron, Miss Pac-Man. Way back over in the corner is our laser cutter, staple in any makerspace. 60 watts, pretty standard, nothing special. Each machine has its own safety card. So this card will remind everyone what are the major safety rules involved in using it, any particular operation notes. It has contact information, so if something goes wrong, you know exactly who to email, and a link to our wiki, which has some more information about the machine. So if you're ever in the Albany area and you go down on Lark Street, go check out Mr. Yamaguchi Designs. Yamar Carter, he's another one who just sort of took a tour randomly and then saw the laser cutter and was like, hey, I can do something fun with this. So he started engraving his artwork onto just random recycled materials, started making lamps and other home decor items. And now he has his own shop. He's got his own laser cutter, CNC machine, 3D printer. So what started out as just like a fun hobby and maybe I'll just play with this, turned into his lifelong passion and an actual business out of it. Behind the laser cutter, we have the Thinkubators. This is our children's, family makerspace area. So we have a whole bunch of consumables, small hand tools. We've been a very popular field trip destination for local schools. It's a bit of a mess at the moment, and we're taking this time as an opportunity to reorganize. So we're redoing all of our consumables area. We have these little cubbies and cardboard totes. So each tote is going to have a consumable item in it. It's going to be labeled with a number. So all of the DIY kits that families can come in here and do, some examples. They'll be able to look at the consumables needed, they'll say like, you know, grab boxes 8, 17, and 42, and keep going with your project. We'll also do some free events throughout the year. So the first Saturday of every month, we'll do Steam Powered Saturday. That's just a free hands-on activity sponsored by the Albany Society of Engineers. So kids can come in and do some of those DIY activities. Speaking of sponsors, give a quick shout out to our sponsor wall. So we would not exist without the help of donors and sponsors. So some of the major ones: Rensselaer County IDA, Empire State Development, Price Properties, National Grid, Fuse Hub, CEG, GE Healthcare, NISTEC. So any one of our sponsorship organizations gets a spot on our wall and included in print advertising. So thank you very much to everyone who helps make this place possible. Continuing along, so I mentioned we rent out floor space. This little cubicle here is a spot rented by 2 of our long-term members. So they have all sorts of projects that overflow their workspace at home. So they have space here where they can do whatever they like. See all sorts of crazy makerspace-y stuff going on. Over here is our model shop area. So a bunch of small power tools for the first floor. So we've got your Dremels, dust collector, this really adorable baby shear. It's great for cutting printed circuit boards or little pieces of copper, grommet presses, hot glue guns. tool chest, labeled. Everyone always needs utility knives and scissors. And behind that is our electronic zone. So oscilloscopes, soldering irons, power supplies, everything you need for electrical work. Also incredibly useful is this microscope. If you're working on really small components, also people who are doing machining and are really trying to hone in on a perfect surface finish, microscope is an extremely powerful tool. This thing is quite popular. Whole bunch of components, kind of sort of organized. So the Makerspace doesn't provide any consumables, but we do have a consumables area in pretty much every zone. And that's all contributed to by members. So anyone is free to use whatever materials are available. If you use a whole bunch, please replace what you use. So wires, resistors, all that fun stuff. Clean workbenches, ready to go. If you need some yarn, please come on by and grab some yarn. We got a huge donation and are looking to spread the love. But we have plenty available in our fiber arts zone. So sewing, knitting, crafting, jewelry work, pretty much any type of crafting that can't fit anywhere else will happen here. So a couple sewing machines, serger, Cricut vinyl cutter. So this is one of 2 vinyl cutters. We also have a 20-inch vintage roll-in from the 80s, but still works great, and it is it's great for really large projects. Kansu industrial sewing machine, good for leather, canvas, thicker stuff. Goes crazy fast, really needs a VFD to slow it down, but it is quite powerful. Front corner, more innovation spaces. So a mix of small businesses who don't need a whole office, rent space here, use this as their workspace, and more people who just have too many projects overflowing the kitchen table, need a place to put them. Space contains things, all manner of sharp, fragile, and expensive. Don't break stuff. This is a new tenant, Albany cell phone repair. So we now have someone who does professional cell phone and electronics repair right in the building. Mailboxes. So if you want to use this as your business address, you can get your mail delivered here. All right, now we're going to head downstairs to all the fun, noisy, messy stuff. I can hear the planer in use. See if we can get him to quiet down for the tour. All right, hopefully that's not too annoying. We'll start on the other end. All right, so in the center here, we have our more consumables, shared materials, more space rental. So we'll rent out bins, shelves, lockers. In this back corner is our machine shop. So all sorts of tools for working with metal, slop sink, flammables cabinet, vertical mill, lathe, all the associated tooling. Do our very best to label as many things as possible, because so many people who are new at making have no idea what some of this stuff is. And something that might just look like a scrap piece of metal is actually a really important measuring instrument. So always eyeing on education and teaching. Surface plate, lathe tools. This is really nifty. Tapping station, so you can always get 90-degree taps into your holes, all threaded taps. Little sandblaster, large hydraulic press. Working through the back corner here. Bandsaw, drill press. Brake for bending sheet metal. And right behind it is the shear for cutting sheet metal. Glass kilns for fusing and enameling of glass. Whoop. Hey, there we are. Some examples of some glasswork projects. Got some slumping, some stained glass. Enameled jewelry. A lot of fun stuff. Glass Zone is quite popular. Anytime we do any glasswork classes, they frequently sell out. More storage bins. This gentleman here decided to hack his storage bin to meet his needs. So it's got space for all of his power tools. It's got power running to it. It's got drawers for consumables. So yeah, definitely a maker. In the center, woo, hello. Here's our welding room. So angle grinders, TIG welding, MIG welding, bench grinders. Recent acquisition is this horizontal bandsaw. So needs a little bit of work to get up and running, but chopping large pieces of metal has been something that has been asked for quite a lot. So we were finally able to make that happen.
Do 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 do. Arlo, what? You're on. What? Oh, we seem to be having some technical difficulties. Stick around, and we'll have them fixed in just a jiffy. Just don't panic, because there's no need to panic. Everything's fine. We don't need to panic. Ah!
Okay, apologies for the interruption. But here we are. This is our wood shop. So all your standard major woodworking tools. Mike here is using the planer, the table saw today. Saw stop table saw. Someone's working on a very large desk. All of your handheld power tools. Safety equipment located right outside. Do you know where your first aid kit is? Is it fully stocked? People stole all the Band-Aids? Important thing to double check. Last section is our prototyping center. So this is kind of like the next step up of a makerspace. So all the equipment in here has a cost for training and a cost per hour for use. So this is available to anyone, but it is specifically targeted to those who are transitioning from prototype to manufacturing. They're looking for short-run manufacturing space, or existing businesses that have occasional need for a large piece of equipment, but don't have the ability to afford their own or have the space for it. So this is our 5x10 CNC router, so good for woods and plastics. All of the tooling is labeled in a drawer, ready to go. We also have speed and feed documentation all set for common materials. So we've really set this up to be very accommodating of beginners. So it's very easy to kind of just start learning the basics, use the tools and parameters that we have laid out, and then you can go on your CNC adventure from there. Things, we have a vacuum former, 2 foot by 4 foot. So it's popular to make MDF molds on the router, then put a sheet of plastic in. So it's good for making packaging or enclosures. We have another laser cutter, 130 watts, much larger and faster than the one upstairs. Sam is currently cutting out some MDF parts. And back over here, we have some more commercial grade 3D printing. So Formlabs 3B resin printer with biocompatible materials, and the entire Formlabs Clean and Cure setup. And then on the FDM side, Stratasys F270. So just like the FDM printers upstairs, but a little faster, a little more reliable. Very popular among members and companies that just want to print something and want to work. They don't want to futz with problems. One of those companies is United Aircraft Technologies. They went through our manufacturing incubator program. The founder, he invented a new way to clamp wiring harnesses on aircraft. He suffered from carpal tunnel syndrome after being a mechanic in the Army. So the stupid little wire ties just hurt his hand. So he came up with a new way to do that. And they're doing really good. They use this space as prototyping. And they're doing a lot of work with Boeing, NASA, a lot of major aerospace companies. And then the rest of the space down here is just open square footage available to rent, so people can store their raw materials, finished product. And back through the double doors is a large freight elevator. So if you wanted to order an entire pallet of plywood, you can have it shipped here, brought down the elevator, roll it straight through over to router, and begin cutting. And then we hold material handling stuff as well, carts, hand trucks, dollies, all that fun stuff. More safety equipment. And that is the tour. We'll go back to my seat over here. If anyone has any questions, I will check out the chat. Unfortunately, lost anything that was in the first half there. No idea what happened. I think my phone overheated. That's a new one. So hopefully that was useful, entertaining. Apologies again for all of the snafus. Flip the camera around. So yeah, any questions? I'd be happy to answer them. Unfortunately, I don't have the YouTube chat up here, so if there's anything in that, I'd appreciate any copy and paste into the Zoom chat. But if not, thank you very much for attending. Age demographics of users. It's pretty all over the place. We have a pretty good mix of students from up at Rensselaer Polytechnic. We have retirees, so GE, Schenectady, a lot of retired engineers who are in the area enjoying. So it's a pretty wide range. I'd say it pretty much covers everything pretty evenly. Thank you very much. Glad you enjoyed it. I'm very much looking forward to seeing all the other spaces this afternoon. Some of the events that we have been held at TV Cog. So the coolest events, let's see. We did an Enable event about a year or two ago. That was with local middle school children. So it was, if you're not familiar with Enable, they provide open source designs for 3D printed prosthetics. So this was a multi-week course. It was free thanks to the sponsors And they got to hear from local industry experts that talked about 3D printing in engineering or in biomaterials development. So it was really cool for them to kind of see how this stuff is actually used in the real world. And they got to design a 3D printed prosthetic to be given to a local girl who had been born without half of her forearm. So they were really excited to do something for a local person and have a real meaningful impact. Also, every year, Troy hosts a Victorian stroll, which is like a Christmas event, first weekend of December. And that's usually a very exciting time. All the volunteers come in to give tours. Everyone dresses up all fancy. We have several of our members are selling stuff that they have made throughout the year. So it's really exciting to see people showing off what they've made. And just hearing from people who come through on a tour and had no idea that this place was here, and getting to see all the cool stuff and possibilities. The center of gravity is probably a really good Mario Kart course. So one of the local companies, sponsors who has had a membership here, Valon Studios, they're the main designers behind the new Mario Kart game. And the very initial prototype was made on right in our building. And that's kind of what started that whole product. So actually, if you're interested in that game or just in product development or prototyping in general, we'll be hosting a talk the first Wednesday of November. It is at noon, and Valon Studios is going to be kind of going through their entire prototyping process and talking about how the game was developed. So that'll be an interesting time if you're that at all seems interesting. What is the latest project you've worked on in the space? Let's see. So my hobby is restoring old motorcycles. So that's actually how I got involved in the space originally. I needed access to a metalworking lathe. So I started out making motorcycle parts, then became the volunteer treasurer, and now I work here. So that's been an interesting development. Latest project that I've worked on for myself, though, that isn't something for the space. I don't remember actually. Oh no, I made a little welded like tabletop fire pit. That was a kit that I acquired a couple years ago. Hadn't been able to put it together yet, but it was an opportunity to work on TIG welding and just work on my skills there. So there we go. Instead of looking at my face as we wait for the hour to conclude, we'll kind of leave you with some outside views of Troy. Another great thing these windows are for is for the entertainment of watching people try to parallel park and grading them accordingly. So I just want to thank everyone for joining us on the tour, especially anyone who's out there running Makerspaces, trying to make the dream work. It's really interesting to hear how everyone approaches setting stuff up and how the communities work. Yeah, thank you very much to the entire crew at Empire State Maker Faire for making this possible.
Incorrect code.
If the researchers have done a good job of programming what they want the design to do, the computer is quick to point out any breakdown in their logic. The computer is quick to point out any breakdown. The computer is quick, breakdown. The design is complete.
One, two, three, 7.
This condition is called critical.
Incorrect code. Please re-enter.
Thanks for tuning back in to the Empire State Maker Faire. Hope you're having fun. I know I'm learning a lot.
Hi, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for joining us on our lab tour of Genspace, a BioMaker space, a community bio lab. I'm going to show you around. It's going to be super fun, but please do pepper questions into the chat and I'm going to try to keep the YouTube chat up as well to see if there are questions coming in there. But yes, I'm really, really excited for you all to get to see our space. It's the one good thing about this pandemic is like the opportunity for this kind of virtual engagement and a way to share what we do with a much broader audience. So thank you all so much for tuning in. And I hope that when we are able to reopen in person that you all can come and see our space live because I think it's really special. Yeah, so I thought I'd start off with a little bit of a brief presentation to just kind of set the tone, and then I'll give you the actual lab tour, and then we'll close with a little bit of show and tell for some of the projects that people do in a community biology lab or a makerspace that Genspace is. So again, please do type in the chat, let us know what's going on, what's interesting to you, what questions you have, all sorts of things that we can answer. Okay, so let me grab my slides. And presenting. Okay, cool. So yes, welcome to the BioMaker lab tour. Again, my name is Beth Tuck. I'm the executive director at Genspace, and I'm really, really grateful to get to spend this day with you to share with you all the cool things that happen in a community lab, and hopefully to inspire you to do a little biology in your own makerspaces and come and see us sometime soon. So this is Genspace, and we'll give you the tour. Genspace is the world's first community biology lab, and we're a new model for open access science rooted in the neighborhood. Our goal is really to make it possible for anybody anywhere to be able to do science, to ask the kinds of questions that they want to ask that they think are important and meaningful to themselves and their communities, to make products and ideas and think about sustainability that they may not be able to do in a traditional academic setting because the incentive structures aren't there, or maybe they're not in a research lab anymore. So they have our lab as a place to come and tinker and explore and play and use biology to kind of investigate the world a little bit differently than they maybe would in other settings and other contexts. So this is our team. We're an all-ladies staff, so that's kind of fun to kind of like champion the women creative technologists and makers in the world. So we're really, really excited about that. And again, we're a small team, but we're mighty, and we do an awful lot with just the three of us. So the programming that we do here at Genspace falls into 4 main buckets. The first one of those buckets is our interdisciplinary hands-on life science classes and workshops. And so we teach people who maybe haven't had a biology class since high school, maybe even earlier. We teach them about biology, biotechnology, emerging life sciences tech, all sorts of topics that are related to anything kind of working with living things. That's kind of our shtick, is anything that was living. And so this is a photo from our classic class, which we call Biohacker Bootcamp. It takes you all the way through like all of the basic technologies that you would use in any sort of biotechnology experience. So you learn how to do PCR, you learn how to do, you make your own genetically engineered critter over the course of a week or a weekend, and you get a chance to actually analyze your own DNA for a commonly assessed ancestry marker. So you can actually like get a peek back into your family's history using the tools that we have just here in our lab. We also have a lot of classes that are kind of creative takes. And so in this case, we have a class like designing with mycelium, which we're going to be offering again in November. So hopefully you all will be joining us online for that. And I'll tell you a little bit more about mycelium in a bit when I can show you some of the actual products that it makes. But these are using natural products or natural living things in kind of unusual and interesting and new ways. So a lot of people think about the things that we build from nature are often extracted, like you're carving something out of wood, or you're making paper out of plant material. In this case, we're trying to grow our objects, and we're trying to think about them in a slightly different collaborating with nature kind of a frame. And then the third type of class that we have are the data science and bioinformatics classes. So if you are a computer programmer, these classes are great for you. They're really exciting and great ways to kind of apply your technical knowledge to solve a new problem. And so again, these classes right now, they're all operating online. So you're welcome to join us. They're anywhere from 3 to 6 or 8 hours in length. And they're great opportunities to learn a little bit more about biology if you're interested in these topics, and to start to explore these topics in kind of a hands-on experiential learning kind of a way. I also wanted to put a plug in for our genome editing class. I think in 2016 or 2017, we were the first people to ever teach like a public class to let people do CRISPR in our community lab. And so these are CRISPR, hopefully you all know, won the Nobel Prize this year. So that was quite exciting for us, thinking about the kind of impact, the scale of impact that this kind of technology will have in the world. And so you can come to our lab and actually get to do CRISPR yourself, which is pretty cool. You do it on yeast, not on humans. We don't do that. But it's a great opportunity to learn how this technology works and explore what those ethical, legal, and social implications are. The second bucket of programming that we have is our membership portfolio. So again, we have, like you all, a BioMaker space. And so again, we'll show you around the lab in a little bit to show you what this place looks like. But artists, scientists, entrepreneurs, students, teachers, retirees, people of all stripes come to our lab to be able to pursue their own projects or work in teams. And I'll tell you a little bit more about the team projects in a moment. But to get started, I'll tell you a little bit about a couple of projects that have been kind of fun highlights for me since I've been here at Genspace for the last couple of years. The first is a piece from a performance artist. Her name is Catherine Hamilton, and she goes by the moniker Sister Sylvester. So please do Google her and check her out because she's super cool and her work is really beautiful and interesting. She came to us a few years ago with this 60-year-old hat, and she said, "What can I do with this hat using biotechnology?" And so we started to work with her to explore the themes that had been present in this particular playwright, Bertolt Brecht's work around the horrors of war. And so she actually used this hat to extract DNA and identify people who might have worn this hat sometime in the past. And with that information, she started to construct this really beautiful performance piece that kind of talks about the history of science and technology, the history of eugenics, the history of what was going on in Berlin at the time and how it paralleled things that were happening here in the States. And then two, looking to the future and how this kinds of genetic surveillance technology could be used and how it could be misused. So she's a really fantastic performer and speaker and engager. And so definitely encourage you all to check her work out. But that's the kind of thing that artists and designers and creative types do in our lab that, that for me as science type, I would never think to do. So it's a really beautiful, beautiful collaborative space. This photo here is a picture of some slime mold that are growing. And again, I'll show you a little bit more about our slime mold in a bit. But slime mold have been just a really serious source of inspiration for creative people and for scientists for a long time. They're incredibly good at wayfinding, and they are really good at sharing resources and thinking about intelligence of critters in a system that doesn't have a brain. And so they actually have this really incredible lifestyle and life form that they're able to communicate with themselves over long distances using cellular signaling and all sorts of cool things. So people use them here in the lab. In fact, we have a class going on tomorrow, and you can learn a little bit more about slime mold. Then to use them for purposes of creation, of design, you can use them as a model for neural networks. If you're interested in AI and machine learning, slime mold are great for that, and all sorts of other kinds of applications. And then the last photo here is a device that was originated. The folks who built this machine were working in Genspace at the time, and they and I'll show you again in the lab in a little bit. there are these little machines that are called pipettes. They're useful for picking up and dropping off little tiny bits of liquid, usually that have enzymes or DNA or other materials in them. And these guys were in the lab and they're like, this is really time consuming. And also maybe I'm not being very accurate. And so what can we do to automate this process? And so they built a home-built open source liquid handling robot, which is an automatic pipetter. And they built it using kind of a 3D printer base and then attached these pipettes to it. And over the years, this machine has evolved. It's still all open source, but now these machines are being used here in New York City to do a massive COVID testing project. So this stuff doesn't just have applications for science and research, it actually has real implications for public health. And that idea germinated here at Genspace. So. The next type of membership programming that we have here are our community projects. And so our community projects are teams of people that get together to work on things together that they have a shared interest in. And so the two that I've featured here are our Open Plant team and our Expressive Matter biomaterials group. Open Plant is working with these really beautiful little critters called liverworts, and they are kind of like a moss, but they're a pretty primitive plant species, and they're trying to develop the tools and technology to both grow them and also genetically engineer them to be able to do and make useful things for people. So imagine if you could produce your own medicines in these kinds of plants, then you could grow your own supply. The other kind of element of what Open Plant is trying to do is build the technology and the infrastructure to do plant tissue culture in a low cost way. And so they've built these open source plant incubators that have temperature control and remote sensing capabilities and automated imaging. And so you can watch your plants grow from wherever you are rather than having to come into a lab to check on them. On the biodesign side, our Expressive Matter group has primarily been interested in bioplastics and plastic replacement type of materials. So how can we live a more sustainable life and try to get rid of some of the really long lifespan materials that are common in our world. And so they've been exploring material objects using bioplastics and other sorts of composite materials to try to think about like ways to design with stuff that doesn't necessarily hurt the environment quite as badly. And so these are some examples of bioplastics that people have been making. You can see that they've been able to produce kind of a leather-like material using bioplastics. And by layering in bits of organic material like onion skins or garlic skins, you can create really beautiful patterns and designs. The third bucket of programming that we have here at the lab are our youth programs. We have internships and school partnerships. So these are our teens from 2019 who were working in the lab, and they were studying their skin microbiome and trying to understand if they could make new novel antimicrobial compounds that could help fight nasty public health issues like MRSA or the multi-antibiotic resistant infection. So that was one of the things that they worked on, as well as testing some of the public claims of some of these products that are like good for your microbiome or kills 100% of bacteria. How true were those claims really? And then we invite school partners and organizations to come to the lab to do hands-on science. So here, these students are painting with bacteria. They're using genetically engineered E. coli that have genes from jellyfish and coral and other critters that have really beautiful colors to make their own art and design products. And then the last bucket of things that we do at the lab are events and outreach. So last year at Thanksgiving, we hosted a Future of Food potluck. And so people brought food, and we had a design exercise thinking about what might our food production and food tasting and restaurant experience be like in the future. So you can see here, people are tasting really bland food while they're smelling an odor of turkey or cranberry sauce or mashed sweet potatoes or other sorts of things. So we had this really great experience. And then we also do outreach outside of the lab, where we go to places like Governor's Island and we fly kites and collect microbes from the air and share those images with people to kind of demystify like microbial fears. Like many people are afraid of microbes, and so we want to make sure that people understand that microbes are all around us, and in fact they play really important roles in our ecosystems. So it helps us kind of play a role of science education and science literacy in the community. So from here, I thought we'd go ahead and dive into the tour. Stop sharing, and I will take you over to the other video. Give me 1 second. Okay, welcome. Sorry, hold on one second. Okay, hopefully everyone can hear me okay. Here we are in our lab. So this is our entryway, and we've got space where we have some, under non-COVID times, we would have water and snacks and other materials here by the door. There's a space for people as they're coming in to kind of hang out and sit and chat. This is often where we would have staff meetings when we were able to gather in person. And then here over on the side, you can see some photographs taken by our science communication ambassador, David Chichuka. David was working with us to tell stories about all the really cool science that happens here in the lab. And so we were able to frame these and have a public event where he shared his work, and people wrote poems and other sorts of activities and ideas around community science. It's a really beautiful day for sharing. And then you can see our little banner, Genspace. Our moniker is Learn, Create, Grow, and we really do try to embrace that in everything that we do. On the other side, you can see a poster from our high school students. So again, this is, I'm not able to zoom the way that I thought I would. This is a poster from our high school students, our internship program, where they were studying the skin microbiome, and they actually analyzed their own, discovering that they had certain types of bacteria on their skin that were more or less prevalent. It's just a kind of a great way for them to explore their own questions. So then as you come into the lab, the next thing that you see is our classroom space. So this is our main classroom / office space at the moment, where we have 3 small businesses who are working out of the lab at the moment. That's allowing us to kind of stay in our space, and hopefully when we're ready to reopen, we'll be able to do that. So we would normally have these chairs and tables set up for classrooms. We could do them in U shapes and another format so that people can kind of feel connected to each other. And then this in the back is our office space. So this is where our staff sit when we are in the lab. We've got a whiteboard for teaching and learning. These cubbies are places where members can store their supplies. So as they're working in the lab, they can store their goodies here. And then this is the main wall where we'll project slides and do other sorts of teaching and learning here. So as we go through the lab, I am going to turn off the video so you don't get a little bit of a jumpy feel. But again, please do pepper questions, observations, things that you notice, questions that you have. All right. So I am taking you now into the lab. Okay, so here we are inside the lab. And one of the things I wanted to point out is that we have these glass sliding doors and these big windows. This is all purposeful by design, because we really want to make sure that what we're doing every step of the way is demystifying science and making sure that it's visible and viewable and transparent with the world. One of the things that we think is really, really important about our practice is just to make sure that people have access and people can see what's going on, so that it doesn't feel quite so scary or quite so mysterious of what's happening. So inside the lab, we have our typical kind of lab gear. This is our -80 freezer, so we can store bacteria and yeast and other critters that we would work with in the lab. We can store these basically forever in this big old machine. We have a sterile hood so that if anything is at risk for contamination, that we can make sure that we have a sterile environment to work with that. So that helps us be able to make media or things that the microbes might need to grow on. Over behind or beside the clean air hood is our Opentrons robot, and I'll give you a closer up view of that in a moment. And then here are our standard kind of lab benches. So these have all the gear that you would need to do basic molecular biology. So things like analyzing DNA or cutting and pasting DNA to make new genetically engineered critters. All of that stuff is here, provided for members and provided for class participants. So you can see these little kind of purple and white machines with the orange tape on them, those are pipettes. That's the like classic thing that you will learn in every molecular biology experience that you will have. You'll learn how to use a pipette. And that's exactly why the Opentrons crew wanted to make a robot that could do that for them. Over here, you can see we have our chemical storage space. So again, we vet all of the chemicals that come into our lab and make sure that they're safe for use around people who have normally functioning immune systems. Everything that comes and goes into our lab is vetted for safety. And then here you can see in the middle row, we have 3 big tubs of kombucha that's brewing here in the lab. People are growing that to make kombucha material or SCOBY leather, SCOBY paper, and they're testing how that kind of SCOBY material will accept dyes and will be how color fast is it, and other kinds of material testing. We have for our members, we provide all of the basic plastics and all the basic gear that you need to do basic molecular biology. So that's what a lot of those boxes up top are pipette tips and petri dishes and other kinds of materials that you might need to do your work. And then you can see again that back row where the shelving is where members are storing some of their supplies, so they have access to all the tools and technology that they need to do their work. We also have incubators and water baths and other machines that are necessary for working with microbes. So bacteria, for example, really enjoy growing at 37 degrees, our body temperature. So this incubator here will keep them at that happy temperature. And then the water bath can be used for like making different chemical reactions happen, or if you want to make your own genetically engineered critters, usually you do a little heat shock, and so you can zap them in that little water bath. That'll allow them to take up new DNA. So this is our lab. In the back, we also have a sink and a flammable cabinet, so that again, everything that we bring into the lab is stored safely and is purposefully managed so that everybody who comes and goes into this space are safe. I'm gonna pause for a second. I see there's some things in the chat. Okay, no questions. I'm going to move you a little bit closer to the Opentrons robot because I think it's really cool and it's definitely interesting to makers. Okay. So this is our Opentrons robot. So you can see, actually, let me get a little bit further away. The machine has a pretty not too huge of a footprint. It's probably about 1.5 feet by 1.5 feet in square space. And what we have in here actually is an experiment that's going on from one of our members who is working on using a type of technology called directed evolution. And he's trying to make bacteria that can eat plastic, basically. So that's what's going on here in these petri dishes. And you can see he's even 3D printed his own little mount for the robot. Normally the robot is used for picking up and distributing liquid, but here you can see he's built a little mount that has a camera attached to it, and all of that information is then being sent to a cloud so he can do automated image analysis and all sorts of cool things that he has built that again work for this open source robot that you can play around with. And then again here, get you a little closer to the SCOBY. So I think it's pretty amazing, but also a little stinky. So these are our kombucha brews that are growing here, and they smell a lot like vinegar. So normally in a regular science lab, you would never see an open source robot with plastic eating bacteria next to a kombucha SCOBY. And that to me is the magic of Genspace, that so many different things can happen here in this space and lots of people can be involved. All right, so I'm gonna pause again and take you back to do a little show and tell. Okay, so here on this table, we have a whole bunch of different types of objects. I'm going to get them a little bit closer, but this just goes to show you again the scale and scope of things that people work on here at Genspace in our lab. So the first thing I'll show you is some of the artistic pieces that artists have produced here in the lab. the thing that we think is really amazing about our lab and about our community is by making the tools and technology accessible, people can start to see things and explore things and play with things that they wouldn't or otherwise normally be able to. So we have microscopes and other resources that artists and designers use to kind of draw some inspiration. So this was from our histology, the art and science of histology class, where somebody was looking at their own cheek and also some of the, maybe the bacteria that live inside of their mouth. And they kind of sketched this out as they were imagining the stage, which is an object part of the microscope, but they were kind of imagining it as a performance and what would it look like for cells to perform on a stage. This is another piece of art from the art and science of histology workshop. You can see intricate cellular structures based on this these stained slides, and that somebody made some really beautiful pseudo-colored photography from this object. The next pieces that I'll show you are all part of our kind of biodesign suite. So these are materials and objects and things that people have created in the biodesign space that we think would be pretty interesting to you all as makers. So these materials are mycelium. This is the root structure of fungus, and they are really great because they're fire retardant. They are extremely sturdy and strong, but they're also super lightweight, and you can grow them into whatever shape you want. So this is something that has been grown to be a kind of styrofoam replacement packaging material. So you can see that it's both shapeable, but also flexible. It's pretty durable. We've had this for probably like 5 years, and you can see it's still in pretty good shape. But if you wanted to, you could toss it out in your garden and compost it. This same mycelium can be foam as like a cushion for a couch or for some furniture, or for the shoe insoles. You can imagine that these are all materials that you could create using mycelium. And again, this is all like fully biodegradable and a really great source of inspiration for thinking about sustainable living. This same material can be used to make intended longer living objects. So this is a picture frame or a mirror that was grown in one of our workshops. You can see that this is, again, an object that you would normally not think of as a thing that you would make yourself. And so that's kind of the beauty of Genspace and the way that you can kind of use these materials all on your own. And then the last object in the back is a lampshade. So this is from designer Danielle Trophy, and she makes these really beautiful lamps that are all grown and all again very, very eco-friendly, earth-centered. Next, I'm going to show you some materials made out of bioplastic. And again, this is our expressive matter team. They have been really playing and experimenting with a lot of different recipes and resources and materials. So you can see that you can make all sorts of types of objects using bioplastics, as long as you have a mold and as long as you have the material. So we made like a little prototype of a spoon. We have a little silicone mold that you can make things in. And this is all made out of glycerin and agar and cornstarch and gelatin and a few other odds and ends materials. We will be having a class coming up, I think, towards the end of November for teaching you all how to make your own bioplastics. This is a bioplastic composite. I believe there's felted material that's been layered in with the bioplastic, but you can see then that it makes something that's pretty flexible, but also durable. It's really strong. And it's also kind of transparent. So there's all sorts of properties that you can start to create when you're working with materials in a community lab and with partners who are able to help you kind of draw new inspiration from different materials. And then finally, we were playing around with a molding technique. So this is a very flexible type of bioplastic that has a little bit of charcoal in it, which gives it its color. And so through the rotation molding process, one of our community members, Jessica Smith, was able to make this kind of cup shape material. It's not quite as sturdy as you would want to make like an actual drinking cup, but you can see that this is the start of something that could become a water bottle or, some other sort of material that could be really useful. And again, it's pretty durable. You can see that it doesn't tear super easy, but it's also got a lot of like flexibility and, you know, different elements of this product. We have a lot of people who are interested in handmade craft kinds of products. So this is a homemade soap. And so this is a product that's generated through one of our courses and workshops called biological membranes and soap making. And so you can learn organic chemistry in a way that is like very useful and practical by making soap. And it's definitely the most interesting and engaging way that I've ever learned organic chemistry. Next, I'm going to show you some textiles. This is from some of our natural dyes workshops. So this is a product that was made. All of the really beautiful dark red and purple and pink colors are variations of a dye called cochineal, which is derived from a type of insect commonly grown on the prickly pear cactus. And so this cochineal, depending on what you mix it with and which mordants you use, can create all this variety of colors, and depending on which textile you're working with, whether it's linen or cotton or silk, you can produce all these different colors. And then, so the natural dyes is paired with, again, a little peek into what the future holds in synthetic biology and genetic engineering. And so you can see there's a pattern here of a little butterfly. These are printed with bacteria paintings. So you paint your design using bacteria, and then you can stamp and press your fabric onto your plates and make these really beautiful bacteria prints. And so these, again, are genetically engineered. So you can imagine a future where people didn't need to go and extract cochineal from these insects. Instead, they could grow a culture in the lab and have it in a slightly more sustainable way. The other kind of hope for this type of work is that this kind of dyeing with these kinds of bacteria-based prints consumes less water and it consumes fewer hazardous chemicals, and also can be, what's the word I'm looking for? And it's also color fast, so it doesn't require some sort of way of staining the material to make it stay on the fabric. So those are all kind of benefits of using bacteria-based colors and pigments. And so the last thing I'm going to show you are some homemade or craft type of lab gear that we have here in the lab. And so you can see the objects that we have an open PCR, but we lent it out to another scientist to use right now, but it's basically a machine that Xeroxes DNA, it copies it for you. So we have an open source home built PCR machine that isn't here at the lab at the moment, but it's kind of in that vein. This is an open fuge. This is a centrifuge. This machine spins things really fast, which is useful for like separating things. So heavy things go to the bottom and light things stay on top. So if you've got like bacteria that you're working with and you need to get rid of the media that they were growing in, you can spin them really fast. The bacteria will go to the bottom and the media will stay on top, and you can get rid of, or you can keep what you need and get rid of the rest. So that's what this machine is. Again, open source, all open hardware. You can build it yourself. This is another little gadget. This is a microscope stand for your smartphone. So you can stick your phone here. It'll view through this little lens, and then there's microscope slides that you can put in the holder, and then you can take pictures using your smartphone to see things that you wouldn't otherwise be able to see. And of course, we love our little machines like these. These are Foldscopes. These are like less than $1 microscope. You can build it yourself. It's made out of basic a basic origami kind of approach to building your own microscope. And again, basically you just slide the slide in here, and then you hold it up to the light, and then you can see things that you wouldn't otherwise see. There's a community of millions of users that are using Foldscopes all across the world. It's an incredible tool. We have, other little microscopes and devices that people can take out if they're going to go to the field. They can use these to see like what kind of critters are living in their pond or in their soil. And then of course, we have been playing around with more like home-built DIY kinds of gear like this. So this is a molecular viewer. So if some types of experiments in synthetic biology, they use color change as a signal that something important is happening. So this is a P51 glow lab from a company called Mini PCR. Definitely encourage you to check them out because they have great, teeny tiny, very cute lab gear and not so expensive materials, which is really nice. And so this little viewer has a blue LED and a couple of other kind of home built pieces. And then you can stick your tubes here and see them glow if there's DNA present or if there's RNA present or other materials and molecules. So these are great little gadgets that we have available for scientists and users and creators in our lab. So yeah, so that's basically all the show and tell I have. I think this gets us to a point where we can do a little bit of audience Q&A, hopefully. Let's see. Can you all hear me okay? Great, thank you. Yeah, so I'm happy to answer questions or go back and show you more gear. If you want to see more, more logistics, I'm happy to do like a pipetting demonstration if you'd like to see what that looks like. Yeah, a lot to absorb. Yes, yeah. I think one of the things that really sticks with me about these kinds of spaces is like and it's true with Makerspaces as well, right? You all know this, that the possibilities are endless, and like that is such an exciting thing, but also such a challenging thing to figure out where to start. And so to me, that's really one of the critical pieces that we as Genspace can do is provide a place to start. So whether that's taking a class or joining a community project, you don't feel like you have to go at it fully alone. You can be part of this bigger community that will help you ease your way into this really, really exciting new world of bio and biotech. And I see someone in the chat has asked, is there a network of biospaces that shares ideas and resources? That's such a great question. Yes, the DIY and community bio movement is very much a distributed network. There's labs now basically in every major city across the US and then across the globe. And so that this movement is growing globally in a really, really, really rapid way. So people are doing DIY and community biomaking in places like Lima, Peru, and the Yucatan, and South Africa, and Tokyo, and everywhere that you can imagine. There are people who are making with biology and creating new products and designs and materials. So the way that people kind of connect and share ideas and resources, there are several different ways. There's a listserv that some folks are using to just kind of send stuff directly to other community lab organizers and users and learners. There are a bunch of different Facebook groups that people are in, and so they are sharing protocols and resources and saying, hey, has anybody ever done this? And someone will chime in, yes, I tried it and this didn't work for me in this way. So they're really like engaged with each other digitally. And then the third way that people are pretty engaged with each other is every year the MIT Media Lab hosts the Global Community Biology Summit. The intention is to organize the community and have a space for people to both learn and share. And as the community has kind of grown and evolved, we have been thinking a lot about what does it mean for this to be a movement, and how do we organize so that we can really like maximize impact and welcome more learners into the biology space. So this year's conversation really focused around like governance. What does it mean to have like an organized team to make community biology happen? So definitely these are ongoing questions, and if you're interested, just Google the Global Community Biology Summit. That will pop up, and soon hopefully they'll be posting all the videos from this year's summit on YouTube, so you can check those out. Yes. And so thank you for the comment from YouTube. I'm really happy to hear your excitement for the materials. I think it's really amazing. And again, to me, none of this is me. It's none of this is my idea. None of this is my product. It's like the wisdom of the crowd and the ideas that people bring to each other and the creativity that they bring to each other. That to me is what's really special about about this kind of space. And I think it's true for Makerspaces too. Like it is about the kind of convening power that a localized group of people working together on a thing can create. Thanks, Jenny. Jenny says that they saw several new tools to check out. Yeah, I'm happy to share some additional links. Actually, why don't I go ahead? I can show you one of my favorites places to go if you want to just get started and kind of learn a little bit more about community bio. Is this? This group, I don't know much about them, to be totally honest, so you'll have to dig a little bit more deeply. But this Gaudi Labs, they have a whole bunch of sets of materials and how-tos for building your own labware. So if you want to do a digital microfluidics, you can build your own. They're even showing how to do PCR, make your own mini PCR kind of a deal. So as they're opening, or as they're kind of opening the door into how some of this technology works, you can learn how to build and make your own. A few years ago, there was a really big interest in DIY bioprinting. That seems to have kind of like lowered in interest over the years, but I'm hoping that people will want to resume that and build their own bioprinters, because I think it's really exciting to think about the possibilities with this kinds of technology, both printing substrates or like materials for cells and bacteria and microbes to grow on, but also 3D printing the cells themselves to make new structures and organs and whatever sorts of things, or templates for what that could look like in the future. But yeah, you can see, I mean, they've got all of this is just here on their website. Again, here's the like open source PCR machine, DIY microscopy. There's all sorts of goodies that you can find. And I believe the other source that would be useful for folks to look into is Open Wetware. So again, this is like people from all over the world that have been sharing resources, protocols, materials, places where you can find the things that you need to get started with bio. You can send those links in the chat. Do folks have any other questions or thoughts or ideas or things that they want to know? I should mention too, the on the materials side, there is a great resource. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. I'll find it real quick. I think it's called Materium. Send the link. And I'm a biologist by training, so the material side is all new to me. I'm learning it along with all of our incredible creators. Find it real quick. Yeah, Materium. So this is a great resource if you're interested in biomaterials. Again, I'll do a little quick screen share so you all can see it. Nature's Recipe Book. You can see it really is built for people to learn how to DIY with biomaterials. So you can see clementine peel plastics and cornstarch leather and all sorts of other materials that people are really interested in playing with. And what's really nice, I think, about this this resource is that because they have this like open source library, you can kind of search by like, what do you have or what would you like to make something with? And then it has recipes and collections and other sorts of materials that you can see how people have been working with this stuff. Take it with a grain of salt that all of these are like people's best guesses at materials and resources. So, you know, the important thing for you all to think about as you're starting to dig into biology and biomaterials and biodesign is like your process it is experimental and is like iterative. So test things out, try it out, see how it goes, learn from it, document your process, and then keep tinkering and keep exploring, and then you're going to come up with something really incredible. So. Yeah, so I think that's really it for me. Thank you all so much for joining me. I'm really happy to get to spend this day with you and share with you some of the stories of really wonderful people that work here at Genspace, that are members here, or that have been here and then have moved on to do other amazing creative projects. Like it's a really special place, and I hope that you all will consider biology in your making practice soon.
Well, we hope you are enjoying the Empire State Maker Faire. I know I am. Make sure to stick around for more awesome learning.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? My name is Dragana Drobnjak, and I am a librarian, activist, maker living here in Syracuse, New York. And I am very happy to present to you a little bit about creating personal protective equipment for local hospitals and community organizations. So I'm going to share my screen with you guys right now. Just give me a moment, please. All right, so here we are in wonderful Google Slides. So again, public libraries printing PPE, design, manufacture, and distribution in Syracuse, New York. And this is presented by myself, Dragana Drobnjak. And I am also presenting this as a private citizen right now. And I just want to share with everybody the wonderful amount of resources that exist at public libraries nationwide. So just a little bit about me. I grew up in former Yugoslavia in a little town called Petrinja. And the reason I found the creation of this personal protective equipment so important was because I saw a struggle, an attack on a lot of different areas of our life that to me seemed very similar and consistent to what I have experienced living in former Yugoslavia during the Civil War. During the time that COVID struck, I was actually horrifically taken back to memories of the Civil War, and my PTSD was really triggered. However, my family persisted then as people persist now, and I think that in full swing, we can really see profound differences in access to services, education, and technology that are compounded by the presence of a virus. And yet we continue to fail to address these shortcomings. So moving on, the communication issues that struck up in former Yugoslavia and the lack of access to resources really provided a place for me to engage with the maker community. As my friend Willietta Richards said, perhaps our greatest asset is our memory and the ability to tap into sources of power deep within us to find new ways to resolve pressing issues. So in a virtual program that was held collaboratively between the local library system and Everson Museum, I learned about this Nisi power figure that's significant to Congo culture. In their stories, ancient spirit is activated by driving a nail into the figure, and power already available within is able to assist the person in the present. Pain of the present is felt as we tap into sources of power and knowledge, and the nail that drives the spirit and daily action as we attempt to right our wrongs. Opportunities are really endless, and public libraries really have quickly aligned themselves in solidarity, working on a moment's notice to support the growing number of children, families, and local organizations in need of various services. So symbolically then, the Nisi figure or the libraries rather, can be seen as a form of power brought forth by the Nisi figure in the modern era. I think that a big question for all of us right now, as we move through the present day and age, is how do we continue to solve problems, stay flexible, be creative, which is in the spirit of the maker community, remain relevant, and work with community groups and members. So working with the community groups that we want and wish to serve. And how do we use the knowledge to our adventure? So using the power of the Nisi while flying by the seat of our pants in today's day and age. Because 2020 has truly been a whirlwind. I have a little video here to introduce you guys to the 3D printing process and the 3D personal protective equipment process at the Public Library in Syracuse, New York. The project that I have initiated in collaboration and in conversations with CLRC, Christina Pope at Upstate, Onondaga Public Library Resource Spaces, and the community members like Aurora and Deaf New American Refugees of Syracuse. These have all been partners, collaborators. We have kept them in our conversations and in our prayers as we pull together finances, as we pull together staff resources and staff time to come together to purchase the equipment necessary to create 1,000 face shields for Upstate Hospital in Syracuse, as well as a few other organizations, and then to go on to create a transparent front mask for Aurora and for Deaf New American communities of Syracuse. So this is a short little video of one of the spaces where I did my work. Oh, let's go back here. And here we go. All right, so that was recorded right in downtown Syracuse at one of the public libraries. And I started working on this project right when the pandemic struck. So we stopped actively going to work, in mid-March. And that following week, I was already in there 3D printing, talking to other librarians, talking to local architect Chris Lynch over at QPK Design to figure out how can we improve on our design to ensure that health and safety, a much needed resource, is now available to the community. So in the background here, you guys can see that snow is falling as the 3D printers are humming along. I think that probably everybody in here by now knows how 3D printers operate. But the colorful plastic you see in the foreground, that is the result of the 3D printing process. So the file, the image, the picture of the object is created on a computer, very simply put, and then that information is sent to a 3D printer, kind of the same way you would send a print job to your regular printer. This one prints what you tell it to. Then I've cut out the plastic, the foam. In this one, you can see spring's well on its way with the green leaves in the background of downtown Syracuse. And then on the right, there's a little selfie of me wearing one of the face shields on July 15th, 2020. And it wasn't until another month, or no, actually at the end of that month, at the end of July, the project was completed. The 1,000 masks for upstate. Here are the 3D printers hard at work. And here are some of the supplies that I used. One of the things that ended up being problematic is actually finding elastic. There was a period of time when everybody was sewing the face masks, and suppliers just ran out of elastic. So at one point I had to wait a whole month for elastic to be made. But as this was a step-by-step process, doing the 3D printing, cutting out the foam, the green stuff in the background, tying it onto the 3D printed object, then cutting the vinyl, 3 or 4 times before it's in shape, as it came in 100-yard rolls. And here's a stack of some of the cut vinyl and, my notes. This is how I kept track of how much of everything I cut, because time was a very precious resource. Then I moved into another space at another public library, and over there I set up the 3D printers and a little station for design in order to really help push towards the finalized version of the transparent front mask, which I will share with you guys in the next slide, I believe. And here it is. This is the transparent front mask that we have designed. We have used 2 different resources to create this mask. They were both available on thingiverse.com at one point. One of them was the Montana mask, which is just the front, mouthpiece mask. And then we used another design created by a Mask for All. And I believe that they are out internationally, maybe in Holland. And they had a version of the transparent front with the filter, and the filter being on the bottom of the mask. And I really thought that the transparent front mask could be much more polished to create a better fit for the user. And we also saw the need with the deaf New American refugee community in Syracuse of having a wider front so the wearer's mouth was more visible. But more tweaks to the design are needed. So I hope that this project is able to come to an end that fulfills the needs of that community. On thingiverse.com, this is where the design is uploaded. If you search for transparent front masks, it should look just like this when you pull it up. It has the 3D modeled object on the front as the cover of the page. That again has been designed by Chris Lynch of QPK Design. And again, I think it goes to really show all the amazing things that can happen when the local community pulls its resources together. So here we are in Syracuse, New York, practically middle of nowhere. And we are able to use the 3D printers at the public library. We're able to design and rework elements of existing 3D modeled objects to improve on their design and create something better. And this is all of this happened, you know, right on the main road right here in Syracuse, New York. The architect's office is seriously a stone's throw away from the public library down there. And then to see a community organization that can benefit from these resources, so like Aurora of Central New York and the Deaf New American community of Syracuse, is really monumental. So here is a little story that was done on the project, and again, it talks a little bit about my former country in this slide. You know, I identify myself as a refugee from former Yugoslavia. My background is tied to all of the former regions. You know, I am Croatian and I'm Serbian, and my ethnic tribal roots are from Montenegro. Coming here was extremely difficult for me, and to not be heard, not be understood, was, you know, it was quite challenging. So the little news story is not long, but in it will show you guys the community that we have worked for on this project. So not just for, though, be mindful with the community. And let me just show you, hopefully it takes me right to it. And it does. And here we can press play.
I'm Justin Bachman. This mask that I'm wearing is a safety precaution, but sometimes the items that are meant to keep us safe can have unintended consequences. For Central New Yorkers that are deaf or hard of hearing, a mask like this makes lip reading impossible. Some transparent masks do exist on the market, but there's a librarian in Syracuse who wants to make access to masks like that much easier.
Not being heard or being misunderstood, it falls into the category of being undervalued to me, and I don't want that to repeat itself.
Dragana Drobniak knows what it's like not to be understood. A refugee originally from former Yugoslavia, her current project is working to give a voice to a quieter part of her community.
It's using the resources that already belong to the community.
She's working to design masks that can be 3D printed at libraries around Syracuse. She's paired up with Chris Lynch, a local architect, and together they came up with their first design.
Ultimately, if there's not collaboration and we design something in a bubble, the chances of succeeding are pretty much zero.
With a couple of their first prototypes printed, the pair decided to go ahead and break that bubble, bringing in Manu, a deaf new American. And it's a good thing they did, because immediately she had notes.
This mask, I don't think is really good for the deaf community. I think the deaf community will buff it.
Hard plastic and a relatively narrow opening were two of her biggest criticisms, but she didn't only have bad things to say.
I think this is a wonderful first step, absolutely, because you've reached out to us and you're asking a person that would utilize these masks. I think that's beautiful. I think it's a wonderful first step. And then we can work together in making the modifications necessary. And I would say that the small steps make the difference.
For Dragana and Chris, it's back to the drawing board, but this time with a better understanding of what to change, putting them one step closer to a community empowering design. In Syracuse, I'm Justin Bachman, Spectrum News.
All right, so one of the very important points in that news story was this, the idea that really we are working together to create these resources. So the resources that are being created, they are not created for the community, as I corrected myself earlier, that they are created with the community if the community actually needs them. So one of the things that, you know, I learned in all of this is that as much good and benefit we are creating, unless we're creating it directly for ourselves, we really need to step back and ask ourselves, you know, is this something that actually will be relevant and used by the community? And that brings me to the very, very last slide, and the most important point of this entire presentation is that nothing should be created or existing for anybody without them, that community, being involved directly in the conversation. So nothing about us without us. I think that that is a very, very important point to remember. And here is my contact information. Please feel free to contact me with anything, any questions, you know, if you would like to collaborate, if you would like to help design the next, you know, the best thing, and figure out how to help integrate community organizations and other supporters into it, please let me know. I am, I'm actually kind of good at drawing all of those points and resources together. So I hope that, you know, we're able to work together at some point. And that is all I have to share with you guys at this point. Please stay in touch. I'm going to, oh, there is a question for me in chat here. Is the library open to the public now? And are you still creating masks? Can member of the public 3D print masks for themselves? So actually, that is that's a difficult question, because it involves it involves the fact that I have recently been furloughed from that position, but the library is going to be open by appointment basis at some soon point here in Syracuse, New York. So if you do want to find out more, I would really urge you to call and contact and ask. And also, you know, in the day and age when resources are being prioritized, you know, we might have to be mindful of some of the losses that might be incurred as we, you know, as we juggle priorities. So, you know, like, I'm a huge supporter of the arts, for example. I think the arts have taken a hit in the education system a long time ago. And it's one of those areas that really do help us think creatively. As in right now, I don't think that without my art background and knowledge, you know, I really would have that manufacturer's mind. So, you know, like, what is there that needs addressing, and what can I do to address it? And also being mindful of the fact that prototypes are failures. Prototypes are failures over and over again. You have a whole line of failures before you end up with something that does work, and having that persevering spirit is incredibly important. And if anybody else has any questions, please feel free to throw them at me. I did put my email in that last slide, but again, it's Dragana the Librarian. So Dragana, the Librarian at gmail.com. All right, thanks, y'all. I really do appreciate being a part of this, and I'm glad that this is recorded as well so that it can be shared further. Lots of love to you all. Thank you for having me. Cool.
Incorrect code.
The researchers have done a good job of programming what they want the design to do. The computer is quick to point out any breakdown in their logic. The computer is quick to point out any breakdown. The computer is quick breakdown. The design is complete. condition is called critical.
Incorrect code. Please re-enter.
Hi there. My name is Dan Schneiderman, lead producer of the Empire State Maker Faire. Thank you so much for joining us in this new experience today. I would like to take a moment to thank all of our sponsors and host organizations that make all of our Maker Faires possible. Please join me in thanking NYSCATE, the New York State Association for Computers in Technology and Education, the Corning Museum of Glass, the Southeast Steuben County Library, SUNY Corning Community College, the Long Island Explorium Children's Museum of Science and Engineering, the New York Hall of Science, Tyler Weingartner Filmworks, Clement County Library District, Onondaga Community College, the Rochester Institute of Technology, and Kids Out and About. I would especially like to give a shout out to Make Community for working with us not only on the Empire State Maker Faire, but for working with all of us over the years on supporting our maker communities and helping us grow our maker fairs. I would especially like to give a shout out to Tyler Weingartner for acting as our technical director. Without Tyler, none of today would have been possible. And thank you for tuning in. We really do hope that you have had fun in this new maker experience and have learned something new that you want to try at home. We really hope to see you at some of our fairs in the future. And please remember, keep on making.
logic. The computer is quick to point out any breakdown, 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 breakdown. The computer is quick, breakdown, 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 breakdown. The design is complete.
One, two, three, 7.
This condition is called critical.
Well, we hope you are enjoying the Empire State Maker Faire. I know I am. Make sure to stick around for more awesome learning.
You did. Okay. Can you see me and hear me now? I'm gonna hope that's a yes. Hold on one second. I can't tell if you all can hear me. Where is the chat? Here we go. Awesome, great. Well, welcome to everyone that's here, which is just a handful of people. All right, I'm just getting my screen organized. Let's get this over here. Great, okay. So welcome everyone. I'm Jen Schachter. I am actually from New York, so it's an honor to be here. I grew up on Long Island for the first 18 years of my life. About me, I am an artist and a maker. I'm currently the Director of Special Projects at Savage Industries and a contributor for Tested.com. I have written for Make Magazine and been on TV on Savage Builds, but most of you probably know me from the big collaborative build projects I've led over the past several years. And that's what we're here to talk about, so let's dive right in. That's my little intro. So first off, what is a collaborative build? My definition, it's basically any creative project made by a team of people who bring different skill sets to the table. That could be a theater production, a mural, a Maker Faire exhibit. It doesn't have to be large or public, but they sometimes are. And they're often site specific or associated with an event. So some of you may have watched build videos linked in the talk or seen some of the projects on social media. But for those of you who are not familiar with them, I'll do a quick run through of some of the examples of these builds. So the first community build project that I got to be part of was a set of giant light up letters that I made for a festival at the White House in 2016. It was called South by South Lawn, as in the South Lawn of the White House, and it was inspired by South by Southwest. I basically got connected with the project by my former boss, who called me one day and said, "Do you want to work on a project with Adam Savage for the White House? It's in 3 weeks." So this image was the actual mock-up that I got from the event team what they wanted me to build. So I went to work right away and fabricated all the parts of these giant letters here. These are some of the initial sketches. Let's see if I can get this to actually fit the window of the presentation. There we go. So each one was structured like a giant cabinet with plywood sides and back and an acrylic front, and building the parts took basically every hour of every day leading up to the festival. On the day before the event, we trucked all the pieces to Digital Harbor Foundation, which is a youth makerspace in Baltimore. And we spent the entire day, 50 students and all the staff, assembling and painting and wiring up these letters. The next morning, we loaded them into a truck and drove them to Washington, D.C. And when the sun went down at the festival, the lights inside the letters turned on and people could interact by tweeting at them, and a Raspberry Pi would scrape the Twitter API and change the color of the lights in real time. So this is the full effect at night. Another project, there's SXSL. Another project that I got to work on is with a group called We the Builders, which is a collective of makers who build crowdsourced 3D printed sculptures. the concept is basically that they take an existing sculpture and they 3D scan it, and then they slice it into a three-dimensional grid. They were founded in 2014 at a hackathon by Todd Blatt and Marty McGuire. That's these two folks here. And each part of the digital thing that we've created is distributed on a platform which Marty designed, which tracks the part status and gives the host a way to communicate with all the builders. And these are some of their past projects. In 2018, we were commissioned to do a project for the inaugural Nation of Makers convening. The theme of the conference was intentional inclusion. So to celebrate the diversity of women in making, we decided to make a giant monument to Rosie the Riveter. So I started off by making a 7-inch tall clay sculpture, which we had 3D scanned. This is the scanning process. And then Todd took the 3D model and scaled it way up in a digital software and then sliced the file up into 2,600 individual pieces. So this is a mock-up of what we planned on it looking like. So the inside of the model gets hollowed out and fitted with an internal armature for support. And then we publish all the STL part files, which can be claimed online through the We the Builders platform. So people can download them all over the world to print them. In total, over 700 contributors participated in this project. So they shipped them all the parts to us in Santa Fe, where we assembled the sculpture with the help of the conference participants. And there's Dan there. Let's see if I recognize anyone else. That's Jeanette. Yeah, so lots of folks came to help us assemble it. And over the course of 2 days, we assembled the entire sculpture. So here's some pictures from the build. So the finished sculpture stands about 6 feet tall on top of her platform, and she currently resides in the New Mexico History Museum. So this next project is called Project Egress, and this is a project that we did with the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the moon landing, which was last year in July. And basically, I was tasked with leading a team to build a replica of the Apollo 11 command module hatch. So the Smithsonian had 3D scanned the hatch, and it's basically this like trapezoidal door that allowed the astronauts to get in and out of the spacecraft. And if you're familiar with NASA history at all, this is a pretty significant piece of engineering. This is the actual hatch. It has been called the most complicated door in the history of humankind. And we wanted to focus on that accomplishment and the invisible hand of all the men and women who built this machine that took us to the moon. So we enlisted the help of an engineer, aerospace engineer, named Andrew Barth, and he used the hatch scans and drawings from the Smithsonian archives to reverse engineer each individual piece of the machinery. So every latch, every lever, every linkage, and you can see some of Andrew's amazing models here. So then we separated out each of those pieces, each mechanical piece of the structure, and we exported all the blueprints to CAD files. I then curated a group of 45 makers to replicate one part. So each maker had one piece that they had to create using these hatch files. So the only criteria was to make the part to exact scale, but the maker could work in any medium and any process they chose. So we had ceramic sculptors, woodworkers, machinists, prop makers, students, and everyone worked on a different piece. And then all the makers shipped their parts to the Air and Space Museum. And during the anniversary celebrations on a stage surrounded by 200 people, we unboxed everything and assembled the entire hatch in about 6 hours. So this is us during the build. As you can imagine, a lot of things went wrong while we were working on it, but we'll talk more about that later. A handful of our extended tested family also helped us out. So this is Sophie Wong and it's Stephanie, Kate Sabaker, Mel Ho. These are the MVPs of the build right here. And this piece now sits on display at the Udvar Hazy Center with the Space Shuttle Discovery and various other pieces of aerospace history. So here's a couple more pictures of the hatch. So that's the bird's eye view of some past projects, but I wanted to go behind the scenes a bit and share some more detail with you about some of the challenges we faced and things we learned along the way, because if you have any sense, these builds don't always go smoothly. I also, let's see, I don't know if I can link to a worksheet, but we can send that to you later. I put together a worksheet on building your own community build project if you're interested. In any case, so tips from the trenches. Here's an actual behind the scenes photo of a live build. I'm kidding, obviously. This is a very crowded kitchen, but that's about what it feels like when you're in the middle of one of these builds. It's dirty, it's hot, it's fast paced, everyone's bumping into each other. But you have to go into it knowing that it's going to be crazy and stressful, and so many things will go wrong. You won't sleep a lot. You have to kind of love that madness. You have to be willing to lean into it. I know for me, I kind of thrive on that rush. So there's ways to get involved though that are less consuming if you don't want to be right in the eye of the hurricane. So moving on to the tips. Tip number 1, improvise, 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 and when all else fails, let it go. So as much planning and organizing as you do, you will inevitably be building the plane as you're flying it. Challenges come up during the event and leading up to it, and you have to be resourceful, you have to think on your feet. And the better you've anticipated the possible scenarios, the better prepared you'll be for them. So during the Rosie build, one thing we did not anticipate, and looking back, it now seems really obvious, is how long the glue would take to dry. So we basically set up each layer of the sculpture on top of its blueprint, and then we glued all the faces together. And then as each layer was dry, we would stack them. But as we started to lift up each layer, the parts started falling off all over the place. And you can see, if you look closely, that Rosie's arm is actually held together with packing tape in some places. Her elbow is supported by 2x4s, and that's sort of the only thing holding the arm up. So clearly this is not ideal, but at a certain point you have to accept that you're going to do the best with what you have in the situation and just have to move on. Then during Project Egress, because everything came in so close to the wire, all the parts were showing up right at the last minute, we didn't have a chance to dry fit everything and test fit it beforehand to check all the tolerances. And when we were actually on stage with 200 people watching is when we had to solve for this. Even though the parts were made to spec, there's differences in the materials and the tolerances and all those things. So you're up there and you're sort of panicking in your head because things are not fitting, but we had Adam to work with, who is obviously a master problem solver. So we sort of hacked and grinded and shoved everything into place. But you also have to take a step back and realize that watching you solve problems in real time with real stakes is part of what makes this exciting for people. It's, no good story is without conflict. And every time we got past a little hurdle, every time we made something fit that didn't seem like it would fit, we got huge applause from the audience, which was very reassuring. So for SXSL, this might have been the most hectic of the build. So after we spent 13 hours building these letters, the day before the event, we met up at 5 a.m. to drive the truck to DC, and you have all your equipment and stuff checked out by Secret Service before you can go to the White House. And we sat in this parking lot for probably 3 hours waiting for our inspection. And people are calling me like, where are you guys? Why aren't you here yet? I'm like, the guys with the guns won't let us through. So we ended up getting in 15 minutes to spare before the event opened. And they escort you by motorcade to the location. And as soon as we parked the U-Haul with the letters inside, someone's like, you have 7 minutes, go, go, go. So just to give you a sense of the level of crazy of some of these builds. Moving on to tip number 2. So this is huge for community build projects because obviously you want to take care of your team. And often for various reasons, usually because projects like this are on a tight budget, a lot of the effort is a volunteer effort. You're not always paying every one of the participants. And the tip is to make participation worthwhile. So one of the most exciting things for me about these kind of projects is how many different creative skills people are bringing to the table. You really want to honor that and give folks as much of a stake and a role in authorship as possible. So we try to keep the guidelines specific where needed, but open to creative interpretation. So the guideline for Rosie was print a part in skin tones. The guidelines for egress were make this part to scale in any medium using any process you like. I also try to make the call to action really enticing. This is the pitch. This is how you get people excited about making the thing. So you pull out all the stops. This is the mission document that I designed for Project Egress. I've been researching tons of NASA documents from the 60s, so I tried to replicate the sort of antiquated feel and the sort of photocopied look. For some of these collaborators, we were just cold calling and emailing them, and I wanted to generate some excitement. And people said when they got this in their email, it felt like that they were invited to a secret club. Either that or they thought it was a total scam. The absolute most important thing about working with collaborators is to give people credit for their contributions. You really want people to feel compensated for their time and their energy and their resources. Everyone who is a part of the project should be acknowledged in some way. So with Egress, we put everyone's name on a plaque up front and center and attach it to the hatch so that those names will go down in history. And the object is part of the Smithsonian collection, so all these people's names will be in the museum with this thing that we all created. We also, there were some folks that came out to the build that day, so we had them actually sign their name on the hatch itself, and you can see there's some autographs there. Basically, I mean, you want to celebrate those contributions any way that you can. The draw for people to these projects is they want to feel like they're part of something. So you want to amplify and lift each other up. These are some of the folks that came out to Egress. But yeah, you should tag them on social, write a blog post, make commemorative t-shirts for the project or patches. And all the project documentation should list all of the collaborators with links to their websites and their social media. So with Egress, we got to do this really cool tribute where the Smithsonian went back and scanned our actual replica. So the hatch that we made, they scanned it. And we collected the artists' process photos and their bios, and we put together this interactive page so that you could go to the hatch that we built, and actually orbit around it and click on each part, and then learn about the person who made it and see images of their process. Tip number 3, be an expert communicator. So when communicating with your collaborators, clear, concise, timely communication is everything. Strangely, a job that prepared me the most for this type of work was working in a kitchen as an expediter, which is basically the person, it's sort of like the quarterback of the kitchen. You read all the incoming tickets, you tell the cooks what to cook, but you have to know sort of what's on deck. You have to know how long each dish takes to cook, how many reservations are about to sit down, and you're essentially setting the pace for the entire restaurant. This is what that ticket board looks like. So a lot of that relies on your organizational skills, but you also have to communicate really effectively with the line. So when you talk to the cooks in the kitchen, you would call out an order and the cook says back, heard, and that lets you know that the message was received, they heard you. There's a really great article about this in the New York Times about the role of the kitchen expediter that I just love. But anyway, you have to think about yourself as the expo. So you want to set clear project milestones ahead of time, even before you send out your call to action, and make sure each group understands what their deadlines are to make all the pieces fit, and also that they feel supported through the entire process. I keep lots of spreadsheets with to-do lists and timelines and tabs for parts management. And during the project, this is sort of where my entire brain lives. So like a Google Sheet or a Google Doc, and that way everyone can see the edits and see the updates in real time. So anybody who's working on it can go in and see what's happening. The irony of this is that during the build itself, when it's go time, if you've done your job, you can almost communicate without words. You're thinking, where did I put that hammer? And your colleague is handing it to you across the table before you even go to reach for it. There's this deep, almost telepathic communication with your collaborators. It's really cool. And you're in the zone and you're working with your teammates, and everyone knows what needs to happen next. All right, tip number 4, be resourceful in scouting, funding, and materials. So one of the biggest questions that always comes up about community builds is, where do you get funding? I will be the first to admit I have been extremely lucky in getting connected with Tested because obviously we have a bit of star power to draw from, and I've got to do builds for fairly large events with actual budgets that they can give us for the project, but you don't have to be working with Adam Savage or Tested to get funding to do a community build. If you can find an event that's taking place that you can pitch your project to, they usually have a budget for interactive stuff. So the way that usually works is like, I will look for an event, and if they want to do some type of community outreach, they want to get people engaged during the event, a build like this is a huge selling point for them. It lets people get involved beforehand, during, and after the event. So it's like a great return for them. Plus, you already have an audience built in because there's people going to the event, so you don't have to worry about playing to an empty crowd. So you can also sometimes look for local sponsors. There are companies sometimes that'll either give you a small cash donation, or they'll even donate tools and materials, because it's basically free advertising for them to have their name associated with a public art project. You can also raise funds in more traditional ways by hosting fundraisers or writing grants, or even crowdfunding platforms like GoFundMe and such. But I will tell you it's a lot harder. Another thing to consider when you're creating your project budget is to find ways to cut costs on tools and materials. Whenever possible, you want to try to use upcycled materials or found objects instead of buying new stuff, like buying new everything. So you can ask people to donate old fabric or cardboard or plastic, and that also means your environmental impact is less. Oh, right. And okay, so there are a ton of free resources out there to use for graphics and music and even image content that you can build from. And one super amazing resource I wanted to point out is the Smithsonian Open Access Program. It's basically a huge repository of media from the Smithsonian archives, and you can download it all and use it for free. Tip number 5, and I'm running low on time, so I'm going to try to. Oh no, not yet. It's only 11:30. Okay. Yeah, tip number 5. Pics or didn't happen. Okay, so as you can tell, I have pretty exhaustive documentation of these build projects. The thing is, I've only taken a fraction of these pictures myself. So when you're in the eye of the storm on build day, the last thing that you're going to be thinking about is, where's my camera? I've got to document this. So you want to have at least one dedicated person to be documenting the build as it's taking place. Ideally, that person is there with video or even a time-lapse camera, so you can capture the progress. And it could be a volunteer or even a dedicated events person. If you're at an event, they'll usually have some type of media person that's documenting all the action, and they'll want to capture that. But make sure that you also have the event covered too. During Project Egress, my friend Stephanie, she knew that we would want photos, so without even needing to be asked, she documented everything that day with a really nice camera, and I'm so grateful for that because now I have all these great portfolio pictures. It's also helpful to set up a media drop ahead of time so that people know where to upload their stuff afterwards. In terms of promoting the event leading up to and afterwards, I highly recommend having an event page. So people want to share what they've been a part of. You can write a blog post or a landing page on your website. We also try to create a unique hashtag for the project on social media so people can follow along in one place. With SXSL, the interactivity was actually centered around a hashtag. So not only could people change the color by tweeting at the sign, but it also drove social traffic for that event. So it's a win-win. There is a really great platform called walls.io that we use for the Rosie project. And it basically scrapes content from all the social media platforms. So Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and it pulls all of that content onto one page. So anything that uses that hashtag will appear on your wall there. There is a basic free version, and then you can also upgrade and have more control over how the page looks. Tip number 6, trust the process. So this is the last tip and probably the most valuable thing I've learned doing all these builds. And I relearn this in new ways every single time we do a new one. So no matter how well thought out and supported each one of these builds has been, there is a moment or even several moments when I'm in the thick of it, just in the weeds, and I take a step back and I think, we're not going to pull this off. There's no way we're going to pull this off. So with egress, tons of parts were coming in right down to the wire, and I was calling shipping companies trying to track them down. And at one point we looked at the clock during the build, and all the pieces were spread out all over the place. And we're like, what are we gonna do? There's not gonna be enough time. So we asked for help. With Rosie, it looked like not enough people were gonna claim all the parts. So without all the pieces being printed, we basically didn't have a sculpture. And then during the build, I can't tell you the terror when huge chunks of the layers started falling off and coming apart in our hands. And then, yeah, with SXSL, this one was just absolutely crazy. And to design and fabricate these giant letters and assemble them the day before they're supposed to be on the White House lawn, and then installing them in 7 minutes. The point is that there is a stage in every single build where I am sure we will fail. But every single time we found a way to make it work, and we screw things in and we glue them in and we fudge it until something sticks. The parts show up, the people come out, and we try to put on a hell of a show while we're doing it. I know that those sweating bullets moments are bound to happen, and you just have to push through them, and you lean on the ingenuity and determination of your team. And honestly, that struggle, that like adrenaline rush of the, can we do it? Can we make it? It makes it that much sweeter when you drive the final nail and the crowd cheers, because now you've been through something together. And that is the reason that I keep coming back for more crazy, and why I hope that you'll find your way into it too. So yeah, I guess I really powered through that very quickly. That's the whole presentation. So I don't know if anyone has questions. Let me see if I can get back to the chat here. Yeah, so does anyone have questions about community build projects? I don't know how this works with getting questions in the chat versus getting questions via YouTube. Let me see if I can pop over there. Also, I have a little bit of an allergy thing going on, so I'm a little sniffly today. All right, I'm gonna pop over and see if I can find the. Okay, no questions on YouTube. I just want to stop screen sharing. No, it's just me. Okay, question for Jen. What is my next community build project? That's a tricky one. So we had another one planned for this year with the Smithsonian, and we were going to do another live community thing. But because of what's going on in the world, it's not really safe to have a lot of people in one space. So that project got put on hold. There isn't anything specific scheduled for right now, but I am hoping that we can find ways to do more digital collaboration, since having a lot of people in one space is not a thing that we can do right now. I think there is so much opportunity for people to work together online. There's a really great website called hitrecord.org. I think it was started by Joseph Gordon-Levitt, and it basically takes one little nugget of media, and people from around the world will collaborate and continue to pile onto it. So it's kind of like an exquisite corpse that happens digitally. So someone will make like an animation, and then a composer from another country will compose a score, and somebody else will do digital graphics over top of it. So there's a really cool existing platform for people to collaborate digitally. That's a long way of saying I don't specifically have another build coming up, but I'm interested in exploring the possibilities for remote collaboration. All right, another question. I always hear about cool projects after they happen. Where can you look to get involved? I don't know for our project specifically. Sometimes we'll promote them on social and stuff. Honestly, like events, like tap into your local makerspaces, take a look at local sort of like maker publications if there's newsletters and things like that. It's mostly just about like being immersed in the community, and you'll get people to reach out. Yeah, I'm trying to think for our projects. I mean, I usually try to promote stuff on social in advance. People know where to find it, but yeah, there's lots of resources for ways to get involved. I don't know if there's any other questions here. Yeah. Let me see if I can find the YouTube. Oh, that's weird. Any other questions here? I can see myself. All right. Yeah, I don't see any other questions. I'm not sure what else to cover at this point. I see a bunch of people I know are on the chat. Thanks for coming, everyone. Also, I should totally shout this out because Dan is here and because this is an awesome resource. There is a maker event playbook, which is a collaboration with Nation of Makers and some of the folks that run different maker fairs, including Dan Schneiderman, who's moderating. It's on makereventplaybook.org, I believe, and I have just started to dig into it, but it's a huge repository of resources for people that want to lead or participate in community build projects. So if you're interested in doing your own build, you can head over there and check that out. It's a really awesome resource and really great people behind putting that together. So definitely check that out. Any thoughts on what a digital community build would look like? Of course. Digital community build. I mean, some of the ones that we've done have been sort of digital. Like We the Builders was very much a, people are getting the STL files, and that a lot of the people that are contributing are not actually physically present. We're getting parts from all over the world, but then we are building a physical thing. So digitally, I think one thing that comes to mind for me with digital is layering. So there's like, it's one thing if everyone's like sort of making a tile of a thing, but I really like the concept of hit record where someone is making one thing using one medium and then people are building on top of that with other mediums. So it's first one is maybe visual, the next one is music, the next one is something else, dance or whatever. And I think, the options for documentation, like for recording quality video and audio and sharing things digitally and even just like, sharing things over Drive, there's lots of opportunities for like live collaboration to happen. So it's not like you have to put a thing in the mail and send it and wait for somebody else to get back to it. Like everybody can kind of be in the thing all at once. Let's see. Yeah. Have you considered a community build in virtual reality? Yeah, I mean, virtual reality, that's interesting. I haven't got bit by the VR bug yet. I've only ever tried being in VR once. I mean, it's a great idea. I think it would be neat to do something. I don't know what the apps are to get into that, but it'd be neat for someone to use one of those like drawing or sculpting apps and build an environment that other people can then interact with and continue to build on. I think that would be really neat. And maybe there's an opportunity to also layer in like animation and music. Yeah. Another question coming through. How did you get started making? It's hard to pinpoint that. I have been making stuff. I think I came out that way. I was born that way. I started making stuff for like my toys. I just like, if I wanted them to have, I don't know, a sleeping bag or clothes or furniture, I just made stuff for my like Beanie Babies or my brother's G.I. Joes. And I was always just like building things that would change the environment, that would my environment, things that I wanted to see, that I wanted to create, I would just start making them. And then I started painting when I was like 10, I think. And that got me into art school. So I went down like the art school path and I studied fine art and sculpture and all that kind of like historical higher education level of art. And then after school, kind of went back a little bit and thought like, oh, I want to have this piece of furniture for my apartment. And I don't, it's like super custom. So I I started acquiring power tools and like teaching myself. I found a local tool library, which teaches classes on how to use different saws. I got involved at a local makerspace and got into laser cutting. So it was a long process and kind of figuring out that my people, my like community was the maker community and less so the fine art community. But yeah, I think getting into makerspaces and tool libraries and things like that was sort of what cemented my identity as a maker. Let's see. I'm interested in the virtual reality build concept. I like I said, I don't have a VR headset, but I wonder if there's any people out there that are already doing that are like building stuff remotely in virtual reality. Yeah, I don't know. We still have 10 minutes. I don't know. I don't have like a song and dance to fill the rest of the time. Do you ever keep parts of community projects after the builds? I don't personally keep the parts because in my mind it's like it's a thing that belongs to the community. It's a public art project. So usually the pieces get displayed wherever they're gonna live afterwards. So like Rosie's in a museum, the egress hatch is in a museum, the SXSL letters, I believe they're in a storage unit, but they're supposed to go to the Obama like foundation library afterwards, like as part of the, part of the display there. So no, I don't keep the builds. I'll keep memorabilia. So I have like somebody sent multiples of a Rosie piece. So I kept one of the pieces. I keep letters that people send, obviously, all the photos and documentation. I have a lot of sort of scrapbook type stuff that I save to remember it for myself. But yeah, when that many people work on something together, in my mind, it's no longer mine. It becomes something that belongs to the community. Do I ever make mini versions to sell as swag as a fundraising option for your next build? That is a great idea. We have considered that with the We the Builders. I don't know if I can try to show you something. Let me see if I can. I have my display cabinet here. Let me see if I can grab it. Okay, so that was tricky. This is a mini version of one of the We the Builder sculptures we made, very small version. And it's all attached by magnets. So like these pieces all come off. Ooh. All the sections have little magnets inside. So we have considered making these as like little puzzles that people could buy and and using the proceeds to fund the builds. So we love that idea. It just never got around to making it a thing, but I think that's fantastic. I think that'd be a great idea to make I also made a miniature SXSL. So yeah, well, I love that idea. You worked on any other fun projects in the past year? Yeah, I got to do a lot of fun projects. Let's see. In the last year, last year, I think around this time last year, we were getting ready for, I can't remember if it was New York or San Diego Comic-Con. For Comic-Con, Adam was making a no-face costume. He was making this huge, like sort of animatronic mouth with a draped fabric body. And he engineered the whole thing, but he needed myself and my other colleague to make a bunch of foam for No Face to eat, a bunch of foam food. So I got to carve all of these fake pieces of food out of upholstery foam. So I made like a huge hock of ham and some fish and some cake. I actually just got a chance to make another. This is obviously fake foam piece of cake for another project that I'm working on. yeah, so I get to do a lot of stuff to support Adam's builds. And then in terms of my own stuff, mostly just studio shop organization. This is my my home studio, and it's in a kind of weird situation because my living area is just outside of it. So I'm trying to figure out ways to kind of like contain the mess and also make it a functional workspace. So I've been doing a lot of just shop organization stuff, building like carts and shelves and stuff like that. Skeleton on the shelf behind you. Is there a story? It looks very Halloween ready. Yeah, that's the cat skeleton. That's something was in a storage unit that Adam was getting rid of, and I pulled it out of the trash. And it was like a plastic Halloween, like a white, you know, fake white looking skeleton, but I painted it black and I rubbed graphite powder on it. You can't really see it, but it's yeah, I just thought it looked cool and kind of like science lab-y to put up there. So that's what that's from. A lot of times I pick through the trash. If Adam is getting rid of something, I'm like, ooh, that's really great fabric. Why would he, you know, it's like scraps to him, but to me, I'm like, oh, I can save this for some. I'm a bit of a hoarder. That's the other problem. All right, 4 minutes left. I'm so curious what other people are building, if people have Halloween builds that they're working on. Oh, any tips on how to display projects? I really love the display case thing. Like, I don't know if you guys can see that. I've got very inspired by what's over at the cave. It's just like a glass case, and I haven't yet, but I'm gonna put some lights inside of there. So I keep all my project memorabilia in there. In terms of displaying the community builds, that's been a challenge. So especially if you're building something that's big, that's going to take up a lot of space, it's a really good idea to have that figured out where it's going to live beforehand, because there's nothing worse than getting done with a build and being like, whew, we did it, we're done. Okay, who's taking this thing home and where is it going to go? So I think getting in touch with either the event or a local museum or something is a great way to see if they want to display the work, even if temporarily, or to see if there's a way to part it out and let people take it home. Yeah. Any other last minute questions? Thanks. I'm just looking at YouTube comments. Yeah. Well, thanks everyone for joining today. Yeah, this was fun. It's so strange presenting to an invisible audience. But I hope this was fun and educational for you. I did put together a worksheet with some links to like the Smithsonian repository and other things that might be useful to you. I'll see if there's a way we can get that shared out to you afterwards. But yeah. Awesome. All right. Oh yeah, I see lots of people that I know here. Thanks everybody for coming. It's good to see that you're here, even if I can't see you. But yeah.
lunch.
Welcome back. Thanks for sticking around. There's a lot more makers coming right up.
Hi everyone, can you hear us? Awesome. I'm Christine. I'm the Executive Director of Magic Wheelchair, and today I'm joined by our Outreach Director, Scotty.
Hello.
And our cat, Marty, apparently.
Yeah, she won't stop attacking me, so I just am holding her.
We have Danny Masterson, our Build Program Coordinator, and David Ringwood, one of our lead fabricators in New York State. So today we're going to give you a little highlight about Magic Wheelchair, who we are, what we do, and why we do it, for those who might be new to our mission. And then we will go into some specifics about New York projects. We're going to let them kind of dissect their previous builds and answer any questions that you may have. And I think David's showing off his Magic Wheelchair coffee mug, which is available for purchase on our website. Let me share my screen. One moment. Danny and David, feel free to unmute yourselves and say hello.
Hi, everybody.
Hello. Greetings from New York.
There we go. Wonderful.
Good.
So we are Magic Wheelchair. We make costumes for kids at no cost to families. The ring light went off. I'm going to play a video now, so hang tight. I got it.
What makes a hero? Is it that he is fast? Or that she is strong? Does a hero really need a costume? Or just a big heart? Sometimes even heroes need a bit of help. And a little bit of magic. These are our heroes. They inspire us to do good. Magic Wheelchair, putting a smile on the face of every child.
It always does the double. Got it.
Makes a hero.
Sorry. I'm not tech savvy.
So that's our latest hero reel, and that is what we do. We build epic costumes for kids in wheelchairs at no cost to families, and we do so by bringing communities together around kiddos. Our whole vision is to bring their imaginations and their voices to life, and so we match kids with makers, builders, cosplayers, prop shops, you name it, with the ultimate goal of just bringing their ideas to life and making them feel like stars for the day or for the year, really, depending on what costume they ask for. So Magic Wheelchair was founded by my friend Ryan Weimer. His sons actually have spinal muscular atrophy type 2, which is the same disease that I have. We met many years ago with no idea about cosplay, and he started building costumes for his sons, and then we reconnected. I, in that amount of time, gained a nonprofit experience and degree, and so we joined forces, and we've just been growing this thing across the country, actually even worldwide. We've had a few boundary pushing builds in other countries. So what sets a magic wheelchair apart from maybe some of the wheelchair costumes you see in the market now available for purchase is that they are truly unique, one of a kind. It's what the kiddos dream up, and then we also add adaptive special effects to these costumes. So we check to see, what their mobility is. Can you reach and hit a button, or can you tap something with your finger? And then we try to take their self-expression to the next level with some pretty fun special effects. So the very first ever magic wheelchair that wasn't for the Weimer kids was this Quinjet from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and it had smoke in it, safe smoke. Scotty, what's your favorite special effect that we've had so far?
The pizza warmers that are in the Ninja Turtle van is by far my favorite add-on. I think it's super cool that he got to show up to his class party. That's what it was for. It's like Halloween school party. He showed up at his Ninja Turtle van and then got to dole out pizza to all the classmates. And it's broke down some like social barrier that was going on there. And so then he became like the cool kid in school. I mean, obviously when you give out pizza, you're the raddest around.
I don't need a costume, but I wouldn't mind a pizza warmer on my wheelchair. That'd be pretty handy.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Can you add that to the wish list, Danny, please? My pizza warmer.
Absolutely.
What about you guys? What have been your favorite special effects, whether it's your own or others that you've seen?
Go ahead, David.
Oh gosh, I like the lights in the Supergirl, the Justice League. That was really cool. Gosh, there's so many of them now. Got me on the spot.
The Justice League was cool when the Batmobile had Nerf darts and a GPS system. That was pretty sweet.
That's pretty cool.
I had to power down the Nerf darts because they were like bruising the builders.
It really flew out of there.
Exactly. So we make magic by, as we mentioned, matching builders with kiddos, and this is one of the examples of the intake. When they measure the wheelchair, we check, their mobility needs, what they love. We go through photos. It's truly their imaginations coming to life. And this is one of our, actually, Justice League kiddos, Kamaka. He became the Flash. And as you see in these photos, he loves popping wheelies and taking jumps. And we actually had to weight his costume down because he was trying to pop wheelies, and it was going to break the acrylic of his lightning bolts. So that was very, very funny. I'm gonna play this next video. This is another thing that sets Magic Wheelchair apart from any old costume is the partnerships and the experiences that we try to deliver surrounding these costumes. So I hope the audio is okay with this one. If you can't tell by our presentation, we like sizzle reels.
Yeah.
See, that was one of our partnerships with For the Win project. They help kiddos with serious illness. It always does this.
And we like them so much.
I like them so much, I'm going to play it again. There we go. They create these immersive Hollywood experiences for kids, giving them their own movie posters and trailers, and so they've paired up with us to provide that to some of our Magic Wheelchair recipients. So we're all about partnerships in the community, just to create these more epic moments for kids, whether it's at Comic-Con or just at a local party or a fire station, you name it. We try to bring it to life. And how we are able to pull this off is actually by supporting builders with other unique partnerships that we have. It's not mentioned on here, but one of the things we offer is a license to SolidWorks. So for those who are interested in 3D fabrication, 3D design, we can connect you with the SolidWorks crew to give you more tools to bring your build to life. We also have a partnership with the Stan Winston School of Character Arts. Now they're famous for Terminator and Jurassic Park. Stan Winston's the king of character creation, and his son and son-in-law are our founding board members, and they help us educate builders with special effects techniques. So if you're like, oh, I want to figure out how to make this weathered, or I'd like to give this a metallic finish, chances are there's a class on the Stan Winston School website that can help answer your questions. We also match builders with a build mentor, and we pay for the materials to make it happen. And there's so much more. I mean, we're pretty annoying. We're with you every step of the way, whether you want it or not.
You know, Stan Winston, that alone is just a wealth of knowledge. Absolutely.
Sometimes it's overwhelming if you're on a short turnaround. I've had some builders who actually use it as their reward. Like they finish the build and then they go geek out about their favorite movie and see how it's made and learn some new skills. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. I mean, like I said, there's no one right or wrong way to do this. We just have a whole pile of tools in our toolbox, and we try to help builders and kiddos bring these magical moments to life. Now, one thing we like to brag about is I think the day that set Magic Wheelchair apart was 2017. We showed up to San Diego Comic-Con with no permission, mind you. We just showed up on the sidewalk with Adam Savage and unveiled our very own Justice League, which you see here. This was a fun one. It brought many different techniques to the table. We had a vacuum-formed invisible jet for our Wonder Woman. We had an 8-foot solid foam Batmobile. That's the one we discussed with the Nerf darts. We have Supergirl. We had Aqua Girl. What was Kennedy? Why can't I think of characters' names right now?
I can't either. Oh yeah, there was
Flash.
Cyborg was
Flash.
Kennedy.
Yeah, my brain stopped as soon as you ask me something, and then it goes away. That's normal.
So this is our Justice League. And Adam Savage helped make it happen.
Yeah.
And I really feel like from this day on, we haven't had a day off. We've brought a Star Wars fleet to Comic-Con. We've done events all over the country, different maker fairs, different Comic-Cons. It's been really great. But we couldn't do it without our volunteers. It truly takes a village. All I do is click on stuff and stare at spreadsheets, and all of you with hands-on, building, moving and shaking, you're the reason that Magic Wheelchair has grown to be what it is. And I can't see who's on this, but I suspect we have some previous builders and some Makerspaces and hopefully some new prospective builders. So I look forward to working with you in the future and bringing magic to these kiddos. With COVID, we didn't know what the future held. I mean, I remember early in spring we thought it was just a few more weeks and we'd be back to normal. And so at first we thought, well, maybe we don't have a purpose. We weren't getting any traction. People weren't responding to us. We just questioned our existence because kiddos and families who are dealing with serious illness were more concerned about medical supplies and caregivers and PPE. And, we kind of stepped back and waited. And then once we had our Duff Takes the Cake video or episode air, which is really funny that we were on a cake baking show, we started getting requests for costumes, and we started connecting with folks who were ready and receptive. So we've totally changed the way we deliver. We used to be first come, first served, but this year we are building for families who think it's best that we do so now, whether we shouldn't wait. So we have some special reveals for you guys to see coming up here. I'm gonna mute this one. I'm gonna let Danny and David start chatting, but one last slideshow. This is just a highlight of some of our Makerspace and education builds that we have done in the last couple of years. I just love this one. You see some of the reveals and the group shots, but also some of our students hands-on, which is really great. Paw Patrol in Florida. So over the years, we've kind of scaled the way that we deliver resources to builders. When we started, the joke was just garage monkeys building at home. And then we discovered that we could take our existing build timeline and tweak the way we delivered those tools to makers. So we have a curriculum for schools to adopt. We have build plans for just people who want to build at home in their garage. We have plans for cosplayers. We have the developing curriculum, and we're working now even more to serve makerspaces. I think makerspaces function at a level that none of us were even prepared for. You guys just blow us out of the water, and we're so grateful to be able to work with all of you. What's it going to? I'm just geeking out looking at all the previous builds.
It's fun to look back.
I know, it's totally
Oh yeah,
fun.
I remember that.
I catch things different every time I see a photo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
that I
is
catch before.
we're talking to our Maker Faire family. This is the Florida Maker Effects build with Ian and Candy Cole. This is the base of Bumblebee, which I know many of you have seen.
That's one of my favorite builds. I love it.
So good.
Yeah, talk about special effects. That one was
It's amazing.
intense. All the electronics are next level. It's great.
So with that, I'm going to pass the torch. Tell me when to click next, you guys. I want to introduce all of you to one of our lead New York teams. They're called Ringmaster Builders. It's Danny and David, and they've done, I want to say 4 because you have 2 that are half went, but you've 3 completed, correct? And 2 in progress.
Yeah.
Yes. David, go ahead. You want to start?
Sure. I had heard a little bit about Magic Wheelchair, and Danny is more into fabrication and has been doing a lot than I have, and was talking about it, and I was getting all geeked out about the idea because I do cosplay at Comic-Con, and I did art when I was in high school, and in the nicest way of trying to get her to, help recruit me, I kept saying, "Oh, and do you need people to help you with this?" And so it was a really great idea to get connected. And the first one we did was the Dennis's Land Speeder, which I'm a big Star Wars fan anyway. So the idea of putting this together, I was not into engineering when I started this, but I've had to learn a lot and learned a lot about math and things like that. But learning how to fabricate, and so doing Dennis's, we had a couple aha moments, and we've learned every single time we've done a build. And hopefully it gets a little easier every time we do it. So we have a little, some things we have prepared. The one for Dennis, we were extremely pleased the way it turned out. We had never put something together like this before. And I think we have some pictures, but putting the framework together. So it was looking at other builds that had been done before and seeing how they had done it. And that's the other great resource about Magic Wheelchair is everyone who's gone before you is more than happy to share the little hints and tricks that they have found out. And it's a big network about if you have a challenge about something, is put the question out there and people will respond. And that's been really great and supportive of Magic Wheelchair in addition to the administration of the organization. But, getting all these other people who are doing this because they love to do it. And so, finding out when to do some measurements, that was a big, the first one we did is we took measurements and then it was just, oh gosh, double checking that idea of, measure twice, cut once. And someone that told me years ago, measure thrice, cut twice. but every time we do it, we learn something. So this is one of the more recent ones in finding out all the different dimensions and how. The other thing too, begin with the end in mind. How is the kiddo going to need to be able to access it and use it, and what are their abilities? When we look at the one for Dennis was very bright and very responsive, but he didn't have the ability to flick any switches. So the whole control pad in his was right in front of him. So people would lean over and communicate with him and interact with him and press the buttons for him, and he loved hearing them. And so it got people to, you know, in a whole different level of working with him in a way they hadn't probably expected to. But he was always very responsive to everything. So it was really great seeing that kind of interaction that, you know, was kind of built into the wheelchair. Danny, do you get anything to add with maybe Dennis's to start? Because you're the one that got me into this. Because I kept asking him to let me join.
He pushed his way in on the team.
Pushed my way in.
No, I think you covered it with Dennis. I mean, I'm glad that we went back, like you said, the aha moments, and I know of two. One was right before we finished, where we actually had to go back and measure the frame again, and thank goodness we did, because his body changed, so they had to adjust the chair, and they changed it a few degrees, which would have been a big problem in a sense, reveal day, as far as getting it to fit.
Right. Could have been problematic.
And then the other issue, well, not an issue, but remember when we had just finished, and it's 1 a.m, we're sitting looking at it, and I knew something wasn't right. I said, yeah. And here, 8 hours before the reveal,
we thought we're all set, and we say, but there's one, we really wanted to make it look as much like the land speeder as possible. And if you look at one of the back photographs of it, the painting and everything, we tried to match it. We had photographs to try and match everything. And it was just one thing that wasn't quite working. And we both looked at it and said,
there's no back seat.
There's no back seat. And so, at that moment, it was getting the pieces and putting it together that night. And it just, I think it made us feel much better. And I think it really made a really terrific build. This slide you have right now on that right side shows you that's actually the framework underneath the land speeder. And there's another challenge too. You get PVC piping that's all straight, and you have to find something that's round. And so it's being very ingenious and seeing what's out there. And there's opportunities of walking up and down the aisles of Home Depot and Lowe's and Harbor Freight and looking to see what's on the shelf and seeing how you can utilize it in a different way. So the PVC piping was good, but to get the round, there's actually there's rolls of PVC piping that's already, and so we use that. And then to make the sides, it was getting pool noodles, and so it's finding out what kind of materials to work with other materials, how to connect them, how to make them, work with each other. And then there's also the challenges out of painting. So Danny had lots of ideas and, talked to a lot of people about how to make some of the paint work on it. But I think we're very happy with the way it turned out. I think what was different with Dennis's is that his rode on top of his chair. The challenge that we had with Noah is that their family goes to Ren Fair in Tuxedo, New York. And luckily I've been to Ren Fair, so I know what it's all about. And there's a lot of terrain on it. So his particular wheelchair was more along the line of to be able to use like a stroller, so you could go over bumpy things. And so we wanted to design the costume that the family could use it over terrain. And so you're looking right now at the hook fang, and inside we made bigger wheels so it would make over rocks and things, and very sturdy with the wooden PVC framing, and also attached it so that it was always on bungee cords, so you could move around, but it would never hit the chair, but it would move with it if you had to. And it was, so you can go up and down terrain. So these are some of the things we found out.
This one especially was very lightweight, because I remember my niece, who was a year and a half, was able to push this around, with just her 2 little hands. She's a year and a half walking around. So this is very lightweight.
This was when we found out. Well, actually, we started with vinyl sheeting on the land speeder, but then in order to make it the wings for the hook beak, it worked out tremendously to be able to wrap it and cut it, and learning how to cut it and attach it to the PVC. And that was the other great thing, is to try and make it as lightweight as possible. And then also the way this is designed is that the head can come off, and on, so you could attach it. And so in order to transport it, you could go into 2 smaller pieces. So the head can actually fit inside of it if you put it in the back of a car or a van. So that's the other thing we look at too, is, you know, how are the family going to be able to get it back and forth and utilize it and be able to use it as many opportunities as possible for the kiddos.
What do we have? Oh, this, yeah. So this was Ben's build.
Yes.
The top, this was the one we did last year. The graveyard, which actually I really loved. I loved that it was out of foam. It was lightweight, but he was coming out of the crypt, which, you know, was fantastic. He wanted something scary, gory, creepy. That's what he asked for. And I figured, you know, something, I said, we can do scary and creepy. Kind of can't really do gory on something like that. But we put a leering skeleton that sat on top of the crypt that kind of went back and forth, you know, on a small mechanism that David put together. So this had fog, that had lights, and it had everything. It was scary and creepy.
Is figuring out how to put a battery on it so that everything can work off the battery. And then the motor for the figure on top and the lights underneath and the smoke machine all worked off this battery. And then it was finding the place to put it so that it was, you know, self-contained. And that was kind of fun to do. And then Danny with all the fabrication and, you know, the skeleton on the front and the sculpting and everything to make it look like a mausoleum. And this is only a part of it, but, you know, the full effect. And I think that, you know, Ben and his family were very happy the way it turned out. Just talking about finding things you could find on the side, the lower left is the land speeder. And in order to make that side piece, that's actually foam for like floor mats.
Yep.
And routed it out so that it would make that effect.
Yeah, we put, can you go back one, Christine? So yeah, we did, if you look at the land speeder, what David's speaking of, that mat was just flipped over and cut on a CNC. And same with the trim and on the crypt. That stuff was all cut out on CNC as well. You can move forward, Christine.
What I love about every magic wheelchair and kind of why we threw together these photos is just how unique details are and how they can come together. Some things can look so overwhelming. Like, how did they make that? When chances are it's at your local hardware store or you know someone who can help make this happen. Whether it's a CNC or a 3D printer. I think there's an aspect of every build that's for everyone. But this slide was really just to highlight the unique details that you guys came up with. I love all of them.
You would never, sorry, you would never think that a floor mat, that you could just flip it over and throw it on a CNC and that it would work. You know, you'd think it would just be torn to shreds.
And here's the floor mat completely in action with your weathering. What did you guys use to weather the spaceship?
We did it ourselves.
That was different paints and things. And then on the front, the other challenge that we had is on the actual land speeder, and gosh, I had lots of photographs to try and do this, but the effect of making it look like a big gouge in the front. And we didn't want to cut the front of it. We didn't want to cut into it because we're, you know, once you cut it, it's not going to come back. And come up with the idea of using gaffer's tape and kind of put it out and wrinkled it and then painted it. And when we tape that on the front, the effect is that it looks like it's a gouge, but actually it's 3D coming off of the front of it. So that's been really cool too, that, you know, finding things like that. We just
you know,
had a lot of fun with that.
When we're at a couple of the different cons with the land speeder, that was one of the first things that people would look at and they would say, wow, it's even got the gouge or the scratch in front. So they were really checking it for how accurate it could possibly be. But yeah, that's definitely one of my favorite parts of the land speeder.
I love that. And that's such a great technique that I had never known about. We did the Jurassic World builds at Universal Studios, and you'll see, if you look at those photos on our Instagram, there's some scratches on the side of the Jeep from the dinosaur. And it was the exact same technique with tape and just a little airbrushing of silver. So super cool. You guys are so talented. See, now we looked at how you did the details, and then I've got just some close-ups of each build for you guys to chat about, and then we can either answer questions go back to videos. But
I'll just say that another example is, working with other people that are willing to help out, and someone helped out with, fabricating the head. The paint job of Danny's is amazing, and someone helped to sculpt that to provide the head for the build.
Yeah, that was awesome. So they gave you a foam head. Had it been hard coated?
Yes, to a point it was. We had to do a few things to it, but yes, it was pretty much ready to go. Of course, I like to change things a little bit and add our own, flair to things. But yeah.
So, two things that I love about this: the wings are pool noodles, correct?
They're pretty much pool noodles.
They're actually pipe insulation. Yep, they're pipe insulation.
And you just cut them down the middle. That's so
Cut them
cool.
down the middle and then tapered the ends to make the points. And so it looks really kind of cool, but they're so soft. It's crazy.
What you probably don't see there, which David will tell you, it was a little tedious, is the trim. There's a trim on there that is going around the top because that is actually pretty sharp, the edges of the that PVC sheeting that we have there, right, David?
Yes.
And what was the car? It was the car detailing trim.
Well,
right?
yes. I had found when you open up a car door, they make a trim that goes along the edge so it doesn't bump, but it's thin enough and it has glue inside of it. It attaches. And so it was finding that and cutting it to all the pieces. So the edges that were sharp were then all covered. So there's nothing there that was going to hurt anybody.
And it didn't bend very well in 30-degree weather.
Yes. So when it got warmer, it did. But the idea of then when you look inside, you can see the framing because and again, you got to build with the end in mind, is that the idea was to make the wings go up. So I was making that PVC and finding shapes that would make it match, and then covering it, and then drilling and putting all the screws in it to hold it onto it. And so that was a lot of fun. And then you see a little bit of it, but even the toes coming down on the front, because he had to have these little hooks on the front of his wings, those are actually foam as well. So there's not, they're very pointy, but they're very soft. And just quickly, that's his family, and his dad is he likes to do cosplay too. And I guess this show Viking, he plays a character. The dad makes all that stuff, and he made Noah's outfit as well. So they helped as well. Which is great.
So I noticed the head is somewhat matte. How did you get the eyeballs so shiny? What did you use?
Actually, I used, it was just a paint, just a regular acrylic paint, and then I put a gloss over top of it.
Yeah, it almost looks like that, the plastic resin. It's that shiny from here. That's really cool. And then remind me, guys, so another thing that we like to do with Magic Wheelchair, when it's safe, is try to make these reveals really epic and bring in, take them to events or have personalities. And the man on the right is a voice actor, and he was the MC of the reveal, correct?
Yes, it was. That was at the. That wasn't Hudson. That was.
I was at the gallery. It was a kids.
Yeah, but it was a different kind of Comic-Con they did. It wasn't Hudson Valley Comic-Con. There was a new one they did there.
It was a kids. It was a kids con type thing.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, so he's a voice actor. Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Yep, Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Yeah, and he was
terrific.
Yeah, he was wonderful. He didn't mind at all, and he came up and kind of did his own little bit. So we had to discuss the Magic Wheelchair way.
Yes, and he was great. He was just he's so comfortable with a microphone, and so he just kind of commanded everybody's attention, and right in the center court, which was a lot of fun. And there's a second floor, so everybody's around watching it, and he made it very loud and public, and everybody got to see the reveal. And then Noah and his family, we got them all set up, and then they took them all around the mall for a couple trips so that people could see it. And that's what was really great, is everybody reacting to Noah just looks really great, that's really cool. And he would just sit there and wave. He was like the Queen of England, just waving at everybody as he went by.
I like the fact that I'll go back to him for a minute for that he was the MC. We saw him at another reveal or another con a few months later, or maybe it was a year later, whatever it was, and he remembered us. So that's nice to have that relationship.
Yeah.
And you never know. I mean, we may do a build for something like that. He may just refer us to other people, but that we have that relationship now. That's what I really
Yeah,
like.
because Marty does a lot of these things. He's Marty Grabstein, and Marty does a lot of these. And it was really fun to have him that involved with this. And, again, he chats about it, but it was really great seeing him later and, making that connection. That's what's really great.
We've had a lot of fun meeting voice actors. I know at Comic-Cons, you see a lot of the front-facing celebrities from TV and movies, but voice actors have been a lot of fun for the kids.
Right.
Particularly Beast Boy, right?
Yeah.
Where were you, in Texas?
Yeah.
It was Aiden.
So Greg Sipes, our light keeps dying here. Greg Sipes is the voice of Beast Boy on Teen Titans. And then we did a DeLorean time machine Back to the Future build for a little kid in Texas, which was a crazy event. And we took him to meet Michael J. Fox and Christopher Lloyd, and it was amazing. But Greg Sipes,
He's in the hallway, walking by.
Yeah, he's in the hallway, he's walking by. We know him from previous events. He's a really nice guy, and he's a good friend of Magic Wheelchair now. But you wouldn't know. I mean, he's a voice actor, right? So you don't see their faces. But he came over because he saw the DeLorean sitting there. He's like, whoa, this is amazing. But he did it in like Beast Boy voice, like, wow, this and that, whatever. I can't do it. but then Aiden like looked up, he's like, I know who you are. Like it was wild. Like just the voice. He was like, what? Like, I know who you are. It was a cool weekend for him. He got to meet Beast Boy and
Tara Strong.
The
voice of Bubbles from Powerpuff Girls.
Right. And then Michael J. Fox and Christopher Lloyd, all in like
that's
an hour window. Yeah. Actually, it was like pretty overwhelming for him, I'm sure.
I think what's fun about what we try to provide is it's more than just a costume. It's relationships with your community and your builders. I know many teams that continue to meet with the families and tweak or edit the costume or help them adjust things on their wheelchair. But then also just those star moments. The reveal is special for everyone, but there's always those special moments that happen after the reveal where there's this little twinkle in their eye where it clicks for the kiddos and they're like, oh yeah, I'm a star, I'm cool. That's just so much fun.
You also touched on something else that's important, but for Halloween, so I did another flash build, not the one that we've seen on here, but I did one for a local kid in Portland, and his mom after the fact was telling me, they used it for Halloween and they went trick-or-treating around the neighborhood, which pretty much every neighborhood or in that neighborhood, every house has a bunch of stairs. Yeah. So he can't really go to the door and, get candy. But the Magic Wheelchair, I put a bunch of lights in it and made it, it's flash. It's got to look like it's electric. And so he's obviously 40 feet away down on the street. You can see him like glowing, and everybody would come out of their house like, oh man, what is that? That's amazing. And so he got to, they brought the candy to him. He didn't have to go up there and have that as being a barrier to him. He still got to trick or treat and do the,
catalyst for inclusion is what
right.
We say, unless you're terrifying, like Ben. No. So this is the one we were just chatting about. So this rolls, it's on casters, right guys?
Yes.
And I think you saw in the previous slides the skull that was CNC'd. There it is, finished and painted. And the skeleton on the back eerily rotates just slow enough, just fast enough that it really creeps you out.
That was just a plain bag of bones skeleton from I think Party City or Home Depot that I completely corpsed out. And believe it or not, the whole technique that I did on that I learned from Stan Winston School a couple years ago, which I thought was fabulous. And so yeah, I mean and it's waterproof. So if that skeleton gets left out, it's not gonna, it's just gonna weather a little better.
What did you use on the skeleton? What is that orange material?
So it's actually latex, barge cement, and then I used Copic inks. So it's 99% alcohol with a little bit of the Copic ink, and I did it as a wash.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I like how the presentation about magic also includes how to corpse things out.
Yes. And and then doing this, what's really great is that a lot of that is foam, so it's very lightweight because Ben, it's a motorized wheelchair, so he was able to drive wherever he wanted to. So that was really great about his. And it was also set up so that the width, it was less than 32 inches wide, so it could go through doorways. Because once it gets into this, it's a little bit to put him in, and you don't want to have to move him in and out. So this was wide enough to go in and out of doors, and even the top slanted in so that the outside looked over like it overhangs, but it actually is still within that 32 inches. And there was also a light inside of the lantern. So there was a light bulb in that too. So that was kind of creepy. You really don't see it here. There you see the smoke, but underneath was green lighting that was underneath that kind of glowed underneath the whole costume.
That's so awesome.
And Danny did all the makeup on him. So he was like, and when she was preparing him, she didn't tell him what he was going to look like. We didn't have a mirror nearby. And so, we were kidding around saying, oh, it was a baby outfit, or, we were joking about what she was making him up to be. But I think he was really happy with the way it turned out.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he was in full prosthetics for that. And then he said, please add some blood. Okay.
Yeah.
He was very specific in his application. I remember bloody, scary, and creepy, gory.
Yeah. Yep.
So we always joke, you never know what the applications are going to ask for. And we hear Star Wars and superheroes and princess carriages all day long. And so when someone writes bloody or creepy, it definitely catches our eye in the application. It's super funny. So I think we just I can pull up more photos, but I didn't know how we're doing on time. If you are interested, here's our call to action. Interested in getting involved, whether you want to build, volunteer, or fundraise, you can apply online at magicwheelchair.org to build a costume. When the world is back to normal, you can attend a Comic-Con with us and represent Magic Wheelchair. And also all day long, spread the word on social media or within your own networks and build teams. We appreciate that very much. And if you are interested in donating, we have the option to donate online, which goes to fund materials. We have a crowdfunding feature where you can actually launch your own fundraiser, either on the website or on Facebook. And you can also shop on Amazon. And there's a few more now that we can add. If you're interested in live streaming, we have the Twitch feature unlocked. So whether you're live streaming in gaming or live streaming in building, whatever you're doing on screen, you can solicit donations while you stream to your fans, and choose Magic Wheelchair as the recipient. So I'm officially going to this slide because I just saw the time, but if anyone has questions, or if Danny and David, you want me to go back and show anything, please do so. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's very different. We miss being at Maker Faire for sure.
Yeah, it's weird to not talk to people.
Throw buttons at you guys. I miss throwing things at you from the booth.
Candy.
There you go. And the other great thing is, seeing the kids when they get it and the families, and they're so excited. And I think that's the other thing too, is that it's not just the costume. It really is a unique experience for the kiddo and his family. There's nothing like it. And it's so great to watch and be a part of it.
And you really can't predict it. I mean, for some kids, it is being the star of the show with the crowd around them and cheering for them. And for others, it's a different magical moment that happens later. And I think that's what I love about it, is that every single one is different. And, sometimes we wonder, oh, was that fun? And then we get a text from mom at 2 a.m. saying, they made me set up their costume next to their bed and they wanted to touch it all night.
Yeah.
So it's just, you never know how it's going to click for them, but it's really rewarding for
And it's fun. We work with each of them to show the families how to put the costume together, because Ben's was a little bit more intricate. It still broke down and be able to put it in the van, but showing them how to do it. And then when they actually had Halloween that year, they showed us a video of what he looked like in the neighborhood, of driving around the neighborhood. It was a lot of fun.
had to mute myself with the dog situation. Does anyone have any questions? Feel free. Let's see, are we in the chat? I think we are.
What is the website? Magicwheelchair.org.
Correct.
.org, not .com. We're
Right.
also
ORG.
Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, just at Magic Wheelchair. Feel free to check us out right now. So like I said, with COVID, we've had to scale back quite a bit. We were uncertain if we would be able to deliver anything this year, but we have been able to arrange for 8 very special safe reveals in the next 2 weeks. So if you don't follow us on Instagram or Facebook now, I would highly recommend doing so. I can't even tell you right now, but we have 2 secret surprises on the 24th that I should just stop talking because I might
They're
say
huge.
it.
Just follow us.
Okay. Ooh.
It'll be epic.
It'll be
Epic. Right.
Epic. Rad.
It'll be
Yep.
rad. Rad's a good word.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anybody, we mentor builders from all walks of life. It's that simple.
It's gonna be cool.
All right, let's stop.
We gotta go.
Well, thank you for doing a great experience with the Empire State Maker Faire with doing this. Everything's kind of crazy this year. I work with nonprofits and events, and congratulations on pulling this together.
Yeah, good job, guys. We missed you so much. We can't wait to see you again. Hopefully we can do a reveal in person as soon as
Yes.
so. And if not, we'll have to get crafty. I know, Dan, your crew are so brilliant. Maybe we can do a virtual reveal of sorts. So just planting some seeds because I wanna keep the magic going, and we'll be flexible and make it happen. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks all.
code.
If the researchers have done a good job of programming what they want the design to do, the computer is quick to point out any breakdown in their logic. The computer is quick to point out any breakdown. The computer is quick, breakdown. The design is complete.
One, two, three, 7.
This condition is called critical.
Stop right there. Don't touch that button. The Empire State Maker Faire isn't over yet. We still have a ton more makers left. Stick around.
Hello, everyone. How's it going? I am Megan. I'm going to remove my mask. There's no one else in the building. We made sure of that. And I'm going to welcome you to the Foundry. So this is the Foundry. We're in Buffalo, New York. And come on in. All right, this is our lobby. The videographer of the day, is that the word, is our education director, Deb Sarlin. She is holding the camera right now. This is our main lobby, and I'll give you a little bit of a back history around how the Foundry got started. I'm sure similar to some of you guys out there. My background's in woodworking, and I was running my own business looking for space, and ended up finding a warehouse and ended up with my shop in here. Fast forward, added a bunch of different tenants who were similar makers looking for support in learning how to run a small business. We focus in our small businesses primarily on women and people of color, although we support everyone in here, and you'll see as we go throughout. The other half of our mission is really about teaching young people about making and also how that intersects with entrepreneurship. So we have some programs that we'll talk about as we go through the tour. We're going to wander around and stop by a few of the different spaces, businesses, and then we will show some of our makerspaces as well. So just to give you an idea, because if you've been watching some of the other spaces, we have about 25,000 square feet, and let's see, I think 25 to 30% are businesses, and the rest is sort of a mix of us and some other educational nonprofits that we work with and we partner with. So we are going to get started. If you can see what Deb is showing you, all of the spaces have been built out. So if you can imagine 7 years ago, we didn't have any walls, and we used to host huge, gigantic parties in here. All sorts of fun, like we had Bread and Puppet in here, and all sorts of performances, and have since built out the space in collaboration with Western New York Youth Build, which is a partner program. And they are a construction trades program. It's a 9-month program where they learn all different construction, and helped us build some of these spaces that you'll see. And so we will go off on our tour. So normally it depends on the day. People always ask like how many people are in here. Obviously with COVID, I think, people have been a little challenged in terms of when they arrive and when they leave. We try to make sure that there is a safe number of people at any time.
But it's also a beautiful day in Buffalo, and it's potentially the last gorgeous Saturday of the fall. So I think Megan and I are the only two in here today.
Yes, which is helpful because we have a all mask policy. So
which we are violating today because it's just the two of us, and we are part of a pod, as they are saying. The Corona Pod.
So Deb just passed one of our makers, the Bullhead Graphics. So Sam runs a printing company and has large format printers in there, also some vinyl cutting and cutting equipment.
And what's really great about having these adults on site is then the kids that we are working with get a sense of the different skills that the expert small businesses are developing as they create their own levels of expertise in similar areas. The other cool thing about this corridor is that youth build group that is here in the different shops learning were originally responsible for making all of these sliding doors and creating all of the walls that separate the different spaces that the adult businesses use. One empty space. Is anybody interested in coming into Buffalo? And
if you live in Buffalo, come and join us.
or even if you don't, come,
or move.
come move.
We got Deb here. She's not originally from Buffalo, so I always like to point out the giant doors here. So we have some pretty fantastic skilled woodworkers on site. And these giant doors, which are about, 12 feet tall or something, were made from old, what are those? Seats in gyms, bleachers. So it was old bleacher seats that got repurposed. So this is a open space that we have a lot of different community events in. Obviously, a little bit more without COVID, but we used to have Rock the Mic every month, which is an open mic session. You can come in and try out all sorts of different lyrics. Really, the idea is making creative opportunities for people to come in that wouldn't normally identify as makers or entrepreneurs, but then they sort of soak in the entrepreneurial spirit. And we've had some success in working with them and seeing some folks come in through our programming and stuff. So this is also, we do some classes in here. So we've been working with our youth entrepreneurship class in here. So they meet 2 days a week, learning about the basics of making and how do you convert into e-commerce and make money in the business ideas that you have. So those are 11th and 12th graders that we're working with this year. Stop at this one there.
Sure.
We are going to start into our first space, our first makerspace shared area. So we're going to start in here. This is our textile lab. Deb, do you want to talk about it? Or?
Sure. So Megan created in the woodshop these wonderful Murphy bed-like tables that can drop down and enable 8 different practitioners to come and take a class in, for example, quilting. And we can reconfigure the space if instead we're using the space for a crocheting class, and then drag the tables into the center of the room and grab our crochet needles and our yarn and repurpose it for different events in here. In each of the community maker spaces, we're really working on having tools in here that are associated with hand making and hand building, as well as computer assisted design. So in the back, you see that there's a computer here in this textile lab, and that enables us to create files that then we duplicate on the embroidery machine. So there's computer assisted design work that takes place in the textile lab or the tech lab or the metal shop or the wood shop. And so we have tools associated for that computer assisted design process in each of the spaces, as well as the crochet hooks and the knitting needles and the different potentials for quilting in this space as well. And in this space, we do a lot of sew electric projects. Here are some leftovers from the last group of, was it 6th graders or 8th graders? I think it was 8th graders. 8th graders making stuffed animals with little embedded circuits for younger kids. And if you press the nose of the little animal, the embedded sensor underneath the nose, which is a touch sensor and is hidden by the felt, becomes activated and the circuit works and the eyes light up. And so we have a that was a great design and build and learn more about circuits and electricity and STEAM-based education. And we also have old-timey making things as well. Yeah, we have some looms as well. So we're walking through one of the other corridors that holds a not-for-profit, a number of different makers.
Yeah, resin artists. Resin casting.
And Beth does a lot of metal as well as mixed media. And this is a really interesting space. Drew uses the wood shop to construct bird feeders, and then the laser to cut design elements that are inside of those bird feeders. He's transitioning from using Frank Lloyd Wright only designs to having built a number of his own designs, and so is in the process of transitioning over from that, using a very famous architect's work to now designing his own images. You can't really see back there, so I'm going to pivot over this way back to Megan, and now we're going to go into the tech lab.
So I mistakenly didn't charge my battery, so we are gonna make a pit stop and plug in while we are in the tech lab. So this is the tech lab. We have 3D printers in here, so many Makerspaces. We use M3Ds to get started. So if you're not familiar with those, there's a bunch of them sitting around.
Yeah, we've got a teaching set of the M3Ds, and we're in the process now of using the Wazer to cut glass plates for the bottom of them. If anybody is familiar with M3Ds, you know that the plates at the bottom of those printers are not great. So it's fun to have, or it's important for us to have many different spaces here. As I said, in the wood shop, Megan made those tables for the textile lab. In the wood shop, she made the caddies to hold the filament for M3Ds and for 3D printing generally. And so in the DigiFab lab, we're cutting glass plates for the, oh yeah, we also use the Glowforge laser to hold for some filament holders. And M3Ds, a couple of handmade 3D printers, a large, I think this is, there was some crazy, the Glacial Summit.
Oh yeah.
We were given a in-dimension Glacial Summit right before COVID hit. One of the fans died, so we've yet to replace that fan. You can see we've taken it apart a little bit, but so large scale 3D printing, as well as these little monsters that help us get started, especially with kids. Although we do a lot of adult intro to 3D printing in this space too. We have tinkering space and areas for members and for supervisors to do soldering quietly in the back. And then we have our laser setup. We have both an industrial laser that we call the Red Monster, and one of our Glowforges is here in the tech lab for educational purposes. We do a lot of work in here with sensors. So Megan waved her hand over our little nightlight in the back, laser cut, student designed nightlight project. But then we also have one of our board members is very active. He has set up a whole bunch of boxes throughout the Foundry that read the temperature, sense the temperature, and if the temperature gets too cold in here, those sensor boxes automatically kick on the overhead heat throughout the Foundry. So again, a nice way of bringing together adult expertise on site and pointing that out to the students and examining the innards of boxes like that to then create other kinds of projects like kid designed sensor driven nightlights. And we made about 10 of those. We've got to do another one of those. Heading on into the next corridor that will lead us to the wood shop.
You want to skip that direction?
Oh, why do you feel like we should go swing by and just look at some of the other adults? Yeah, sure.
So we have an upstairs, is about 5,000 square feet that we just renovated. Western New York Youth Build's a great partner of ours, and they're upstairs, and they have between 30 and 60 students throughout the year that they work with. They have classrooms upstairs, and then they use all of our spaces downstairs as well. And then we also collaborate with them on a manufacturing training, advanced manufacturing training, which is largely about computer design, but also learning about like metalwork as well, because we're partnered with local companies to just teach more about some of the stuff that they do, so that students might have like a head start in terms of potentially working in those fields.
So we were one of the lucky recipients of the match grants that came down through the SBA to help fund that. Again, we teach kids how to solder, and then we have these amazing on-site practitioners who use similar tools to the tools that we're trying to teach the students how to use. And Abe Glass and Bridget here redoes a lot of the broken and older leaded stained glass in the area. Wonderful practitioner, also does her own new designs. Inclusive Theater of Western New York is a wonderful partner to have here at the Foundry. They do theatrical production with kids who we don't necessarily think of as performers, kids who are on the autism spectrum, who are in wheelchairs. Their most recent project here was Shakespeare in the Parking Lot. And so kids write and perform, and adults as part of the Inclusive Theater of Western New York, and they're a wonderful group to have on site. They also do a lot of prop work. You can see a really nice tree in the background, but I can't get in there to show you the whole thing.
And now we're gonna head back toward the wood shop. So it's funny, you know, our staff is sort of, we have a really small staff. We only have four staff really, but we seem to be split along our different skill sets. So I'm obviously, you know, I talked about being in the wood shop, so that's sort of where I feel most comfortable. And so we have a nice group of individuals that we're able to sort of share with each other all the sorts of skill sets that we each have our own expertise in.
Yeah, like I don't know anything about wood, and so love to defer to our expert in front of us. And then we have some folks on site who have some real printing chops. Do you want to talk about the history of? I love that little round wood puck.
Yes, so I was in the wood shop running a commercial business, making bottle openers. It was a commission from a brewery, I think, and so they had asked me to do that. I was like, sure. You know, we were making several hundred of them, and the guy who was in here was making a completely different business, and he was actually cutting up wine glasses. If you're very familiar with, I'm sure you've seen them at art fairs and stuff, where you have a plate that it's a melted wine glass or wine bottle. He was doing all that sort of stuff and just trying to find a way to quit his full-time job. He saw the thing that I was making, and he's a huge hockey fan. So he was like, oh my gosh, could I, you know, jump off that idea and make something? And so he makes bottle openers out of hockey pucks. He also has a UV printer, which, you know, he owns it. But what's beautiful about Makerspaces, as you all know, is that people tend to like to share with each other. So oftentimes we rely on his expertise in order to get certain things printed with him. So it's able to print on pretty much any
surfaces,
any sorts of surfaces. And if you're familiar with going to the dentist, it's a very similar process where the curing happens once the UV light shines over the ink that's printed. So he does bottle openers out of golf balls and baseballs and hockey pucks.
And was called during the last Christmas season one of the 10 best gifts during the holiday season for men.
Stuffer.
Yeah, and so you can imagine how many orders came in from that kind of Facebook, I don't know, blurb. And so he moved from a very small space and now has a couple of different employees and has this entire corridor. So a very successful company here at the Foundry. And some people come by and say, oh my gosh, that company is here at the Foundry. I had no idea. We bought some for our company. And it's kind of like, yeah, in this funny little space here in Buffalo. That's where Dave got started, and he's doing very, very well.
And previously in that space, there was a young woman who started a beauty product company. So she was 9 years old, and her mother was looking for space for her. They started in here. It's called Zandra Beauty, and now has expanded to all the Target stores across the US. And she's in a much bigger space. So they started in like 100, 200 square feet here, and has graduated, but her mother comes back and teaches all the youth entrepreneurship sessions with our after school students. So always great to have, makers and community members. This is our wood shop. We teach adult classes, youth classes. A lot of our focus is on making community projects for different block clubs and other sorts of nonprofit community groups. And we have all sorts of tools in here. So if you're familiar with any of the woodshop tools, we pretty much have a lot of them. I don't know, not much more to say about this space, I don't think.
One of the projects that's being done even during these COVID times is one of our school groups that gets funded by the Buffalo Public School is in here working with one of our instructors who's got some expertise in designing materials for playgrounds. So a little play structure is being created here in this shop with a group of 9th and 10th graders with Paul Borden. So that will go out to Oxford Street and Lafayette Street, the cross street there where there's a park, and a little play structure is being made out of wood in this area that used to be Megan's space for her business.
Yes. And then also something to mention is our partner program, Western New York Youth Build, and the Service Collaborative. They do Beds for Buffalo out of here and our outside patio. And they make 200 beds for kids transitioning out of homelessness into housing, or for other reasons that somebody might need a single bed for their child, it's like a child bed. And on a Friday, there's anywhere between, 20 to 40 and 50 people who are shuffling in here and outside, and it's all sorts of crazy, but really pretty amazing operation. So if you're interested, you can look up Beds for Buffalo as well.
And even in these COVID times, they've been having small groups come in and use the outdoor space. So it's nice that some of our projects haven't shut down completely.
Yeah, some of them have and some of them haven't.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. We're missing a lot of the people that would be here on a Saturday normally. We're passing by some of the projects that got made with community involvement. So the Fruit Belt group working with India from
Fruit Belt Community Land Trust
came in with a whole group of different folks and learned how to use the wood tools and constructed these planters. This one, I believe, is going to have a bench attached to the side of it. And it's especially great for older gardeners who, just have trouble kneeling on the cold ground. And so we helped them do a design project that came up with this as a possibility for older gardeners in the Fruit Belt area to have a space to plant.
And then it was also finished with the Mayor Summer Youth.
Good point.
We have every summer, we have Mayor Summer Youth on site. This year we have six students, yeah. 6 students. And then they're here 20 hours a week for 6 weeks at a time, working on projects like the planters that you just saw, really just learning skills, getting them interested in making, and passionate about making an entrepreneurship, like we all are.
And we love teaching kids how to, grab a design and create that design in metal, for example, here in the metal shop. So the plasma cutter was used to create the little owl. And then we'll also take you into the DigiFab Lab to show you how some of these designs can be duplicated, and we can also teach people about small batch manufacturing here. So I'm just gonna come over here and plug in.
So this is our metal shop. I think, what makes us really unique if you ever come for a visit is the people who end up teaching in our spaces are not always the typical people that you see. We spend a lot of time making sure that we recruit people who are representative of our students and making sure there's enough women representation. And so two of the primary instructors in here are both women.
Yay.
And our lead instructor for our advanced manufacturing group is also a woman, and she's a woman of color. So it's very important to us to make sure that that happens and that we promote more women and people of color in manufacturing, making, and the trades. And so all sorts of metal shop tools. We have plasma cutters right behind, or to your left, is the cage with all the welders and other sorts of tools, grinders, etc.
Yep, so make, take, gas, plasma, lots of the tools that you might need to bend, shape metal. And I started my life as a maker at the Talix Foundry. So this is a place that is close to my heart, although I'm hardly ever in here anymore because I'm more likely to be in the tech lab or in the DigiFab Lab these days. So we're headed over now to the newest space here at the Foundry, our DigiFab Lab, and this is where we work with kids in that advanced manufacturing program. It's really all about how do you do micromanufacturing? How do you learn the skills that you might need to walk into a innovative local company and feel that you have some of the skills to be able to be part of the manufacturing that is going on here in the Buffalo area. So we have CNC machines. We have a really interesting machine in here that was put on site by TapeCon. TapeCon does a lot of flexographic printing. I was going to say postmodern printing. So this little label maker is letting us make made at the Foundry labels and teaching kids how to use a label and printing machine. But TapeCon does this for, yay, made at the Foundry. Does this for medical devices and for user interfaces on machines like this one. So it's really interesting for us to think about, again, micromanufacturing setups and the capacity for kids that we work with to develop their own company to make labels for some of the businesses that are here on site. So as well as creating an opportunity for kids to learn more about advanced manufacturing, we're also able to support kids in thinking about how they might become small businesses that set up here at the Foundry too. We're trying to cut new plates for the M3Ds, and that Wazer lets us cut glass, metal, ceramic material. We're loving it. We also found out, well, that's the cleaning pattern. So we also found out that that we can do some etching in glass. So that got Amina and I really cool. Excited. Yeah. So even some of, as you know, you hack something and figure out, oh, we didn't realize that we could also etch glass if we just said that the glass was thicker than might normally be used here. We can create some interesting designs. Megan's showing my M3D plate cutting adventure. Really loving the Wazer. Again, you know, we're most familiar with thinking about water jet cutters as being huge monsters, and this is a nice medium-sized monster that fits really nicely in our DigiFab Lab space. We also have another Flowforge here, this one with a pass-through, so this is the Pro. We're getting really excited about the potential for cutting patterns on large pieces of wood and making panels for either lighting or for rear screen projection or making some signs. So our DigiFab Lab.
So with that, I think that's our space.
Do you want to open it up for questions and answers?
Yes.
So hi everybody on site, back in Maker headquarters. I think we're ready to kind of sit down and see if anybody wants to talk about the creation of Makerspaces, what we've got going on here, education in Makerspaces, serving the community in Makerspaces, making sure that our brown and Black communities are well served. Any kinds of questions along those lines, we'd love to chat about.
Oh, how does someone become a member of the Foundry?
Really easy. Go to thefoundrybuffalo.org and look at our membership page. Right now, the wood shop is open 2 days a week. The tech lab is open 1 day a week. So if you're in the Buffalo area, actually the best thing to do would be to reach out to info@thefoundrybuffalo.org and just tell us a little bit about yourself and which of the spaces you're most interested in using, and we'll let you know whether we're open now or whether we're excited about meeting with you in the future.
Yeah, normally there's a whole series of safety classes and everything scheduled, but right now with COVID, we're just sort of ad hoc, catch as catch can, and seeing if it aligns with some of people's needs. I think also we tend to, our main mission is really supporting entrepreneurship and education. And so if there's a person who's running a business who needs a particular tool, then we, it's a little bit easier to figure out how they end up in the space. Okay, how much vacant space is available?
Ooh, that's actually a really good question. I think we've got 2.
We have several open spaces downstairs. I want to say 5 maybe.
Really?
Yeah. But they're all between 100 and 200 square feet. Most of our bigger spaces, which are like 400 and 500 square feet, are occupied. But we really don't have any space available in terms of where we go next. So we're looking to expand to the outdoors. We have a covered patio, which we didn't show in the video, but that's another 1,000+ square feet. Actually, I think it's closer, 1,500 maybe. Anyway, we're looking to enclose that as well. We need another shop space because, like we were talking about with Beds for Buffalo, there's really just too many things going on normally. And I'm sure that other makerspaces can attest to trying to fit people into the same shop at the same time is really challenging. And so we're trying to make sure that we have sort of a copy of a flexible space that we'd be able to convert.
So because we're really interested in filling the space with after-school programs and adult programs in the evening, and daytime programming through Buffalo Schools and through Youth Build, it's a challenge. We need additional space, but we'd love to especially talk to people who are interested in moving ahead on small batch manufacturing. That might be a really fantastic way for a new group to get involved with the Foundry. Sorry, was there another question?
Yeah, there's another question on here. Is the Foundry entirely self-funded? Do you rely on sponsorship from companies, organizations, or your city or state? I wish that we could say that we were funded by the city and the state.
Hi city, hi state.
Hi
We'd
city,
love
hi
some more
state. We would
funding.
love it. No, but so the Foundry is, again, during non-COVID times, so we lost about 40% of our earned income, but we were able to sustain ourselves through other grants that we had and are currently writing. So I would say it's a combination. Normally we're about 60% funded by ourselves. And the other 40 is grants and other relationships that we build with particular sponsors and whatnot.
So I came from higher ed with a little bit of a background in managing grant-funded programs and seeking grants. And Megan and I have been a good team to do some grant funding for Makerspace programming. And then that with the evening classes with adults and the funded programming for youth with Buffalo Public School has really kept us open through these particular interesting times.
Oh, there's a few more. Okay.
Teaching a class, yeah.
Let's see. I'd like to talk to you about teaching a class for young people doing programming in electronics like Arduino, but better, Circuit Python.
Get in touch with me. I'm Deb at thefoundrybuffalo.org. Love to talk to people who want to do youth programming. Also work with a lot of people to develop as educators. So yeah, happy to talk to anyone who's local about education. Right now, we're not really doing much virtual, but I'm happy to talk to people about things that you're excited about doing.
Okay, next. How expensive was it to start out? Not expensive, I would say, actually, in starting, other than, if you're not familiar with the process of getting a nonprofit started, that can be expensive just with the filing fees. I think they're close to $1,000 right now to just even submit the application. But other than that, I was running my business, which was expensive to get started only because the tools cost a lot. But the space itself really I was just paying a regular rent here with a few other folks who co-founded the space. And so it just started slowly, and we got a bunch of random volunteers to get really excited about it and build out different spaces. Over time, when we start looking at the renovation costs of our building, we're past probably $500,000 worth of renovation. But initially we didn't need that. It's just we added an upstairs because we needed to have Western New York Youth Build wanted to partner with us and land on site with us. So that was a $200,000 renovation, or close to 200,000. Anyway, it starts adding up over time, but I think what I've learned, especially from other makerspaces, is it just starts with one tool, lending it out and or working on things together. So it doesn't have to be expensive.
If you grow as things emerge, it's probably slightly less anxiety provoking, but only maybe slightly.
Next question. Can you talk a little bit about Bid to Build? Bid to Build's our major fundraiser for the year. We actually went, online this year. So if anybody has questions on online fundraising, we learned a lot. We did a combination of Facebook Live as well as some software with ClickBid. So I have mixed feelings on various platforms if you're interested in knowing about online fundraising. but typically people are on site and it's a live auction where it's all custom made items from folks at the Foundry and volunteers who make beautiful items, anywhere from coffee tables to Deb made a mobile, which is really cool. I don't know, other things, bird feeder that we saw earlier. So all different sort of stuff. And that's really one of our major fundraisers of the year. And talking in terms of funding streams, that's one of our major funding streams for the year as well. How heavily do you rely on volunteers to keep the space running and to promote your space to the community? A lot. I think everybody in the Makerspace community is sort of in the same boat. With COVID, it's been a little bit difficult to sort of maintain that level of volunteerism. And so, you know, when we were talking about reduced hours for the shops and stuff, we've just really pulled back and prioritized our major focus of our mission, which is the entrepreneurs on site and the students who are learning to be makers and learning about entrepreneurship. So we've relied a little bit less lately on volunteers, I would say, but in order to have the Makerspace run, as you know, many of you are familiar with, we pretty much exclusively rely on members to, or volunteers to make sure that the shops are open and they're taken care of. And
so we call our lead volunteers supervisors, and the supervisors rotate through the shops and have hours which they supervise, you know, those particular spaces where they have some expertise. And generally those are people who come up through membership and then spend a lot of time here, develop a real strength in one area, and then, you know, want to turn around and give back. And many of them are also educators in the adult programs. So that's, I guess, the primary pathway for our supervisors. Then we also have, you know, Saturday adventures here, where we have a particular project that we're focused on, and that brings in, you know, great groups of volunteers as well. And we rely on those community groups to come in and help out with different projects as well.
5 minutes left. Is there anything you want to say in the last 3 minutes?
Not really. Come move to Buffalo.
Yeah, move to Buffalo. We have a lot of fun here.
We really would be excited about meeting different folks who have expertise in textiles and tech. So if you are local and you haven't been over here, schedule a time to come by and check out those two spaces. I'm actively recruiting educators in those two areas. Also metal. If you have some strength in that space, you might want to pop by and hang out with us too.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for coming by.
Hopefully we asked
having
some
you
good
here.
questions. Yeah. We can leave, right?
One, two, three, 7.
This condition is called critical.
Thanks for checking out the Empire State Maker Faire. There's been a lot of amazing makers, and the fun isn't over yet. Thanks for sticking around.
Hello, can everyone hear me? All right. This is the Ithaca generator Makerspace, and my name is Lawrence Clarkberg. And what I thought I'd do today is give you a tour for the first 15 minutes or so, and feel free to ask me questions. I suppose if people are asking me questions, they would appear in the chat window. Is that correct? And then what I thought I'd do is tell you guys a little bit about my own career path that started with a generator and ended up with making art cars for the Burning Man. And which perhaps the most dramatic was our an art car I made that is a giant rideable unicorn that you could see in the photograph for this event. So, and if anyone has any questions of any kind, about technical questions are welcome, or sociological questions, or logistical questions about the generator or my artwork. I'm glad to answer questions. So I'll just begin. Ithaca Generator was founded in 2012 by about a dozen of us, and we started renting out a basement in the Journal building in Ithaca in a special little retail spot called Press Bay Alley. And we're one of several innovative entrepreneurial groups that make up this little alley. There's a donut shop here and a circus school. And at one time I owned a bike shop in this Press Bay Alley. And it's a cool little place to hang out. There's now a brewery here and a shop that sells hand pies. So my favorite thing to do for dinner is get, a hand pie and a beer. And it's just a wonderful place to hang out. And a year ago, we moved into a new space above ground. We started out in the basement, and now we're above ground and in a big open room that has like a beautiful trusses, as you can see, that are like well lighted and good ventilation. So we're really happy here. And you can see here's some model airplanes. At one point, we had a model airplane club started up last spring, but then you know what happened with COVID. We a lot of the clubs were shut down and haven't started up again, and we're just now starting to get back going with our activities. I suppose a lot of makerspaces have this problem, trying not to spread the disease. So we currently, our board has limited the number of people in the space to 6 people at a time. Oh yeah, and everyone's supposed to be wearing a mask. I guess I'm not doing that, but no one will mind, I hope. And we have a policy, everyone should sign in, and so that if someone did realize they had COVID, we could contact everyone and tell them to get tested. So, it's a kind of a drag, but that's the way things are now, and we're bouncing back. I don't know if anyone else out there is like running a makerspace and wants to know more details about how we're handling it. But basically, we're trying to I'm the educational coordinator, and I'm trying to schedule clubs and events spread out through the week. So there aren't too many people here at any one time. So, okay, I would love more details, challenges, solutions, anything. Yeah, so someone out there, Ryan, I guess, is helps run a makerspace somewhere. Oh yeah, Splat Space, Makerspace in Durham, North Carolina. Cool. Oh wow, so people are logging in from all over the country. That's cool. Yeah, so basically, when COVID hit, we had just like had a big push to increase our membership, and we're all volunteer organization, and we rely on our membership dues to pay the rent basically. And so we had, I think, at like 70, 75 members, each paying between $20 for the basic membership, $35 is the standard, and then $75 membership gets you a key. That's how we had worked it. And then we like gradually climbed up to like 80, 85 members, and that started to be enough to pay the rent for our new space here. And then COVID hit, and we've gradually slid down, but surprisingly, people have still held on, are paying for their membership, even though I'd say only about 10 or 15 people actively use the space, and the other 60 people are like still paying membership because I think they just want to support us because we're doing good things. So that's cool. Okay, yeah, Ryan says we have similar pricing and options. We had 55 members pre-COVID and 42 now. So, you know, that's pretty good, I think, considering that, you know, there's a lot of limits on how we can use the space. And so, oh, someone says, how do we advertise, recruit for members? Well, the biggest thing I think has been our classes, because a lot of people I find aren't comfortable using the equipment just right off the street. A lot of people have never used a laser cutter or a 3D printer, but when we start offering classes and giving them detailed instruction, of course, then that makes it much more realistic in their mind that they can use this equipment and do something interesting. So yeah, I could walk around a little bit and give people a tour. So we have our space divided up into what we call seven areas, and each area has a volunteer area captain that manages that space. And, you know, ideally, if something breaks, they're the ones responsible for fixing it. The problem, it is an all volunteer organization, and I find you can't really ask too much of volunteers. Like, people are willing to put in maybe a couple hours a month, and if you sort of have needs beyond that, the Makerspace really should start hiring people to do those things. But it's been a really tough financially trying. Even the thought of getting an employee would like put us in the red so quickly that we can't even really conceive of that. But we have started to pay people to teach classes, just a sort of almost a token payment, and we're paying me, the educational coordinator, to coordinate our classes that we're offering. But I'd say that's the main way to bring people in, is start offering classes. And so each area captain ideally teaches the classes. So that's 7 people teaching classes. We offered and then another thing we did is we made the core classes free. Like we decided, there's 2 different kinds of classes, core classes and special classes. Like, the core classes are important to teach people how to use the equipment so they don't break it. So that's, and then we made the core classes free. We advertise classes mainly on Facebook, and then we have a MailChimp newsletter that we send out quarterly. And then once people become a member, we use a Google, we have almost too many ways to communicate, frankly. The main one I use is we have a Google Groups, but that, you know, that's a lot of email traffic on sometimes the topics that are kind of petty. And so if someone's like generating a lot of email, we encourage them to move the discussion to, we have both a discuss website, which is like a forum, and some people started a Slack also, which each one has, you know, strengths and weaknesses. And then someone asked, do we have online classes? We put our laser cutter instruction online. The area captain for the laser cutter made a really nice video, and that's something I think you can put online, but you really can't put like a woodworking and metalworking online, because like you need to be able to like push the piece of wood through the table saw to get a feel for what that's like. So I don't think that's ever possible. But the main thing we did for COVID safety is we just started offering our classes one-on-one. Like, you know, and then while you're teaching a class, everyone wears a mask and sanitizes. And that's been going okay. I've taught maybe 4 or 5 classes one-on-one since COVID, and it went great. In fact, sometimes it's really nice to just work one-on-one with a person. Does that answer your question, Ryan? We do want a prototype 3D printer classes by Zoom, in which we would give our 3D printers a 3D printer to someone to take home, and then they could check in by Zoom, and we'd show them how to use it over Zoom. And that's just very highly experimental. I don't know if that's going to work, but we're going to try it. And we do have a bunch of extra 3D printers because I don't know if you other guys, Makerspaces, were involved in this, but we had a really great PPE project, personal protective equipment, you know, PPE. Like if you recall, back in March, there was a shortage of face shields, and like medical professionals were like, oh my God, I need a face shield. But we can't order them, they're all sold out and blah, blah, blah. And so everyone was kind of panicking. And then they couldn't really gear up the industry quick enough to produce them with injection molded making. And so the Makerspaces banded together in this area and elsewhere, I think. And we did a Facebook campaign and got about, I'm not sure how many 3D printers, and we started giving them to people and then coordinating. They would make the headband. I can show you in a minute. People would make the headband at home with their, on the 3D printer, and then they'd bring it here, and other people would attach the face shield, which we made out of overhead transparencies. I can show you that. And then it's unbelievable. Like we made and distributed over 30,000 of these face shields. And I thought it was just very heroic of everyone. Here's like a bag of the headbands that we have, you know, and we, before we sent them out, like we sanitized them and did all that sort of thing. And here's the overhead transparency. So, you know, the headband like this. And then we had to get these holes punched in it to fit onto the headband. So we had someone nearby with an antique letterpress that they fit with a punch system. So that was a cool project. Yeah, 30,000. And then our president at that time, Elliot Wells, he like couldn't stop. Like he's kind of an unstoppable person. And so now he's doing this project to help out people affected by the forest fires on the West Coast. So he has all these, you can see here, air filters. And he's like experimenting with how to make a DIY air filter that can protect people against inhaling all the smoke from the forest fires. And I don't know what this is. Like this is some sort of 3D printed attachment. Maybe it goes on the air filter like that. I don't know. And then if you see behind me this enclosure with like plastic in it, this is a testing room for testing the air filters. So if you can see inside there, he's got like an air filter in there, and I don't know if he puts smoke in there or what he's doing. It just sort of appeared one day. Like that's how things happen at our makerspace. Like it's what Elliot calls a do-ocracy. Like if you think something needs to be done, then you just better do it yourself and ask for forgiveness later. That's kind of how things operate here. I don't know if it's the same at your makerspace, but and occasionally that can lead to disagreements and unhappiness. But in general, like we have so much more freedom of expression and freedom of to experiment than any other sort of organization. Like you could never do this in your workplace. You'd have to like ask your boss, or ask the government, or get your lawyer to agree to it, or whatever. I don't know what, but like in a makerspace, you can just like go for it. So and then like, for example, I don't know if anyone out there has any experience with pottery kilns, but this might be a good group to ask. I don't know how many people are logged in, but like we have this. Yeah, we have this. We got these kilns. I don't know if you can see, and we started making a bunch of pottery with them, and then we discovered the kilns weren't getting hot enough. Like they're supposed to get to what you call like a cone 6 or something. Oh, I have 25 attendees. Oh, cool. But then we discovered the power supply in this building only goes up to 208 volts, but the kilns are sort of expecting 240 volts. And then we asked the electric company to install some sort of voltage booster, and then you can see what happened. Like, boom, there was a big fire actually, and luckily someone was here and they put out the fire. Anyway, I probably shouldn't say this to everybody, but like it was a bad thing. But that's kind of what happens in a makerspace. But luckily we're all capable of dealing with those sort of problems. Oh, I see. And someone's people are also on YouTube, I guess. That's cool. So our pottery area is kind of out of commission right now. And I mean, if somebody knows a good way to make a 240 volt kiln work with a 208 volt system, definitely contact me, because we are trying to figure that out. And then I'd say someone asked me how to recruit members. I'd say the #1 tool that everyone is just crazy about, it's our flagship tool. And we've had this tool for maybe like since 2013 or 14 or so, is our Zing laser cutter. I don't know if you can see it. There's our Zing. And like this little guy has is often working like several hours a day laser cutting for people. And several of our members have started Etsy businesses using this machine. Like one of our members makes Ouija boards, Ouija boards like with a seance or whatever, and selling those on Etsy. And then another one of our members makes jigsaw puzzles for weddings, like the guests of the wedding write their name on the jigsaw puzzle. Anyway, and that proves to be like a profitable business. He makes a living making these jigsaw puzzles with our laser cutter. But yeah, I would say the #1 tool for a makerspace to have is a laser cutter. Like this is like the quintessential tool that no one spouse would approve the purchase of it for a single person, but if a group of people get together, then it's a great tool to have. And I do recommend the Zing, the Epilogue product. Their tech support has been wonderful, because like there are a lot of cheaper laser cutters, of course, but we want, since it's in a public space, there's a lot of wear and tear on it, and it's been invaluable to have their tech support. And we found actually that after using it for like 7 years, the laser tube actually wore out like it stopped being consistent, and we just had to have the laser tube replaced. And our area captain, Nicole Marino, replaced it herself, and it's been working great since then. But I'd say, yeah, show people what a laser cutter can do, and people like are willing to sign up and make stuff, I feel like. Oh, here's another Elliott project. Our president, Elliott Wells, actually made this a video game console, and it can play like every video game since like 1973. Like but it's got just, this whole thing is run, it looks like a commercial product, but it's actually handmade by Elliott, and it runs a little Raspberry Pi, you know, those computers that are just like this big, and it has all the video games. Yes. Oh, and our current president is named Ariana, when Elliott was president, he made this video game, and we have several electronics workstations, but I have to say they haven't got much use during COVID. But back in the day, we had people teaching classes. You know, I'd say our go-to electronics product is the, of course, is the Arduino. I don't know, like if you guys make stuff with the Arduino, but it's a great little microprocessor. So we've got like a whole bucket of them that people can use. And one of our members actually owns a hobbyist electronics manufacturer called Wicked Device, and they make their own Arduino product. And they also make a product called the air quality egg, which it's a low budget air quality monitoring device. In fact, Elliott is using Vic and Dirk's air quality egg in his back there, the filter testing project. And we got lots of laser printers. As I said, we bought a bunch, 3D printers. We bought a bunch of them for the PPE project. And our 3D printer members decided that like this Creality was a good low budget and pretty respectable brand. I mean, people have trouble with it. Personally, 3D printing is really finicky. Like it's hard to, you know, the nozzles clog and everything. I prefer a good arc welder. That's my thing. As you'll see, I guess in a few minutes, I will share my screen and show you some of the stuff I've done with the generator. It looks like someone is printing something here. I don't know what it is, but we have a couple really nice 3D printers and some really generous members who are willing to share their knowledge with our membership. So that's been invaluable. We also have a lot of sewing machines and a loom and some textile stuff. So that I can just tell you the 7 areas that we have are, as we just saw, 3D printing, laser cutter, ceramics, and textile, and electronics. And then at a separate space, I don't know if I should go show you because I might lose the Zoom connection if I walk around outside, but we do also have a separate room with woodworking equipment, basically table saw, band saw, lathe, and then a metal working room where I'm the area captain of the metal working room, and we have a MIG welder, TIG welder, a couple metal chopping tools, and so maybe that's a good segue to. I wanted to take a little bit of time to show everyone my own path to the generator, and I was going to do like a slideshow, but instead I wrote an essay on medium.com, if everyone knows that, medium.com. And oh, you have a comment and question above in the chat. Do you have any part? Oh, here, sorry, I missed that. Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. Oh, someone did say your kiln might support 208 volt heater wire instead of 240 volt heater wire. Okay, so we'd have to rewire it. That's interesting. Also from, let's see, Eric knows Elliot. Do you have any partnerships, collaborations, or sponsorships from local businesses, the city of Ithaca, or the schools in your area? Oh, that's a great question. Thank you, Ryan. We have a couple partnerships with an art organization called the Art Hive. And basically they offer free art making every week or so to the public. And they have these shelves over here with all kinds of art supplies. I don't know if you can see, I'm waving my hand around. Like, you know, paintbrushes and crayons and markers and paper. And they basically just say, hey, everybody, let's make art for a couple of hours. And then people come and make art. And they've been hit hard by COVID, but they've just started reopening. When it was nice weather, we were able to do artwork outside. We have a really nice courtyard here in Press Bay Court. So that's one partnership, the Open Art Hive, it's called. And I don't know if you have that in your town, you could definitely hook up with them. I don't know that we have any sponsorships by local business other than, well, like I said, one of our members has a hobbyist electronics business called Wicked Device, and they are have been very supportive of us over the years. The city of Ithaca. So, I mean, we've done various events when we've worked with them. For example, one thing I was going to get into, but I can show you now, is we've often participated in with the Downtown Ithaca Alliance, it's called. It's a partnership of businesses, and they sponsor the First Friday Gallery Night. So every first Friday, so once a month, the local galleries get together and show their artwork and often serve wine and cheese, and it's like a nice occasion to stroll around town and look at artwork. But so we're actually, they did that only by Zoom for the last few months, but they're just starting to do that in person again. And so if you notice this red curtain behind me, this is going to be like a special art space that me and my other friends are trying to set up. And so right now, we have a couple of our artwork here. And one is, this is a giant illuminated lotus that my friend Doug Shire created. And we also created this, we call it the infinity bar. It's basically, by day, it doesn't look that dramatic, but by night, there's LEDs embedded around the edge of the bar, and there's mirrors so that the top and sides of the bar look like they extend into infinity. And I'll show you a picture of that in a second. So that's one thing we're working with the city of Ithaca for that First Friday gallery. I don't know, is there anything else? Judy, can you think of any other partnerships we have? But over the years, we've done various things. We've, a lot of it is individual members doing stuff. One of our members is working with the History Center at the, Ithaca has a very active history organization, and he's working with them to help people document their lives. He calls it the Ancestor Project. That's our member, Jerry. One of our members is a school teacher at the New Root School, a math teacher, that would be Lee. And he sometimes brings his kids here. And we never really quite got a formal arrangement with them, but they often come hang out here. They're nearby, they're just a couple blocks away. we have in the past had formal arrangements with groups of Cornell students. Like sometimes their lab or their workshop will be broken and they need to use a laser printer to finish their projects. Like there was a group of architecture students who used our laser cutter for one semester. And we just tend to make individual arrangements with them. Oh, and then another partnership that we just started just this month is to offer a community bike clinic. And so we have an organization in town called Bike Walk Tompkins. And we've offered to host their weekly bike clinics. So like, okay, they made this sign. I don't know if you can see that. Free bike tune-ups today. And then this cart is full of bicycle stands and bike tools. And we just have been setting up in the courtyard. I guess I can show you the courtyard. Like we have this beautiful space here. This is Press Bay Court. And these are all the shops. These are their shops. Like there's next door we have a lingerie shop. Adrina runs that. You know, I did some of the vinyl cutting for her one day for some of her signage. This is Bramble is a herb shop. They've been pretty, not so much COVID. And he installed these beautiful, whoops, looks like my internet connection is unstable. He installed these beautiful community gardens and in part of the farm share, I'm actually allowed to pick these. So I'm just gonna have to use. Okay. Wow, that's pretty sweet. All right. So it looks like, well, I have another 10 minutes, but I'll just show you guys some photo. And then we have the donut store next door. So, I mean, we got it good in Press Bay Court. But I'll show you some pictures of my own projects. Basically, my interest is in electric bikes and electric vehicles. And so with the generator, I was able to do a lot of that sort of thing. So let me see if I could share my screen. I wrote this essay about what I'm calling here's our website, by the way. And I just spent a lot of time coordinating a lot of events and putting them on this calendar. So this is where you can see what we've been up to. And then on medium.com, I have my article. Ithaca generator and beyond. And so what I wanted to tell people about is my descent into the underground world of makerspaces and Burning Man art bikes. So I'm trying to give it sort of an edgy spin, as you can see. But this is me and my friend Doug on the giant rideable unicorn that we made. We call him Sparky. And this is actually my career now, is like driving Sparky around to festivals and parades and stuff all over America. And this is us at Burning Man. You can see the little man in the corner there. But this is how this is how I got started doing this. Is like in 2012. So that's what, 8 years ago. A bunch of us weirdos, like found this space in the basement of this building, and the idea of a makerspace was a new thing, and we fixed it up. Here's Mark is one of the, I don't know if can you guys see me pointing? Anyway, Mark is one of the original founders, and Mark's wife Claire and I and this other guy Jose, we made this a dragon Barbie car, race car. That was like the first electric vehicle I had made, and you can see we raced it at the World Maker Faire in Queens, and you can read the story, but basically we had this tilting mechanism so that it could like lean into the corners, and then but it like slammed into the curb and the whole steering column broke off, and then Claire like got a welder and welded it back together, and then we were racing around it, and that particular race had something called Moxie points, and if you could do something that the crowd thought was cool, they could press a button on a board, and your score would also include not only how fast you went around the track, but the number of Moxie points. And so Claire's son Casper, he was just like 8 years old at the time, he lit the tongue of the dragon on fire, and then I just can't believe like how many parents would let their children do that. But and then the crowd went crazy, and we got so many Moxie points that we took second place. Anyway, that was fun. I can't see the chat anymore. I don't know if people are commenting on that. I guess, is that bad parenting? I don't know. Anyway, whatever, it was fun. And then the next thing I made is, this is what I call the Mega Wagon. And Ellie and I came up with this idea, and we got a grant from the Community Arts Partnership. Someone asked if we had partnerships. That's a local organization that supports the arts, and they gave us a few $1,000s to build what they call a kinetic sculpture derby. So basically things that roll and people put on costumes and have a big parade. It's a lot of fun. And we wanted to get something like that going in Ithaca, so I made this Mega Wagon. And then I had my friends from my local ecstatic dance group like dance around on it and play music and stuff. And then so this is my friend Doug, and that's when I just started to get to know him. And you can see he's kind of an interesting person. And so then Doug came to me the next year, and he was like, Lawrence, we need you to weld together a 15-foot by 12-foot platform that's electric bike powered to carry our 30-foot tall bamboo puppet. And I'm like, what? Seriously? Like, what is this for? And so we made it. This is half of it. So you can see, basically we took a fat bike and then chopped it in half, and then extended it with these steel tubing. And then we put an electric motor on it. This is the BBS HD motor. That's the go-to motor we use in Ithaca. And then we took two of these and put them together. And then our friend Carl made this giant bamboo puppet. And the purpose of it was, I don't know if you guys have heard of this art festival in Nevada called Burning Man, but Carl and Doug had been going to Burning Man for several years, and they were building more and more elaborate art cars and costumes and things. And so then this is the final product at Burning Man. You can see it's like this mast holds up this bamboo puppet, and it's got electric lights, and it had a really great sound system. So we just went to this art festival in the middle of the desert, and we drive around, and wherever we stopped, like people would just start dancing, and the puppet would move around, and it was just incredible experience. And we just did that for a week. It was really fun. And then we're like, yeah, we gotta keep doing this and do something even better. And so then Doug and Carl had this idea to make a unicorn. So here we are at the generator. This is the metal shop that I didn't show you, that's around the corner here. And we started welding together this thing, and then Doug got this cart off eBay, and we attached this body to the top here. And then we put on arms and legs and put a sparkly skin on it. And then so you can see like it's a unicorn that people can ride on. And we put an electric motor on it. It's pedal powered, but it was a little hard to pedal. Like we had as many as 4 people on this thing, like 2 people on top and then 2 people on the bottom here. So yeah, and then we took that to Burning Man as well. And it was a big hit. And I was like, you know what? We're really good at this art car thing. And so I decided pretty much to do that full time. And that's what I do now. Doug is kind of the brains of the organization, and he does a lot of the paperwork. I hate doing paperwork, which is great. Like he's great at writing grant proposals. Like if you can find an artistic collaborator who is good at writing grant proposals, like you can have it made in the shade. And then I just get to do the fun stuff like the welding or you know, taking it around and helping people climb up and down. So then Doug and I, and this gets to be the appeal part of my presentation. Doug and I saw this movie called The Meow Wolf Origin Story. And I don't know who out there knows about Meow Wolf, but it's this totally cool interactive art space in New Mexico. And Doug and I saw the movie of how they got started. And we're like, we have to do that. And so we started our own group last spring. We had like 30 or 40 people who were helping us and all excited about it. And we call it Beyond. And then COVID hit and a lot of people sort of drifted off, but we've kept a core group of people working on it. And Doug and I have continued to make stuff. And so I think I just have a few minutes left. I will just show you some of the things we made for our Beyond project. And we're sort of stockpiling these artwork in a warehouse. At some point, we're gonna, you know, get a big space. The Meow Wolf people converted an old bowling alley into an interactive art space. But this is at a party in Rochester, actually. We installed this plexiglass, laser cut plexiglass wall. And then you can see our lotus, our giant lotus in the background. And then in the corner here, you can just barely see our augmented reality sandbox, which, okay, here's a bigger picture of that. This is a cool thing, a cool project that we built. This sandbox has a projector, of course, projecting this topographic map, but the map is onto the sand. The map is accurate to the shape of the sand, which is cool. And it uses a Wii sensor to detect the level, the height of the sand. And then if you hold your hand over the sand like we're doing here, then raindrops fall and the hollow spots of the sandbox fill with virtual water. So that's one of it. And that project was pretty easy to make because all of the software is already done for you, and it was made by the United States government. So basically we own it. And then another project I showed you are Beyond our infinity bar, and here is actually in Doug's garage when we first turned on the infinity mirror, and it's like, whoa, that's very cool. And here's another photo of the bar in progress and a little fridge in there. So yeah, and so we've been starting to get our Beyond group back together, and we've had a few gatherings in the area, but hopefully, you know, that we'll get the ball rolling again. And I just have one last picture here of this is a temple we made out of steel at one of the locations where we've been holding our events. And so we're just like gradually, I'm going to stop my sharing, but we're just gradually getting the ball rolling again with Beyond. And I encourage anyone who wants to get, oh, it looks like I was breaking up. Okay, I was back. I have 3 minutes left. Should artists who want to join Beyond also join the Ithaca Makerspace? No, I wouldn't say it's necessary, but if you live in Ithaca, it would be worthwhile because you could use the tools here. But we're collaborating actually with, if you guys know Pat Rapp and Alan Schechter and Josh Pisano, I think his name, and and they're been working with us. Josh is really good at projection art, and Josh and Sheck are good at building like big wooden man effigies and then burning them down and stuff like that. That's all the time we have. Thanks for a great presentation. Thank you.
computer is quick to point out any breakdown in their logic. The computer is quick to point out any breakdown. The computer is quick breakdown. The design is complete.
One, two, three, 7.
This condition is called critical.
Incorrect code. Please re-enter.
Thanks for tuning back in to the Empire State Maker Faire. Hope you're having fun. I know I'm learning a lot.
That should be Makerspace, I want to see. Better? Worse.
Let me know how it goes. Are we live?
I think we're live.
Are we live?
I think we're live. All right.
Okay. Are we live? Can you guys hear us?
Yes.
All right. So, hi there, Empire State Maker Faire. Welcome.
I'm DB Lampman.
And I'm Scott Van Kampen at Makerspace NYC.
Right. We're happy to be here today. We're coming off of 3 events today and a full day of Makerspace at both of our locations. So we're a little tired.
It's been a long day. And some technical difficulties, of course.
But we're here and we're happy to be here. It's been a little bit crazy because we've been with COVID and everything and trying to get back in the swing of things. Seems like nothing's been going on except then today we just had to pack it all into one day. So
Right.
Anyway, we are Makerspace NYC. We are in New York City. We have 2 locations. We are sitting in the metal shop right now of our Staten Island location, which is our original location. And we also have another location in Brooklyn at the Brooklyn Army Terminal, which we've had open for about 1.5 years now. So that one's fairly new. But this is our original location. And Scott and I started the Makerspace here. What is it now?
So at the end of this month will be 8 years. 8 years?
I think that's right.
Right? 2020. Well, we opened in 2013.
Yes, whatever that
Right.
is.
And we actually
Can't do
opened
math, but-
1 year to the day after Hurricane Sandy flooded our metal shop that we're actually hanging out in here. And we've been, I've actually been in this space operating my metal fabrication business for about 18 years. And it's pretty well fit out for metalworking as a makerspace. We have a lot of welders and torches and heavy anvils and that sort of thing. But we sort of shrank the metal shop down and added a wood shop to the space. We built our own 4x8 CNC router several years ago now, probably 6 years ago. And that machine gets a lot of use. We do all kinds of projects on that. But we rented the space next to us, which is was an empty, just a vacant warehouse. And we built out studio spaces there. So currently we have 11 studio spaces, I think. And, that is sort of the studio members actually have keys to the space. They come in and they can work in that space anytime they want. They don't have keys to the actual industrial side, just concerns over insurance and people working in the shop by themselves, unsupervised. So, but they can come in and work in their studios, work with their own tools, that sort of thing at any time they want. We also have a radio station who's a studio member here in Staten Island. They are Maker Park Radio, and their webpage is makerparkradio.nyc. They do all kinds of amazing music and talk radio, and really anything that you can think of, there's a show for it on Maker Park Radio. So that's pretty amazing. We have a small video that we put together this week that one of our instructors, Anna, put together. And so we've kind of, because it's a little later in the day and we do have 2 locations. The space we're in here is a 6,000 square foot space with a park across the street that we have taken over from the city, a vacant lot. And we've built out a park. We do classes there. We do makerspace events, outdoor sort of get-togethers and parties and art events, and all kinds of things happen there. But then we have our Brooklyn location, which is 20,000 square foot makerspace. And, that's a big, vast space, but we wanted to sort of condense that into a quick video. So Anna put this together, and we're going to try and show this if we don't have any more technical difficulties. And you know how to do this?
I'm working on it. So I'm gonna get the video set up here, and then we'll show that. And then if anybody has any questions, we can feel free to ask us.
So we're actually going to just sort of narrate through this.
Wait up.
Waiting up, holding up, holding. Share screen.
I gotta share the screen. All right. I share my screen.
There we go.
I'll share that. Make it a little bigger.
All right.
And then we'll hit play.
Okay, so this is some footage of our Staten Island location. Obviously, Staten Island Makerspace. We do put our logo on pretty much everything. You can pause anytime, maybe if you want. Talk over it. For those of you that don't know me, I do have a thing for sunflowers, and we make sure that we have lots of sunflowers in our park. We also, our park, we have we do a residency where folks can come in and they propose an idea, and then they build out their project over a couple months. As members, they come in, they learn tooling if they need to learn tools, and then they build their project and set it up outside. What we're looking at right here, last weekend I held my first forging class in about 8 weeks, or I'm sorry, about 8 months. And it was a great couple. They came in and we went over some basics around coal forging, and we took railroad spikes and hammered those out to make knives. And that's sort of our intro to blacksmithing class, where we, when we, pre-COVID, we would have about 6 individuals. We set up 2 anvils, and we get together and make that, make those knives. And it's a great introductory class, and a lot of people are very excited about that, because you don't get an opportunity to fire up a forge and actually make a knife and take it home in the same day. Certainly not in New York City. But I wanted to just pause there for a second, because our steam wagon there, if you guys notice, we have a mobile makerspace, and that's a former bread delivery truck that we converted into a mobile makerspace. We would take that to schools. Currently, that's all on hold as far as our outreach and STEM education. But yesterday was actually our 5th anniversary, I don't know if you know this, of our first trip to a public school. And was it public school? It might have been yeah. And yeah, it was our first trip. So that truck has been driving around teaching kids for about 5 years now, which is a lot of fun. So there's the footage of our Maker Park radio. That's actually the studio. So fairly tight quarters, but they can fit a couple DJs. They do some live performances out of there as well. And that's some pictures of the studio side. So our studio members range in from artists, entrepreneurs, people that have started businesses. Many people have started businesses and moved on. we have a vintage typewriter repair specialist and salesman that is in the Makerspace as a studio member. And he does some amazing things with and restores these beautiful vintage typewriters. Typewriters, yay! So in Staten Island, a unique space is the ceramic studio. So that used to be our sewing room. And about a year and a half ago, when we fired up Brooklyn and started setting that up, the Brooklyn space has a wonderful sewing studio. And we didn't want to compete with ourselves, but we wanted to keep, have a unique draw to Staten Island. So the ceramic space has been really a wonderful space. We do outdoor raccoon firing and things like that as well in the park. Yep, we touched on that. I think you stepped away for a minute. Blacksmith. Now you wood guys, don't take offense to that. You know, wood is the beginner's metal, but we say it jokingly. Get myself in trouble. So this is our router in Staten Island at our Staten Island location. So 4x8 capacity, and we dressed her up. Since we built that machine, we dressed her up and put some disco lights on it. So when we show off this machine to school groups, they get a big kick out of the lighting. More logos. So there's an overview of the welding shop, right? Big weld sign that we have on the wall.
I haven't seen this video,
So we do a lot of welding here at the Makerspace. It is my specialty. I've been doing it for probably about 30 some odd years now, and really very passionate about it. I love sharing the knowledge around it. It's a very empowering experience because you're physically modifying something in a permanent fashion. So, you know, that when you make a weld, it's multiple times harder than the base material that you're working with. And when you start seeing people understand those concepts and then creating things and objects and furniture and really anything you can imagine, when people really get into it, it's an extremely rewarding process. So I honestly think everybody should weld, or at least learn how to weld. You might not have to do it for a living, but it is a lot of fun to be able to do it. So that process right there, that's TIG welding. The first one where there were a lot more sparks, that was actually MIG welding. And MIG stands for mechanical or inert gas welding. And TIG stands for tungsten inert gas welding. So really sort of recommend that if you are interested in welding, start with MIG welding and then work your way up. And that's a oxyacetylene torch. And what's coming up here, this is actually something we do with school groups. What we're going to show you here in just a second. So one of the things that we do is work with our local schools, our local public schools. They'll come down and get a tour of the space, and we talk about the machinery and 3D printing and laser cutting and the CNC router, and we try and tie that into what they're working on in school. And then we'll do some demonstrations of other things. But one of the things we do is we fire up the oxyacetylene torch and take a piece of material similar to this square bar, and we'll heat it up red hot and talk about the physics behind it and the process of the molecules accelerating and the gases involved that are heating it up. And we'll twist this here in a second. And, then we throw it in a bucket of water, and they get to touch it. They get to see this material be modified right in front of their eyes. And after it goes in the water, literally 5 seconds later, all the heat has been sucked out of it, and they can touch it with their bare hands, where it was a couple thousand degrees just a few seconds before. So it's really fascinating to sort of, brighten their eyes and get kids to understand that the world around them still needs to be made.
Plus, they get really excited about fire.
Yeah, fire. Well, much like myself. I'm super excited watching this. I suppose I gave away the ghost though.
It looks cool in the video.
It looks cool in person.
I know, but in the video you can actually really see close up. One of the things we're trying to figure out how to do right now is virtual programming for school groups, and like how do we do some of the stuff we do live virtually. And so something like this is what we're trying to figure out, how to make content that we can show with schools. But actually this is kind of interesting because you can see really closely like the striations in the material and the carbon coming off of it and stuff like that.
Yeah, and one of the things that we can't really do with kids is show them the welding, right? Because it's a super bright light, it's dangerous for their eyes, it's super hot material. And one of the things that we can do is show welding and actually do it live in person, similar to what we're doing with a Zoom call here. And then they can sort of get a better view of that. So this is the Brooklyn Army Terminal. The Army Terminal was built in 1918. It is a 3.5 million square foot facility. It's a big, giant warehouse. It's fascinating. And we've worked in partnership with New York City Economic Development Corporation to open up the space at the Brooklyn Army Terminal. It's actually FutureWorks Makerspace at the Brooklyn Army Terminal. And it's a very well fit out space. It's very organized. It is a bit cleaner, a little less character than our Staten Island location.
It's getting broken in.
It's getting broken in. Yeah, it's starting to get some scrapes and some bumps and some sawdust developing. But between the two spaces, we have a huge assortment of equipment. We have 6 or 7 laser cutters. We have 3 4-axis CNC milling machines. We have 4 Bridgeport style milling machines, 3 wood lathes, 4 metal lathes, 2 saw stops, You know, so this is the machine shop, a couple of our lathes and some Tormachs there.
View into the wood shop. The wood shop gets in heavy use in Brooklyn.
Yeah, yeah, we've got quite a few members that just only work in the wood shop. We also have a 4x8 shop bot there, as well as a desktop for our CNC woodworking needs.
We do classes, but since COVID, we haven't been able to do group classes. So we do one-on-one classes right now, or like small groups. Like this is a couple.
I think there were a couple. Yeah.
So we'll train people on the equipment.
Right, because we still have to get people up to speed with the equipment and the safety and use on all of that. All right, vacuum former. Cheers, Pete. So this is a shot of the sewing area and silk screening, heat press, 10-color embroidery machine, which is a really amazing machine. So small leather working bench as well as jewelry. And that's a shot of the welding department in Brooklyn. So we have an iron worker, 4x4 flow water jet. So that machine is capable of cutting up to 8-inch thick material, any material that you would like. Back there is our 3D printing area and electronics bench. So we have 3 Ultimakers, 2 Prusas, multiple MakerBots.
My name is Jim Freeman.
Oh, this is a great interview with Jim Freeman.
I'm a theatrical freelancer, which means that theater people and puppetry people can come to me and say, we have a particular making problem to solve. This started when Scott reopened the Makerspace a little over a year ago, I guess. And I just went around to some folks that I know, especially in the puppetry community, and said, is there anything I can do for you? And my overall objective was to share as many 21st century manufacturing techniques with the puppet community as possible. One of the aspects of puppetry is that we want to keep it alive. We want to make it easy for new artists to join. And making it easy for new artists to join, part of that is reducing the drudgery to get started, reducing the handwork, and letting the creative process flow as freely as possible into the objects, the puppets, the scenery, the costumes, all the rest of it. I wanted to see if I could find an easier way for the puppet maker to carry on his craft. Now, traditionally, the way a marionette maker or a puppet maker carries on their craft is they make a plasticine model, make a negative mold of that, then they fill it in that negative mold with plastic wood or some other kind of casting material. And there are lots of places where that process can fail. You get bubbles in the mold process. The plastic wood can dry too quickly and crack or stick to the mold. And fundamentally, the puppet itself becomes too valuable. What you want really is for the sculpture in the puppeteer's head to be the most important thing. You want the actual realization of it to be almost disposable because it's going to go on stage. It's going to be subject to stress. It's going to be subject to accidents. So what we'd like to do is be able to make these puppets on demand. We'd also like to get to the point where you tweak them a little, make one, oh, that's not quite right, let's try again. So I began doing 3D printing for puppeteers. And I began with my friend Nick Coppola at PuppetWorks, showed him what I could do, and he handed me a puppet head and said, Jim, can you copy this? And I thought about it for a moment. I said, yes, sure. This is actually a copy of that very head. And you can see that it's actually made off a scan, a 360-degree scan in a turntable, which I made a little over 380 photographs, a little under 1 degree, put it through Regard 3D, which is a 3D modeling package, produced a 3D model, cleaned it up in Mesh Mixer, which is yet another 3D modeling package, and finally put it on the 3D printer here. And lo and behold, we had a puppet head. Went on to another progressive problem, his production of Alice in Wonderland. I'm going to tell you a secret, don't tell the children. Alice in Wonderland is actually 3 puppets. There's the normal Alice, and then when she shrinks, there's a little tiny Alice, and when she grows to a giant, there's a third Alice, a giant Alice. Well, the tiny Alice and the giant Alice never really matched very well as puppeteers. So my next project for Nick was to scan the normal Alice, which was okay, and then shrink Alice and expand Alice, what I call the tale of 3 Alice. So we really expanded as many ways as we can think of about expanding the craft of puppetry. A lot of 3D printing, a lot of laser cutting of body parts, a lot of precision metal work for some of the parts inside the puppet that used to be made out of something called trunk fiber, which is a primitive plastic, fails easily. The metal parts do not. I also have a modest practice making props. I happen to be a member of the Ridiculous Theatrical Company, a theater company running well over 30, 40 years in New York City, well over 40 years. And one of the things I do to help them is make props, and that's, in fact, what I'm doing today. Interesting thing about props in the COVID world, since everybody's in their own Zoom envelope, performing from their apartment, you may not realize it, but if I want to pass, say, a prop, a crystal or a sword, from one actor to another, well, each actor has to have their own identical copy of the prop. Well, that's fairly easy in a shop where I can make identical copies on a laser cutter and a 3D printer, and use the tools of the wood shop to make duplicates. I actually learned about the Makerspace because it was an ad on the New York City ferry. And I was traveling on the ferry and it said, oh, Makerspace opening up. Oh, that sounds like me. I'll go there and see what they have to offer. And I was blown away by this place. It's a wonderful community of folks. We help each other out. We share techniques. The place is kept very neat, very stable, very clean, very well supported. One of the nice things is that I don't need to possess a 3D printer to practice 3D printing. I don't need to possess my own metalworking tools to do metalworking.
All right. There we are. All right, we're back. Yeah. So, yeah, that ending there, that was Jim. I think the music was a little loud over the voice over there. So our apologies there. You know, we're doing what a lot of Makerspaces do and flying by the seat of our pants trying to figure it out. But I did want to share, Jim's doing a thing over the next, he's doing something tomorrow, and then on the 24th, doing a virtual puppet show. So check that out. If you want, actually, let me see if I can find the link for
the
what
link
it's.
I can type in. But
Oh, okay.
yeah, I mean, it's nice. I'm glad she included a little bit of one of our members. We've got an interesting mix of people, artists, people like Jim who are doing sort of running their businesses out of the Makerspace. And we've got everything from you know, artists to carpenters to metal workers. We've got in Brooklyn, there's a big biotech community. And so we've got some people coming in and 3D using the resin 3D printers to print specialty lab equipment things. A lot of fashion designers.
And also just hobbyists and people that have no idea, right? I mean, I think we're really probably preaching to the choir if you're into the maker movement, you get it. You know what's going on, and it's an opportunity for you to build whatever you want to build at a makerspace. And I think really every community, every city, every town should have a community-supported makerspace. And
I mean, one of the things that like you don't get to see on the video or us talking is sort of the broader ways in which we interact with the community. We do a lot of school trips, so we work with schools. So that's a big part of what we do. It's a big part of what we're lacking right now, and it's a challenge, in different ways. But like we work with community groups. Scott says he likes to teach everybody how to weld. One of the projects that we did last year, which I actually visited today because I was at an event elsewhere. But last year we built, we had the entire staff of the Staten Island Museum, which are all women. They came in and they were getting ready to do, to mount an exhibit in the museum about the women's suffrage movement and about the anniversary of the women's right to vote.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things on Staten Island is there's a story about a woman who flew a biplane around Staten Island and dropped voting registration cards down from the sky in her little biplane. So
like 100 years ago.
We collaborated with the museum, and they came here, and the entire staff spent a couple of months almost coming in on a regular basis, building a biplane, a replica biplane, which is now installed on the grounds of Snug Harbor Cultural Center, where the museum's located. So like that's an interesting way, and something that we love to do is work with other community organizations, and collaborate in ways in which we can help them, they can help us. We're all about helping people make stuff and build things for the community.
We had a project called Sonic Gates, and we worked with a jazz musician, actually, who was the curator and organizer of the project and also with our local arts council, Staten Island Arts here. And the idea was a series of sound sculptures that would be around the North Shore of Staten Island, and people could kind of walk from sculpture to sculpture, and they can interact with them, and they make music or bells and that sort of thing. And we worked with, I guess, a half dozen artists on the project, and then Devi and I both had the opportunity to make a piece. But it was really one of those fun things, because people could come in and we would teach them the equipment to help them build their project. And these projects were needed to be fairly robustly, as they were going to be outside for a year. The lifespan of the project was a year of people interacting with it and making music. And one of our members, Jeremy, made this large sort of steel arch, kind of like this St. Louis arch in this thing, and had these big steel tubes that hung down, and you could walk up and push the tubes, and they would clank and make music. Another project actually was installed in the water off the North Shore here. And it was a bunch of buoy, sort of lobster trap buoy, pallet wood, an old Victrola, some metal bits, some signage, some bells. And as the sort of flotation device would rock back and forth in the water, it would make this really kind of crazy musical sound from the water. But it was a great example of working with our local arts council and local artists, many of whom, well, I mean, they were from all over the city, but also, you know, working with our city officials and getting permits and working with parks. And, you know, you've got to kind of have a whole bunch of people that come together for projects like that. And when you see that support and you see that those things come together, it's very rewarding, you know. Yeah. So what else we got?
I don't know. I don't know if there are people, if anybody's watching. I don't know if anybody has any questions that we could answer.
Forges are so cool. Yes.
Forges are cool.
Yes, they are. They're hot, actually. I think it's important if you're going to start a makerspace, if you're going to run a makerspace, it's important to keep a sense of humor, right? And bad jokes. Is my sense of humor a bad joke?
Yeah, this is.
Oh,
Hey,
hey, Peter.
Peter. Yeah, Peter from Fat Cat checking in.
I think Peter's coming up after us.
Coming up next.
Right? And
we were, one of the things that we did this year during COVID, which probably a lot of you did, was we were able to jump in and help out making PPE. We made face shields, but we collaborated with Fat Cat and with some other, and a lot of the other makerspaces in the city, trying to coordinate, like helping each other out, source materials and do things like that. So
get things, drop them off. I remember, you know, we were all very concerned about the virus and spread, and I happened to meet one of Fat Cat Fab Labs volunteers at a store that they opened up especially so that we could purchase the elastic for the face shields. And we went in, we bought every piece of elastic that this guy had in the fashion district. Like, we're going out with just garbage bags full of, you know, all this elastic, because we couldn't find anything to put it all in. There wasn't enough boxes. We just started loading up these garbage bags, and we went down, and I told him, I said, look, you're a great guy, but I don't know you, and I don't want you riding in my truck, but I'll drop your stuff off at Fat Cat for you. And I went down there and saw Peter and dropped off their elastic, and then Peter needed rubber. And I was like, well, that's great, but I don't want you riding in my truck. I'm like, are you cool riding in the back of my truck? And he hopped in the back of the truck, and it was just dumping down rain. And my truck has a little bit of a cap on it, but it certainly isn't waterproof by any means. But drove Peter down to the rubber store on Canal Street. And, you know, it's just, it was makers doing what makers do, right? Coming together to solve a problem. And, you know, it's pretty amazing. Yeah. Check that. Nice. Good times, Peter. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what else I have. If you know, anyone watching, if you don't have a local makerspace, start one.
don't start one.
It is, yeah. We're not gonna, you know, we're not gonna beat up on owning a makerspace. Too bad, but it is a lot of work. But it is also very rewarding. It's a lot of fun, and you know, you help people and you encourage people to make totally off the wall stuff, or life-saving stuff, or you know, ways that they can better their lives, and they can start their own businesses, and they can even move into trades, or you know, whatever it is. You know, there's just nothing better than to say I made that, and I think everybody should be able to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If anybody is in New York City, want to come down and check out either one of our spaces, you're always welcome. Send us an email or give us a call.
Yeah.
And we'll be happy to show you around.
And we're thrilled to be a part of Maker Faire, and hoping, fingers crossed, we can all get together next year at the World Maker Faire, if they run it again this year, and you know, be great to see everybody in person again.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess that's it. So you guys take care.
Have a great night.
Have a great night. Enjoy the rest of the night. Looking forward to seeing Peter here in a few minutes.
Bye, guys.
Incorrect code.
The researchers have done a good job of programming what they want the design to do. The computer is quick to point out any breakdown in their logic. The computer is quick to point out any breakdown. The computer is quick breakdown. The design is complete. This condition is called critical.
Well, we hope you are enjoying the Empire State Maker Faire. I know I am. Make sure to stick around for more awesome learning.
Somehow we got muted.
Oh, wait. Did you hear that first part? Let's start over. Hey, hello, I'm Peter Hartman, Director of Fact Fab Lab. Thanks for coming. I'm here with Diana Gutierrez, who is the inventor of this adorable fox mask. Diana, why don't you tell us a little bit about your mask?
Yes,
and
hi.
why you made it?
Hey, everybody. This is Diana. And yes, I am the designer of this mask. The reason why I made it was because the other masks were very uncomfortable. I couldn't breathe through them. They kept coming into my mouth. And I decided to make something that was easier to breathe through, away from my mouth, and fun, because everything else was just so boring and a little creepy.
Oh, so you can actually make one of these yourself if you sign up for our virtual sewing workshop. You have to have your own sewing machine though. That happens October, shameless plug, that happens October 28th and 29th. It's 2 3-hour sessions, and that's Eastern time zone. So I hope you sign up for that. And optionally, you'll be able to get, when you sign up for that workshop, you could potentially get one of these handy dandy of phone stands, so that Diana can see what you're doing and help you with any problems. And then if you have any problems with your machine, I can help you with that. So Faca Fab Lab is the only makerspace that is bootstrapped by a jazz club. We're pretty sure that's a true statement. We've been around for about 5 years. We are so grateful for Maker Faire. Thank you so much to Dan Schneiderman. And Maker Faire has been a great thing for us to tell our story, to explain to people what we're all about and what we do here. So let's get into it. Speaking of Maker Faire, this was our last Maker Faire project that we brought to the World Maker Faire in 2018. We call it the Sampleator. It's a music sequencer that you program with colored pegs. And this is a row of color sensors. As the pegs pass by, the colors get interpreted and mapped to different notes on the keyboard. It's MIDI information at some point, and then that goes in to a sampler, which we have drum sounds loaded up. So this is our tempo control over here. When I lift this bar, if you watch the disc, you'll see it start to move. The color sensors are going into a TNC 3.6, and then it's a MIDI out into this Raspberry Pi, and a speaker out into our amplifier. One of the problems that we had to solve was, how do we know where the blocks are overhead? Like, if we take a color sampling here, there's no useful information there, right? So what we did is add these timing pegs in, and this is an infrared beam break sensor. So when the beam's broken, then we're saying, okay, take a sampling. And yep, it was a huge hit. We got a few awards for it. that was great fun. All right, there's a lot to cover. Let's keep going. This is our metalworking area. We've got metal bandsaw. We tuned it to G. A metal lathe back there, like a combination lathe, mill, and drill press. This is a recent addition. This just got donated. We're this tiny CNC. We're going to be milling circuit boards on this mostly, I think. This is our most recent addition, the welding area. Come on back. So we decided to do, that's fine. We decided to do TIG and spot welding only. This is our spot welder. TIG is arguably the least fumey of all the kinds of welding. So that's really important to us since we're in such a small space. The impact is kind of similar like to soldering. And in terms of COVID, what we're doing is our welding instructor will be back here only with one student at a time. And then we've made this like an auto darkening adapter that goes over the camera so that we can display on this screen here. The instructor can use this screen to help stream what's happening out into the larger space where students can observe and be socially distanced at the same time. All right, let's look at the lab from here. This is our vacuum former. The way this machine works, if you're unfamiliar, you take a sheet of plastic, it gets clamped in on this side over here. This side heats up. Once it starts to be really soft, you flip it over onto an object, turn on the vacuum pump, and it sucks the plastic around the object. So from this piece, which we carved out on the CNC, gave us this. This was PLA, clear PLA that we painted from the back. We also do PETG, which is food safe. You could do candy molds, or polystyrene, which is what this is. One of our members gets data from NASA and machines these moonscapes out of wood. So, and then he'll make plastic copies, paint them, and sell them on like an Etsy. So, all right, come on in. This is the heart of the TARDIS. The laser cutter, like a good laser cutter is the beating heart of any makerspace, I would say. It's our most favorite tool, I think, because you can iterate so fast. You can just you can design something, try it out, but if it doesn't work, bang out another copy. Like, make a change, bang it out again. We're doing mostly, I would say like acrylic and plywood, veg tan leather, some fabrics. It's an 80-watt laser. The bed is 29 by 17. We can cut up to like half-inch material. There's a lot of char here, but you can do it. We were kind of naive when we first started. We started off with a list of materials that you shouldn't put in the machine. In the beginning, we said, don't cut PVC, you'll be fine. Well, that's a bad idea because there are too many potentially toxic materials to keep track of. So we switched to an approved materials list. We've developed a certification that is really based on all the mistakes that we've made. learning from your mistakes is a good thing. So for instance, one of the questions on our certification is, what's the fastest way to break a lens within normal use of the machine? The answer to that is, for us, means putting material that has worked into the machine. One time somebody put a piece of cardboard in that was worked, and they focused on the low side. And as the job continued, the cone ended up touching that material and completely covered the lens with carbon. And 100% of that laser energy ended up going into the lens, and it cracks immediately. So we also test people, how much does a new lens cost? So there's the invoice for that to hit home that, hey, if you break this lens, you're on the hook for it. So if anybody would like our laser certification, I'd be happy to share that with you. Peter@fatcatfablab.org. This is our, this is the door to our tiny little shop. And all the safety stuff that that we offer is here. Ear protection, gloves, eye protection, alcohol for you to like disinfect your protective gear. Respirators is something that we took out because we didn't think we could properly disinfect it. This is our CNC machine. It's a 36 by 25. It's a Cam Master Stinger 1 machine. We really like it because it's got a super stiff steel frame, which means we can do aluminum and brass in addition to wood and plastic. So here is that piece that was used to make the plastic copy out in the other space. Here's another one. This is curly maple, so it's hard to read the text because it's so reflective. But this is Messier crater. And it's kind of a cool piece. My memory's dead. We've got more traditional shop tools. Compressor, belt sander, drill press, sandblasting cabinets, grinders, more belt sanders, hammers and clamps and squares, miter saw. All of our screwdrivers and pliers and wrenches are in this cabinet. We've got other corded tools back there. Skill saws, jigsaws, hand routers. This is our little spray booth. Belt sanders here, and dust collection for the CNCs back here. All right. This is our textile area. So we've got the industrial sewing machine here. This can do leather, heavy canvas. We finally have 5 working sewing machines. We're very excited about that. We've got a serger. So the serger does this kind of seam inside your t-shirt. This is our heat press, which is, it's really fun when it's used in conjunction with another tool we have, the vinyl cutter. So you can get heat transferable vinyl, cut it out into a design, and then adhere it to a t-shirt with this machine, or buy like heat transfer paper and then print your own logo and print that on a shirt. Every makerspace should have an acrylic descent collar. This is ours. All right, let's move on. Fact and Fab Lab helped form something called NYC Makes PPE. Earlier, you heard Scott talking about our work that we did together for the pandemic. It's a coalition of NYC Makerspaces, and we raised over $86,000 and distributed over 90,000 individual pieces of PPE to local healthcare and frontline workers here in the city and really the tri-state area. So we're so grateful for all the support that made that work possible. We're intensely proud of that work. And what an honor to be able to do it, right? Like, those people are like absolute heroes. So that was really amazing. And additionally, it was really great to get closer to the people, like our counterparts in the other makers, like in the other makerspaces here in the city, and really like all along the like the East Coast. It brought us together, and it's been great to get to know those folks. Mostly what we're doing here is making face shields. So we actually had got injection molded parts made. You may recognize this as the 3D Verkstan model. So we were like laser cutting transparencies for the holes, and the way we distribute those is like, we can't really ship them like pre-assembled. This takes up too much space. So what we do is like send them like kits. Like this makes 20 shields. So we give them the transparencies, the instructions, like disclaimer and all that. The University of Wisconsin style is what we were making also, with the visor, the foam, and the elastic. We were like laser cutting the foam and then using 3M foam fast to adhere that to the visors. Hack Manhattan was cranking out a lot of these inhaler spacers. They also made a tons of ear savers, which are great. One of the problems that we were facing, like Scott was saying, like about the elastic, well, sometimes you couldn't source what you needed to make the masks. So we couldn't get elastic in the beginning. So we were canvassing our local bike shops for used or for old tubes that they were going to throw out. So what we ended up doing is making these jigs with like an X-Acto blade. Like we'd split the tube very carefully in half, and then make these jigs to like split the tubes like really neatly. And that's actually how we got our first batch of shields out the door. So, all right, let me show you one of my projects. This is a light installation that's using fade candy and Tyvek. Tyvek as a diffuser. I'm kind of obsessed with campfires, and so I find this really soothing. When you add the sounds in, you really feel it. Fade candy is so it's so fun and so easy to get started doing really interesting light art. Like this is just like 4 lines of Python. It's super easy and just like looks really great. Fade Candy does a lot of the heavy lifting. So super cool. This is one. Chris Walker made this, one of our old members. This is like 10 layers of plywood laminated together. Up there is stuff we cut on our vinyl cutter. This is the beginning of the electronics area. So we've got a reflow oven. This is the Controlio 2 reflow oven kit. So if you do like a surface mount electronics project, you have your own board designed, you can assemble it here. There's oscilloscope, power supplies, soldering stations, solder, desoldering tools, all this kind of stuff. We recently got a new plotter. One of our members brought this in to share. There's the vinyl cutter. Oh, look at this. 6 awards from our previous Maker Faire projects. We stock electronic components. It's pretty loose. We just tell our members like, hey, if you want, or if you use a bunch of our stuff, like chip in something for it. We have mostly Ultimakers in our 3D printing area. We are so grateful. Ultimaker has been so nice to us. They've brought these machines here basically on permanent loan. And they give us like free parts too. So like we started off with a printers of a brand I'm sure that you know, and they were really difficult to use, and these have been great. So thank you, Ultimaker, for that. We can also do stuff like this. This is all one print, believe it or not. It took 52 hours. There was actually like a spire that broke off. So that was done on this machine over here. This crazy Dutchman came up with this thing called the Z Unlimited. And it involves an Ultimaker. You turn it upside down, install the print head upside down, and then the whole printer rides on this car up the wall. So if you have more wall, you can add more track. And that's why they call it the Z Unlimited. As your print grows, as the print size grows, you may need these arms, which you can use to like embed like threads into the piece, because the action of the extruder can sometimes break the piece free, like it'll wobble. So the threads help keep it in place. Our members, space is at a premium here in New York City. Here we are in the heart of New York, on the West Village. So we charge our members for storage if they want to bring their projects in and leave them here. So for an extra $30 a month, members get a 70-quart storage tub. We understand that not everything is going to fit in the tub, so there's an oversized area. We just tell people, make sure your name is on it, and we have to go through it every few months to like weed out all the stuff that is squirreled away without a name. So in terms of COVID, what we've been doing is internally, we've been limiting occupancy to this of the space to 6 people, and the way we do that is through this resource calendar system that we already had in place for our laser cutter and CNC. So it was pretty easy to do that. So now like there's a resources called like Lab 1 through 6. So this evening, like we booked the whole space just so we could do this without any interruptions. We're very lucky because this whole side of the space is all windows. So potentially we can get really good airflow in here. We're wearing masks, as you can see. And we've laid out social distancing markers on the floor. So it kind of looks like a Venn diagram to some extent. So this way people can set up and be 6 feet apart. This has been a really rough time for us because we lost about, I would say like 20, 22 members. We're not taking in as much money as our expenses are. So like, we had to start a GoFundMe to try to help that situation. We're so grateful for all that support. We raised about $6,000 that way. And I'm super grateful for our board here, who has really stepped up and has come up with a very interesting long-term fundraising plan. So rather than saying, hey, give us money for our rent, what we're doing is a sponsored membership program. So we're saying, hey, give this money to help this person make this project or like learn these skills so they can get a job. And there's a human element to it that that way. So we've just launched the application for that on our website. And we've already got some pledges coming in. And what's really been amazing for us is the support of eNable. The eNable Alliance has offered to become our fiscal sponsor. We are a New York State not-for-profit corporation, but we're not a 501c3. So for the first time, we can accept contributions that are tax deductible. So that is amazing. And Maria Escuela is the president of that organization, which is amazing in its own right. You should definitely register for EnableCon, which is happening right now. There's another session. There's another 2 sessions next weekend. What they do is make 3D printed prosthetics, for kids and like veterans, whoever needs them. So thank you, Maria, for all your support. Through Enable, we're able to take advantage of like matching grants, which otherwise we would never be able to do that. So thank you. Anyway, so let's have some questions. Let me turn around. Thank you. Thank you, Pat, who says you're superheroes. Thank you for all the PPE. No, the healthcare workers are the true heroes. Let's see. Scrolling back here. Okay, do you have any questions? Oh, wow, as a Makerspace, I would say our first. Oh yeah, sorry. That's a great. Thank you. Good point. There's a question that says, what have been some of your favorite Maker Faire experiences as a makerspace? Getting mobbed with kids. When we brought this project called the Fat Cat Hot Shot, that was we've got the plaque for that. Thinking all the awards we got for it over the years. The Hot Shot is a shooting gallery that shoots ping pong balls, and it was just a blast. Like we sort of forgot that like kids would be into it too. Like we just built the thing because we thought it was fun, and then like it was just this huge surprise that it would bring these kids all this joy as well. I'm gonna plug in my battery. So the question is, statement, and then a question. Someone says, love the mask, is the pattern available? I would have to ask Diana about that, but you should really consider taking our workshop. Sonny, go to our website and click on the workshops tab. I should really have a link ready for that. You can sign up for the workshop, which is happening October 28 and 29. Awesome, cool. Any other questions? I'll turn this way. You won't see all the storage. Let's see, any more? Oh, how many more projects? Sure, yeah, oh yeah, constantly. Well, we're about to launch this new meetup called No Project, No Problem. And it's aimed at people that join and don't necessarily know how to get started. So the idea is that we would come up with a bunch of ideas that people could, project ideas that people could join in on and start working on. Or they could brainstorm it like on their own and come up with their own ideas. But a couple of the ideas are that we have for that is mobile cornhole. So I have these super powerful like spring-loaded arms that came from a car. Oh, thank you. Our link was shared on the YouTube chat. Thanks so much. What we want to do is have like a 2x4 sheet of like plywood or MDF or something, build a cornhole target on there. And then the spring arm is like a catapult that goes in the back. So we'll make two of these, and then we can play it outside, maybe across like 7th Avenue, depending on how strong they are. So that'll be fun to like raise awareness to the space. Another idea is, well, we keep accumulating these like propane bottles and don't really know like what to do with them. So, but the thing is, they make really cool sounds when you knock them together. So what I was thinking of is like an Internet of Things, like chime. Like when we get a brand new member, that these will go off. Thank you. They says, yes, they make a cool sound. Love the chime idea. So that and yeah, hey, Woody's there and Paige. I think I had another idea for No Project, No Problem, but I can't seem to remember it. Let me look for it. I'll look while people are thinking of other questions. This is Woody, our CNC. Who's this? Hey, this is Maker Faire. Maker Faire, this is Woody. Woody, this is Maker Faire.
Hello, how's it going?
He's our laser and CNC teacher.
Yo, is it cool if I bring in that tall 3D printer tomorrow?
Wait. I'm doing Q&A. Let me.
Oh.
Yeah. Someone says hi, Woody, I think. For the, another idea I had was for the shooting gallery, I made a giant 7-segment display. That's like something that looks like a digital clock, if you know what that, like if you're not sure what that means. So I was thinking of like repurposing that into something that displays like how many members we have here. If you want to take a look at, if you want to take a look at that project, you can see a video about it here. Okay. Well, thanks so very much. Someone says, I think those are all the questions we have. That was an amazing tour. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, in that case, we'll sign off. And I want to thank Maker Faire and everyone who's making the Empire State Maker Faire happen. This is fantastic. And man, we hope to see everyone in person at World Maker Faire again. All right. Good night.
Hi there, I'm Dan Schneiderman, lead producer behind the Empire State Maker Faire. The Empire State Maker Faire was originally inspired as a way to bring the New York State maker community together this year, one way or another, and not let 2020 be the year that New York State doesn't have at least one Maker Faire taking place. What started as a few phone calls and video chats back in late June became a statewide uniting event. And I am ecstatic to say that not only do we have makers from every region of the state represented, but we have makers from around the world that have joined in too. I have been lucky enough to work with members of this team before the Empire State Maker Faire, and they have fantastic stories. They have stories of how their fairs have impacted both their maker communities and themselves. And now I would like to invite you to hear their stories too.
I'm Pauline Lynn Shostak, co-producer of the Maker Faire Syracuse in Syracuse, New York. And we were scheduled to have our inaugural Maker Faire on September 26, 2020. Unfortunately, we were unable to do that, but we are so excited to be able to participate with our other regional Maker Fairs from across New York State to bring you this great Empire State Maker Faire event. We hope you have a wonderful time at this event. We've enjoyed putting it together for you and hope that it gives you a little snippet, a little idea of what a Maker Faire is like. And if all goes well, we hope to see you in 2021 in Syracuse.
Hello from Rochester. I'm Pat Rapp, and I'm one of the producers of Maker Faire Rochester. You know, usually at this time of year, we would be in the final stages of planning our event that normally takes place in November. But as you know, this year is anything but normal. So instead, we've teamed up with other Maker Fairs from all across New York State to create one online event called Empire State Maker Faire. Now, we want to do this because we love the maker community and we miss you. And we would love to see you in person, but we're happy to see you online. One of the things we all look so forward to seeing each year is the wonderful contributions from our makers. Our makers bring their ingenuity and their creativity and their imagination and their ideas, and they spark other ideas in other people. And it's just such a wonderful thing to see. And we also do this because we love to see the faces light up of the people who attend Maker Faire. You bring your enthusiasm and your excitement and your energy, and that combined with the makers, it just creates this wonderful experience for everyone. Well, one of the most amazing things for me personally to see is when somebody comes to Maker Faire, they don't know what to expect. They don't really know what a Maker Faire is, but they come in and you see their eyes get wide and you see their faces light up and you see the wheels start turning and the ideas start turning. And then sometimes they come back next year as makers. And this is so rewarding, almost as rewarding as the excitement on the face of a young child to see the sheer joy on their faces when they come in and they're doing hands-on things or they're learning something new, or they're interacting, or they're being excited. This is why we do what we do. This is what gets us up in the morning. We're glad to have you here. We hope to see you in person next year, but we don't know how that will go. So if we're not in person, we will be online. Thank you for being here, and we hope you have a really great time.
Hi, I am Deb Brimmer from the Twin Tiers Maker Faire. We are located in the Elmira Corning region of the southern tier of New York State. We have been producing Maker Fairs for many years. We love providing local makers the opportunity to share their talents with others and watch people of all ages tap into their own creativity. We all have something deep inside of us that is just waiting to be discovered. Thank you to all the makers for stepping out of your comfort zones to make this happen virtually on such a tight schedule. We could never have a Maker Faire without you. We are thrilled that in the current situation, we were able to come up with a way to share Maker Faire with you all. Thank you so much for coming, and we sincerely hope that we will be able to do it in person next year. See you then.
Hi everyone, this is Danny Kurt from the New York Hall of Science, and I'm super excited to be here representing the World Maker Faire today. It's so amazing to have come together with all these other fairs from around New York State to put together this amazing event and to have you all here today to be part of it. So we're really excited for all the future Maker Fairs and for future events at the New York Hall of Science. Enjoy your time at the Empire State Maker Faire, and we hope to see you all in person soon.
Greetings from Buffalo, New York. I'm Douglas Brzezinski, and like many of you, I'm a maker. Though I didn't always realize it. In 2007, I came across this old magazine called Make, and I was instantly hooked. In 2012, I attended my first Maker Faire, the New York City World Maker Faire, and I knew this was something I needed to bring back to my community. So working with a team from the Buffalo Museum of Science, I helped create the Buffalo Maker Faire. We are proud to be part of the Empire State Maker Faire, to bring us all together from one end of the state to the other, and include some of our friends from around the world. It is with that spirit of cooperation, I'm glad to announce the Buffalo and the Fredonia Maker Faire are combining to become the Western New York Region Maker Faire. We look forward to seeing you again at our event currently being planned for Saturday, May 8th, so save the date. Until then, I want to thank you for participating and supporting your local fair, and this, the Empire State Fair. Make sure you get your t-shirt and I'll sell a maker shed. Now I want you to go out there and make something. From robots to microbits, 3D printers to letterpress, knitting or baking, painting or plastics, welding or woodworking, we are all makers. And we want to hear from you. Join, follow, or friend your local fair, and we'll be seeing you again soon. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lisa Colette Rodriguez. I'm Director of Digital Media Marketing at the Long Island Explorium, a children's museum that specializes in STEM-based learning, and we co-produce Long Island's currently only Maker Faire Long Island. If you're not familiar with Long Island, as the name indicates, we're the southeast part of New York, and we're the easternmost part of New York State. 2020 was to be our signature year, our 5th year celebration of doing a fair. And with fairs and conventions around the world on pause, we knew we needed to do something on a larger scale, and we were very excited to partner with fairs throughout New York State to bring this event free to the public. It was important for us to continue to support science and exploration and inspire wonder. And for us, that's what Maker Fairs are, a celebration of wonder and ingenuity. And we're very excited to be part of this all.
I would like to take this chance to thank all of our makers who have participated in the Empire State Maker Faire this weekend. We have loved watching all of your talks, your panels, learning new skills at your workshops, getting a tour and behind the scenes look of your spaces. It has been inspirational. I would also like to take this moment to thank all of our host organizations and sponsors that not only make events like today possible, but make all of our Maker Fairs possible. Please join me in thanking NYSCATE, the New York State Association for Computers and Technology in Education, the Corning Museum of Glass, the Southeast Steuben County Library, SUNY Corning Community College, the Long Island Explorium Children's Museum of Science and Engineering, the New York Hall of Science, Tyler Weingartner Filmworks, Clement County Library District, Onondaga Community College, the Rochester Institute of Technology, and Kids Out and About. I would especially like to give a huge shout out to the entire Empire State Maker Faire team. It has been incredible working with all of you over the last couple of months, and I hope we all get to work together on better circumstances. Thank all of you for joining in this weekend, as it has been a fantastic experience to share with all of you, and we hope to see all of you in the future, either at our fairs, online, but together and making in one form or another. So keep safe and remember to keep on making.